Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Ignorant Intellectual on Media. Today, I thought we would do a list. A few weeks ago, Variety put out a top 100 movies of all time list, and we went through it together. If you saw that video, if not, just refer back in my channel, you'll find that video. And it inspired me to do my own list of the top 100 movies of all time, and I've just finished it. I was just doing all the editing for it, and um, it's quite long, actually. It's like four videos of about 90 minutes each, going through between 30 and 35 uh, selections for each part, right? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it up a part at a time, and then put the whole video up as one large video, which would probably be around 6 hours long. So, but how did I come to this list? Well, the funny thing about the variety list is when I went through it. Um, it's just too small of a list, I think, because what's striking about their list is not the movies that they have on their list, but the movies that are absent from their list, right? So um, I think if you make any any list of the top 100 films of all time, you're going to be missing out on so many films, right? You could probably do a top 1,000 uh, list, all right, and I don't think anybody would argue with any of those 1,000 films, thinking that film is like one of the greatest films of all time, right? So that's how many really good movies are. Because what film is what? It's over 100 years now. It's over 100 years old now. And if you're thinking just from the output that the Americans do when it comes to film, I mean that's thousands upon thousands of films every year, right? Uh, and then you think of all the other countries around the world that are producing films as well, and you can see that probably in the history of cinema, there's what, hundreds of thousands of films, if not millions, right? So um, how can you put that down to 100 films, right? It's extremely difficult. But two things are on your side when you do it. Number one is, out of all those millions of films, you probably haven't watched all of them, right? So you can exclude every film that you haven't watched out of your list, right? The second is, um, unless you've gone back, well, is probably part of the first as well. If you've gone back all the films that you haven't seen because they came out before you were born, and you never bothered going back in the history of cinema to watch, that would be another thing. But anyway, so with me, okay, what I did was, okay, I started to put a list together. All right, I put a list together because I wanted to make a top 100 list, like the variety list. So I put a list together of all the films that I think are great, right? And that ended up being like in the over like three or 400 range, like in between 300 and 400 films, right? So I said, how am I gonna reduce this down to 100? It's like every film that I look that I'm gonna delete off the list to shrink it down to 100. I'm going, yeah, but I can't take that film off. That film is really good, right? Um, and so I said, okay, there's got to be a way that I can do this. And so what I did was I said, okay, um, I'm gonna make this list um, with movies from directors, but a director can't have more than one movie. All right. So, um, because if you think about it, let's say you take, let's say, who like Martin Scorsese, let's say maybe Stanley Kubrick, maybe who else? Alfred Hitchcock, Steven Spielberg. All right. Just take those four, right? And they probably have, you know, four or five films that could make a top 100 list each, right? So that would be like 20 something films already, right? And that's like 20% of your list right there. And it's only four directors. And, there's thousands of directors. So I said, what if I take those 300 plus films and I take out all the films and only choose one film from each director? What would happen? And so I did that, and that reduced it, it halved it, at least more than halved it, right? So what I did was I squirmed, and I got it down, but I couldn't get it down to anything under the lowest I could make it, and still um, feel good about the list is 130. So I got it down to 130. All right, but I just couldn't leave it at 130. I just couldn't do it. So what I decided to do was, well, what I'll do is I'll list 130 directors with their 130 movies that I think is their best movie or the one that I enjoyed the most. And then what I'll do is if there's any other films that they've done, which usually there are, right, that could make that 130 list as well, I'll just mention them when I'm going through the video. So let's say I have this movie, but this director also has these three other movies that are really good that you could replace that movie with and put it in the list, and nobody would bat an eye. That's what I did. I just gave you a list. So basically, what happened is the list is really 130 movies, but there's a little bit more than 400 after that that I also mentioned. But I don't go in depth on any of those films. I just talk about the film that I enjoy that made my top 130 list. Now, saying that, there are going to be some films in this list that you probably don't think should make 130 or 100 top 100 list. That's not good enough to make a top 100 list. But I mean, you have to have a bit of personality in your list. Otherwise, it's just a generic list like everybody else. Like if you take 100 people and put them down and say what are the 100 greatest movies of all time, they're going to start listing movies, and every list is going to look like every other list. I mean, if they're knowledgeable about film, they're going to be picking all the same films, right? So what I thought I would pepper or sprinkle some of the films that perhaps aren't the greatest films of all time. Most people won't think that anyways, but I do, right? And that's the personality that I'll put into this list. There'll be some movies in this list that maybe you haven't heard of, or maybe that you've never watched, or you don't know about. I'm not saying there's going to be a large amount of them, but there is going to be a few probably that you haven't watched or haven't seen, or don't know about, or whatever, right? So that'll be my personality in the list because I quite enjoyed them. And one of the criteria of the films that I've put in here that um, is that it's a film that I would go to a desert island with, and I wouldn't mind watching over and over again. If you had only 100 films to go on a desert island, those are the films that you can only watch for the rest of your life. You're going to want to watch films that, yeah, they're good, but um, would you watch them again, right? Are they enjoyable enough to watch again? So that kind of influenced it as well. Not 100% influence on it, but it was an influence in this list as well. So hopefully you'll enjoy this list. Um, and maybe you'll get out of it a bit of film, some films that you haven't seen that you'll go out and search for and watch and see if you enjoy them as well. And if you do, leave a comment down below saying, wow, you got really bad taste. How can you think that movie is a great movie? You're retarded or something, right? Uh, so, but it's my list, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Now, when I when I was doing this, I also had the intention as well, is that with only 130 directors, there's so many other directors out there that could make this list as well. So what I did afterwards is I did a list of 50 um, directors and those films, which was another like 200 something films that I was going to mention in this video afterwards. So what I was going to do is I was going to do a countdown top 130 from 130 to 1. And during that time, any director that's in that top 130 that has other films that could make a top 130, I would mention those films as well. And then at the end, I was going to do a top 50 directors list and the films that they have that could have made this list. The director could have made this list, or the movies that I'm mentioning from those directors could have made this list. But then I'm starting to think about it, and I'm going, just bear with me with this. I know it's a bit long or whatever, right? So, um, because I didn't want to leave out, so you really do need like maybe 1,000 films in order to get a good, you know, all around look at film and all the best, the cream of the crop, right? You need around 1,000 films, I would say, right? Um, so I couldn't just leave it at the 130 directors with 130 films, and then those other films, which ends up popping it up to just over 400 films. So that's still there's so many directors out there that could have made this list. The reason why they didn't make the list is because usually it means either the film that other people really enjoyed and thinks really great, I didn't, or I haven't watched that director yet, right? I haven't seen that director. Maybe it's a European or an Asian director that's hard to find their films, right? Or their films are really expensive if you're going to buy them, right? Um, so those are absent, right? But I said, well, that doesn't seem justifiable. I should at least mention them. So what I was going to do afterwards is after I do the 130 is mention 50 directors and list the films that I would say through reputation anyways, because I haven't seen them, would make 130 top 100 list without anybody batting an eye. But then I started thinking about it and I'm going, well, kind of this list is kind of recommendations, right? The films that you enjoy, you're mentioning to other people, and maybe they'll enjoy as well. So with these 50 directors, probably out of the 50, I may have watched maybe 5 of them, right? And uh, those ones that I did watch, and I watched those films, I wasn't super impressed by the films. Like they were okay. I can understand why some people think they're really great, but I didn't. Like let's say Orson Welles' Citizen Kane, or let's say Bergman's what was the name of that black and white film? What was that film? Yeah, it's slipping my mind, but it was a Bergman film. You know, Bergman's most famous film, right? Anyway, so I'll put it here or whatever, right? Both of those films are considered some of the great in the world. I mean, a lot of people mention Citizen Kane as being the greatest film of all time, right? And the Bergman film is up there as well, right? So, but I've watched them. I didn't impress. One, the Orson Welles film was quite dry, and I'm going, why do people think this is a great film? A lot of people mention, you know, the camera angles and the use of the camera. There was a lot of firsts in that film where they were using. I mean, they dug a hole in the set or whatever, so they could put the camera low to look upwards or whatever, right? The only thing that impressed me about that film that I recall, because it's been a while since I've seen it, was that Rosebud ends up being a sled that Orson Welles had when he was a kid, and that's what this was all about. And then you go, oh, okay, so that was a bit of a surprise or whatever, and sentimental and things like that. Okay, but does it make the whole film good enough because of that? I didn't think so, so I didn't put it in my top 130 list. And the Fellini film was a bit too intellectual for my. Now I'm called the ignorant intellectual, so I like intellectual pursuits, but film I think is a medium that is like set up for entertainment more than anything else, right? I mean, unless you're watching a documentary, right? If you're watching a documentary, then you know the purpose when you're watching this documentary is usually an educational purpose of some sort. You want to learn something about the subject matter of the documentary, right? So you have that mindset. But usually, when you're going to see a movie, usually it's for its entertainment value, right? And it can, you know, I mean, there are a lot of great films that are both entertaining and educational in some way. So they, you know, they improve your intellect, but they also entertain you at the same time, right? So maybe they hit a subject matter. Like I really like John Q, right, with Denzel Washington. I like that film. It's not in my top 100 list or anything, but that's the film that popped into my head. And that film, you know, it's has a big entertainment value. It's a bit over the top, like uh, a man who needs an operation for his son, or his son's going to die, and hospitals are refusing to give it to him because he doesn't have the right insurance or enough insurance, and he can't pay for it. You know, whether that happens in real life, I'm not sure, but if it does, then you can see the frustration and him going into a hospital with gunpoint to force doctors to save his son, and he'll deal with the consequences afterwards, right? Um, Powerful film, right? How much believable it is. I enjoyed it. It was entertaining, and it also makes you think that you know the Americans have like a really large population of people that are uninsured and have difficulty finding health care, right? And they're a first world country, right? It's you know it's almost I don't know. I'd have to live there, right? I don't live there, so I don't know what exactly. But from what so many people are saying who do live in the United States when it comes to healthcare that the whole thing's broken, right? So anyway, so that film has a message to it, but it's also entertaining. So that kind of film. But the the Bergman film that I watched, uh, I was kind of lost on. It was dry, really dry, and then if you're not in on the point of it, like if you're lost, if it goes over your head or whatever, then I'm not sure if you can really enjoy that film, right? So So maybe I need somebody smarter than me to tell me why that film is really great. And The Seventh Seal, there we go, The Seventh Seal. And educate me, right? But I have read read ups on it, but I watched it and I'm like, I'm not sure if I get this, right? So that one isn't in my list either, but those are just two examples. They would be in the 50 list now, but the thing about it is, like I was saying, was 130 films plus those directors' films that could have made it if I chose a different one of their films, added those ones, got up to over 400. But then I said, well, that's not enough. People need to know about all the great films. So I added another 50 directors I was going to list through and all their films, which was another 200 and something films as well. So the total would be over 800 films. And if you watch those 800 films, you'll have a pretty good idea of cinema worldwide and its history, right? So, uh, but then I'm second guessing myself now because I'm doing a video about 50 directors and listing films by those directors, and I haven't seen most of them. How can I really recommend them? I would only be able to recommend them on reputation, not because I've watched them, right? So it seems kind of disingenuous for me to do that. So I think I'm not going to do that. So I do have a 50 um, list of directors and all their great films, but I don't think I can really recommend you seeing them, even though I bet you 99% of the time I would be correct because, um, uh, when you get so large of a group saying that the film is good and you're a human being and all those people are human beings, usually if you watch it, you'll probably think it's good as well, right? So, um, like when I see a film that's recommended by a large amount of people saying it's really good, and then I watch that film, 9 times out of 10, I find that film really good. Not because they said it was good, because I watched it and I'm a human being. And wow, that was a really good film. I'm glad these people recommended that film to me, right? So, but there are some that just you don't get or whatever, right? So, um, anyway, so that's my talk. So we will go on with the 130 films. So we'll go from 130 up to I think it's 100, and then from 99 to like 34, and we'll do 33 each time. So we'll do a total of 130 because I couldn't shrink it down more than 130. Now, uh, you will see films that you probably think should be in the top 100, top 130 that aren't there. But that's the list. I mean, you can't fit every film in it, right? So that's what I noticed a lot with the variety one as well. But these are personally for me what I think are the greatest films of all time, with a sprinkling of films that I think are great that maybe wouldn't make most people's top 130. But that's the personality part of it, and that's the thing where you can search out those films because maybe you wouldn't watch them because nobody's ever recommended them to you. All right, there's not a huge amount of those ones, but there are a few sprinkled in here or there. Right? All right. So on with the 130, we'll do 31. Now it'll be in four parts because it'll be there's four videos, right? So and then I think maybe I'll put all four of the videos together in one big video and and put it up as well. All right. So uh, see you on the other side in a second. All right, and bye for now. All right, so let's start. As I said, with 130, we'll go up to 129, 128, all the way up to number one. Okay, so 130 is um, the remake of Dawn of the Dead, directed by Zack Snyder and put out in 2004. I actually enjoy this film more than the original by George Romero, even though the original is probably George Romero's best film. But I'm always going back and forth between Dawn of the Dead and you know The Night of the Living Dead, because The Night of the Living Dead was the first film I watched with Romero, and I thought it was really good. But Dawn of the Dead was really good as well. But the Zack Snyder remake of Dawn of the Dead from 2004 stars Canadian Sarah Polley, and I really like her acting, and um, it made the film for me. And the a little bit more action oriented, a little bit more special effects are better than the original, and so the stories are pretty similar. But I watched Dawn of the Dead, the remake, before I watched Dawn of the Dead, the original, and maybe that's the influence that put me over to the top of liking Dawn of the Dead more um, than the original Dawn of the Dead. So number 130 is Dawn of the Dead from 2004 by Zack Snyder. It's basically zombies at a shopping mall, all right? And they're all stuck up on the roof, all right? It's pretty intense. Okay, so next up after that is number 129, and this is the first of a few anime films that have made the list, and it's by Yoshiaki Kawajiri, all right? And it's called Ninja Scroll, and it came out in, I think, 1993, if I remember correctly. All right, so this is basically an adult anime film, all right? So a lot of people don't list any anime films in their top list because um, they relegate anime film, just like animation films, to, for like children's films, right? And children's films don't count kind of idea, right? So, um, but I don't do that. A lot of anime is actually directed towards adults, not towards children. I would not let my 6-year-old son watch Ninja Scroll because it's not meant for him. It's meant for, you know, an adult. All right. And it's basically about like a swordsman. His name is Jubei, if I remember his name correctly. And he ends up fighting these 8 different magical creatures or whatever that, evil creatures that are trying to kill him. And he joins up with so these evil creatures are working for a guy, and they want to overthrow. Now this is taking place in Edo, Japan, back in the 16 or 1700s, and there's like a shogunate power that rules all of Japan at the time, and these evil creatures are trying to take over. Their leader or whatever is trying to take over that shogunate, and Jubei kind of falls into this thing, but he's pushed along by this old man who is like a government agent, who helps him along, and he ends up being joined by this girl ninja who has poison for blood, something along those lines. Anybody that touches her will be poisoned by her. So her sweat and her blood and everything else is all poisonous. So and she joins Jubei in fighting these evil creatures, and they go through and anyways, it's quite a fun film to watch. Lots of action. The anime is really good in it. Kawajiri also wrote. It was based on a manga. I'm not sure if the manga is the same name. I don't think it's called Ninja Scroll. But Kawajiri also wrote this film as well. So he both directed it and wrote it. So it's extremely good. And so, like I said, I'm going to mention other films. If they have other films, like Zack Snyder didn't have any other films that I would put in the top 100, 130. He did probably his best is probably Justice League, other than Dawn of the Dead. So, and I wouldn't put Justice League in the top 130. In fact, most of his films are DC oriented films, and most of the DC films are okay. Like Wonder Woman is probably the best out of all of them, right? Um, but none of those I would put in the top 130. None of the Marvel films, none of the DC films or whatever, right? So anyway, but Yoshiaki Kawajiri has another film from 2000 that came out after this, and it's called Vampire Hunter D, Bloodlust. All right, and that I would I would have no issue putting in a top 130 list either. All right, so search out that one and Ninja Scroll if you haven't seen either one of those films. They're really good anime films. All right. Okay, next up after that is 1984's horror comedy, and when I when I'm going through my list, I realize that that's my favorite type of horror. It seems is like horror with a bit of comedy to it, right? I really like that B style of horror where they don't take themselves too seriously. There's a bit of humor in the horror, right? And this one is like right up that uh, um, lane aisle, right up that aisle. It's directed by Joe Dante. Came out in 1984, and it's Gremlins, which is basically a story about a father who wants to buy his son a really cool Christmas gift. So he's in the Chinese quarter of, is it New York City, I think, or Chicago? It might be Chicago, I think. And he's at this old Chinese shop, and this old Chinese man has this pet. It's called a mogwai, It's like a furry, really cute furry creature, right? And he attempts to buy it off the Chinese guy, but the Chinese guy won't sell it to him until he's really convinced. And he finally sells it, but he tells the guy there's three things it needs to do with this mogwai. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen. Number one is you have to keep the mogwai out of sunlight, especially direct sunlight, or it'll kill it. All right. Number two is you can't get the mogwai wet, and number three is you can't feed the mogwai after midnight. All right. So what happens is obviously what's going to happen, right? Is so he brings it home, he gives it to his son, and his son is really excited with this creature or whatever. But then they don't take care of it properly, and it gets wet, and it starts popping bubbles, and things are popping out of it, and these things turn out to be what's called gremlins, and they create havoc in the town that they live in during Christmas, and it's quite a fun film to watch. Any film with Phoebe Cates in it, great stuff. All right, so she has a charm on screen that is very attractive. So that is Gremlins. Now there is a second Gremlins. It's not as good as the first one, and I don't think it was directed by Joe Dante, but I could be wrong. It might have been directed by Joe Dante actually, but it wouldn't make my top 130 list like Gremlins did. All right, so from 1984, Gremlin, Joe Dante, it's number 128 on my list. So now we'll go up to number 127, which is a Cecil B. DeMille film from 1956, and that's The Ten Commandments, starring Yul Brynner and Charlton Heston. Charlton Heston plays Moses, and basically it's a film about the Exodus, right, where the Jews are under the foot of the Egyptians, and they finally get free. Moses frees them. They go to Mount Sinai, and Moses brings down the Ten Commandments, and it goes on from there, right? So it's one of the epic films came out in the 50s. When all those huge epic films Hollywood was doing because of the advent of television, right? Television came out, and people were watching television at home, and so the movies had to think up a way of getting you into the theater. And so what they did was they made these big, huge blockbuster films, Ben-Hur, and The Ten Commandments, and other films like that for like a good decade. Huge budgets, huge numbers of extras, like thousands of extras in a lot of these films, right? I mean, now they just use CGI or whatever, but back then, imagine the guy that would have to organize that to get like thousands of extras doing certain things in films to make those epic wide screen shots, right? Anyways, it's a great film. Charlton Heston does a great job, and so does Yul Brynner. So one of the classic films from the 1950s. All right, so that's the Ten Commandments. Directed. It's actually Cecil B. DeMille's last film, if I remember correctly, and he actually did an earlier version of the Ten Commandments in the 1920s. I think it was a silent film. Was it a silent film? You tell me. I think it was a silent film, black and white film from the 1920s. He did the Ten Commandments, and then his last film that he did, he decided, let's update that, put it in color, and make it a big, huge epic. Quite a great film, right? So, all right. And there's only one other film probably that I would consider by Cecil B. DeMille to put in the top 130 of my list, and that would be The Buccaneer from 1938. So go search out that film if you wish. All right, so The Ten Commandments from 1956 is number 127 on my list. Next up, number 126 is a Fritz Kirsch film from 1984, and it is called Children of the Corn. Now, this is not, a lot of people probably wouldn't consider this, one of the greatest films of all time, but it's one of my all-time favorite horror films, based on a Stephen King story, and it's about these kids who kill their parents because a child comes into, is like kind of like a man child who talks about this evil creature that lives in the cornfields, who wants this town, and he convinces all the children of this town that he's a messiah. They're waiting for this creature to come, and this creature wants them to kill all their parents. So basically, they kill all their parents, and now Linda Hamilton and her husband are driving across country because of, I can't remember the reason why, but they end up in this town, and the children have changed all the signs around, so they try to, once you go in, you can't leave. It's like all the signs are directing you to go back to this town, right? So they're driving around in circles. Finally, they go in, into the town, and they're attacked by these children, and then there's a big fight between those two adults and two of the kids that didn't believe in the monster or whatever because they're too young or whatever. Those four go up against you know the Messiah kid and his enforcer, who was looks like about a 15-year-old redheaded guy with a big knife, right? Anyway, so it's a quite a fun film, scary film, and it always gave me the creeps because you don't think of children in that way, right? So imagine if you children that you see on the street would attack you, and all of them would attack you, right? It's like you don't think of them as being harmful or whatever, right? And you can underestimate them. You think they're small, and if one child attacks you, you could easily stop them. But if like 50 of them attack you, you understand what I mean? So it's kind of creepy. It gives you that kind of creep, like The Birds does. Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, where you don't think birds are really harmful because they're small, right? And but if you've ever had a bird attack you, it's a pretty freaky experience. Let's put it that way. And if you live in Canada, the Canada goose is one of the ones that maybe has attacked you. If you have been attacked by a bird, a Canada goose maybe the bird that attacked you, right? Because they are a vicious bird, right? So anyway, so that's what Children of the Corn, number 126 on my list, directed by Fritz Kirschen. He didn't have any other films that would make it, right? So next up after that is another anime film from 2004. It's number 125 on my list, and it's called Appleseed, and it's directed by Shinji Aramaki. All right, Shinji Aramaki. And what blew me away about this film was the actual anime in it. At the time, in 2004, when this film came out, and I watched it on home video on DVD, the anime in it was, I mean, it was beautiful. It was clear. The colors were great and everything. And basically, the story was interesting as well. It's basically about a girl who's in the military fighting in a war that ended, and she thinks it's still going on, but then she ends up, uh, being captured or whatever and brought to this city. And in this city, there's no war anymore. But basically, it's populated by these kind of android characters um, that have a short lifespan, and the city is run by a prime minister, her military attaché, who runs the military, a general, and this group of elderly people, right? And it's all overlooked by this artificial intelligence computer thing. I can't. It's called Gaia, right? So, and everything is running pretty good, except that there's an underground terrorist group that doesn't like these, humanoid artificial humans or whatever, right? And they have no way to procreate, but there's this program called Appleseed, hence the name of the film, that will give them the ability to replicate or give birth or whatever, right? Anyways, it goes on from there. The story is pretty good, but the anime itself, the actual anime is just mind blowing. Even now, when I watch it, it's like, wow, that is so well done, right? And that's what attracted me to it in the first place. So that's Appleseed, all right? And it's directed by Shinji Aramaki, and he doesn't have any other films that would make the top 130. And it's number 125. All right, so next up after that is number 124, and that is Sean S. Cunningham's Friday the 13th from 1980. This is the first slasher film on my list. All right, so basically everybody knows Friday the 13th. It's all about Jason Voorhees. Anyways, um, everybody just calls him Jason, right? And he's a big, huge guy, and he has a big, huge knife, and he just kills indiscriminately, right? Well, this film doesn't have Jason in it, except at the end. There's like a postscript to the film where the girl is dreaming and she's on the boat, and then Jason comes out of the water and grabs her. Anyways, it's about a campsite called Crystal Lake where there's a bunch of teenagers that go there because they're thinking of reopening Crystal Lake because there was some sort of tragedy, and the campsite has closed down and they want to reopen it. The problem is as they're cleaning it up and trying to reopen it, they're starting to be killed by some mysterious person or whatever. They're hunted down and killed, right? So most people have seen this film. Would I ruin it if I tell you who the killer is? But anyways, it's not till the second film of Friday the 13th that you see Jason, right? So it turns into a slasher. Originally, it was anyway. So I won't tell you who the killer is or whatever, but that's basically it. Kind of campgrounds, a bunch of counselors on the campground, young counselors, and they're all being murdered. All right, so it's a fun film. It's probably, well, you'd probably say Halloween from 1978, the John Carpenter film, would be the breakthrough of the slasher type of horror film. And then this one, and then you got Freddy Krueger with all the Nightmare on Elm Street films. Then a bit later after that, you have Chucky and all the Wes Craven films with Ghostface. Is it Ghostface? Anyway, so but this is the early part of the slasher film's rise to popularity, right? So anyway, so that's Friday the 13th from 1980, directed by Sean S. Cunningham. He doesn't have any other films that would make 130 list, and it's number 124 on my list. All right, next up after that is number 123. It's directed by Holly Dale, and it's a Canadian film, and it's called Blood and Donuts, and it's from 1995. And this basically is a vampire film, but I'm not a huge fan of the main type of vampire story, right? Where you have Dracula or some other vampire that goes around attacking people and sucking their blood, right? That kind of thing. And then you have some sort of vampire hunter that hunts him down and kills him by putting a stake through his heart, right? That kind of idea, right? Although, well, I am a fan of that kind of film, but I like, you know, deviations from that main kind of Dracula storyline, right? Um, and this is one of those types of film. All right, so this one stars Gordon Curry and Helen Clarkson, and basically there's a donut shop owned by a woman, and there's a cab driver that likes to come to that donut shop. What happens is there's a vampire who gets woken up after being asleep for 25 years, and he starts hanging out at this donut shop. And what he does is he doesn't attack or kill humans. What he does is he ends up helping out the the owner of the donut shop by killing all the rats that are hanging out in her donut shop, and he like sucks their blood. That's where he gets the blood that he lives off of, is from rodents and animals, right? So vermin or whatever, right? And he helps the cab driver as well because the cab driver is indebted somehow to these this mob boss, this criminal boss of the city or whatever, right? Uh, that's bleh. I can't talk right now. And that's actually David Cronenberg plays that character, right? So you actually see David Cronenberg in this film, right? So and that's about so you have a vampire who doesn't attack humans but helps humans, right? And there's also a twist in the story that comes later because there's somebody searching for this vampire for the last 25 years since he's been asleep, right? So there's a twist to it as well. So it's a really fun film. It's kind of humorous as well as being, like a horror film. And it's interesting to see a vampire. I've never seen a vampire played in that way in a film before. It's quite unique, and I think you would enjoy it as well if you can find it. It took me years to find this film just on DVD. I don't think it has a Blu-ray release. So it's called Blood and Donuts. It's from 1995, and it's from Holly Dale directed it, and she doesn't have any other films that would make 100 top 130 list. Okay, all right. So next up after that is my favorite Tim Burton film. It's a toss up. I go back and forth between Edward Scissorhands and Mars Attacks, but in this, I decided to choose Mars Attacks. Right now, most people think this is a stupid film, and it is. It is a stupid film, but it's a Tim Burton stupid film, and it's quite charming and it's really funny. Okay, any film that makes me laugh, guttural laugh, like from your belly kind of laugh, you got to like it. Maybe it doesn't come off that way for other people, but it did with me. And basically, the the thing that got it for me was the playing of country music makes the Martians brains explode, right? That got me, right. So, and I mean, there's so many stars in this film. Robert Downey Jr. Let me look, because there's just too many of them. But it's like Michael J. Fox was in this, Sarah Jessica Parker, Pierce Brosnan, um, Jack Nicholson. I mean, there's so many stars in this. Like even the smaller parts, Jim Brown was in it. Even the smaller parts in this film are played by huge stars, right? So it's I guess everybody loves Tim Burton in order to do that. But basically, a movie based on Topps. There was Topps put out collector cards called Mars Attacks. You collect all these Mars Attacks collector cards, and then Tim Burton took those collector cards and decided to make a movie out of them, right? And it's basically Martians come to Earth and start taking over Earth, and there's a big fight back against the Martians, but the Martians are too strong, or whatever. And there are these little cartoon character type of Martians with brains that are covered with a glass helmet kind of thing because they can't breathe um, human air or Earth's air or whatever, right? So, but when you play when you play country music and they hear it, their brains explode. So you see exploding brains inside these, light bulb shaped pieces of glass over their head, right? It's hilarious. At least I find it hilarious. Anyway, so, and overall, it's a great film. But I guess most people would probably pick, Edward Scissorhands over Mars Attacks as maybe Tim Burton's best film. But saying that, all right, so that's Mars Attacks, all right. Other films by him that I would have no issue putting in a top 30 list are Beetlejuice from 1988, the Michael Keaton film. That Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. I don't know if you've ever seen the film, but anyways, Batman. Um, he did a bunch of the Batmans, but the first Batman, that that was huge during that time, right back in 1989, because there hadn't been a Batman film before that, right? Uh, you saw, you watched maybe reruns of the old Batman TV show, Batman and Robin TV show, but there was no Batman except for animation Batman up until then, and so having Batman on the big screen was huge. I mean, the merchandising for that film was just crazy. Every second person had a Batman T-shirt on. If you go back in that time when it was becoming the 1990s or whatever, right? So everybody had a Batman T-shirt. So anyway, so the Batman, Edward Scissorhands from 1990, Ed Wood from 1994, and I would also put Sweeney Todd in there from 2007. That is a really good, one of the weirdest musicals I've ever watched in my life was Sweeney Todd, and Johnny Depp does a great job in that film, right? So, all right, so those are the films by Tim Burton that I would have no issue being put in the top 130 list, but I decided to choose Mars Attacks. It's one of the funniest films I've ever watched in my life. All right, so okay, so next up over that is number 121, a Curtis Hanson film from 1990, and it's called Bad Influence. Now, you probably thought I was going to say L.A. Confidential from 1997, but I did not. I actually like Bad Influence better than L.A. Confidential. And this film stars James Spader and Rob Lowe, and it's basically James Spader plays this wimp, who gets pushed around at work, and he's engaged to a domineering type of woman who has like a rich family, and he's being pushed around by them and everything, and he ends up meeting Rob Lowe, who's like a criminal type of dude who likes a hedonistic lifestyle, and so he kind of befriends James Spader, and they go out a few times, have some drinks, and have some fun. And Rob Lowe kind of pushes James Spader to come out of his shell and become more of a man, right? What hit it for me was there was a part in it that just made me laugh my head off. How mean it is, or how cruel it is, right? So, like I said, James Spader is engaged in this film, and what happens is he's out on a night of debauchery with Rob Lowe, and Rob Lowe has this girl that he knows or whatever, and he sets James Spader up with her, and they go back to his apartment, and they, screw around. Rob Lowe videotapes it, and then Rob Lowe is going to an engagement party at James Spader's fiance's parents' house, and he ends up putting that videotape into the television, and the parents and the fiance both see James Spader screwing this girl or whatever, right? So, and it's all, anyways, it's quite funny because James Spader's kind of a wimpy type of guy, and he complains to Rob Lowe that he's engaged. He has nothing better to do. He doesn't really want to do it, but he's got obligations and all this, and so Rob Lowe takes that as as a sign of to do something about it, stand up, right? Anyway, so it obviously what's going to happen is Rob Lowe's an ass, right? And he takes advantage of people. James Spader is a nice guy, and slowly but surely, James Spader doesn't want to be drawn into more and more hedonistic crap that Rob Lowe is into. So he kind of starts pulling back from it, and Rob Lowe doesn't want him to pull back, right? And then there's a clash, and that clash goes from there, and it's quite eventful after that. So this film is quite a fun film to watch. I always liked James Spader as an actor, all the way back to what was it, like 16 Candles, where he plays that ass. And I think it was in 16 Candles he plays that ass in high school. Anyway, so and he's been on TV shows since, but I'm not going to get into that part. I just like him as an actor, and I really like this film because of him as an actor and him standing up for himself finally at the end of this film. I always get a bit of joy out of that as well. So it's called Bad Influence. It's from 1990. It's directed by Curtis Hanson, and the only other Curtis Hanson film that I'd have no issue being in the top 30 list would be his neo-noir film, L.A. Confidential from 1997, 7 years later. That is a really good film too, and most people would actually say that's a better film than Bad Influence if they saw both of them. But I kind of like Bad Influence better. All right, so that's number 121, Bad Influence from 1990, directed by Curtis Hanson. All right, next up is another vampire film. All right, and it's directed by Tobe Hooper, and it's from 1985, and it's called Life Force. And basically, Life Force is a film, and like I said, I like this straightforward vampire type of film, but I also like, those ones that are, you know, not, straightforward, not those typical type of vampire film. This is one of them, right? This is basically vampires in space, but they don't suck your blood; they suck your soul, right? So basically, a European space shuttle finds a alien spacecraft in space, and they bring it down to Earth because there's two. I think it's two, or is it three? It's been a while since I've seen the film, but there's two of them, two aliens that are in stasis, like in pods or whatever, in stasis, and they bring them out and bring them to life. And what they end up doing is starting sucking everybody's soul, right? And it goes on from there. And the guy from uh, anyways, the special effects in it are pretty cool. I mean, they're kind of dated now, but when the vampire sucks your soul and you turn almost into a skeleton, that was really creepy at the time. That well, when I watched this film, it was really creepy at the time, and it quite impressed me. Right, so I don't know how well it would stand up, like 40 years later, but it was pretty cool at the time. Now, most people, if they're going to pick a Tobe Hooper film, would probably pick, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre as his best film, right? It's one of the all-time great horror films. But that film from 1974 is one of the first horror films I saw that turned my stomach. There's sections in that film where it's really difficult to see, and all you're hearing is the screaming of the girl and the chainsaw, and you have to use your imagination on what's going on, and you can just picture it, and anyways, it turned my stomach. So the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a great film, and I would have no issue if somebody put it into a top 130 list. I just didn't do it. Another one by Tobe Hooper that could easily make a top 130 list is Poltergeist from 1982, the film, but the little girl getting sucked into the television. That was a pretty creepy film as well, right? So Tobe Hooper is one of the great, horror directors, right? So that is number 120, Life Force from 1985, directed by Tobe Hooper. All right, next up at 119 is my all-time favorite, kind of like romantic film, high school romance type of film, and it's from 1987, and it's directed by Howard Deutsch, and it's called Some Kind of Wonderful. All right, and this came out um, when you had these teen sex comedies, you had these teen romance type of romantic comedies and things like that. A lot of them starred, Molly Ringwald, these teenage films, right? They were big in the '80s, right? So this one was one of those, but Molly Ringwald wasn't in this one. This one stars Eric Stoltz and Leah Thomas and Leah Thompson and Mary Stuart Masterson. And basically, Eric Stoltz plays like a working class son of a working class father who goes to high school. And after high school, he works in a garage. He works with his hands. And what he's doing with the money that he's earning is he's putting it away into bonds to save money to go to college, because he would be the first of his family to go to college, because his father is really pushing him to become the first man in the family to ever go to college, right? So he has that pressure on him. But what he's interested in is he's at school, and he's kind of like the outcast, kind of poor guy, and there's this rich clique of popular kids, and one of them is the Leah Thompson character, who actually comes from the poor side of the tracks, but because of her beauty and her personality, she gets invited in and becoming friends to all these rich girls as well, right? So a lot of the stuff that she has is given to her by rich girls, her clothes and her earrings and everything else, right? So Eric Stoltz looks at her as he's like quite interested in her because she comes from his side of the world, but she's in the other side, and he kind of feels bad for her, but he's also attracted to her. So what he does is he decides that he doesn't want to feel small anymore in a world where everybody seems to be bigger, and so what he does is he asks her out on a date. And because she's having a fight with her boyfriend at the time, who's another rich asshole who drives around in a Corvette, and he's like hitting on freshman chicks in high school. And Leah no, Thompson notices that, but she doesn't really do much about it because even though she's in that group, she could be easily ostracized from that group because she really isn't part of that group, right? Because she really does come from the other side of the tracks. Anyway, so she wants to make him jealous for being an ass and fooling around with other girls. So she says yes to Eric Stoltz to go out on a date. Right now, Mary Stuart Masterson is Eric Stoltz's best friend. All right, and she's kind of like a tomboy. She plays drums and she hangs out, and her parents suck or whatever. She comes from a broken home and all that, whatever. Right. So and you can tell that she is really in love with Eric Stoltz, right? But Eric Stoltz has his eye on Leah Thompson, right? And so they go out on a date, and other things happen, and da 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 da. Da. And what I always really enjoyed about this film was that it's the intestinal fortitude of Eric Stoltz to do something out of the ordinary. Like most people just pussyfoot around in high school. If you like somebody, you don't say anything because you don't want them to know that you like them, and you don't have the balls to go up and ask them out on a date or whatever like that. And I never really like Eric Stoltz. I see a lot of me when I was growing up in him. I came from I grew up poor basically, and but I never really let that stop me when it came to asking girls out or whatever, right? So I got that, I got that intimidation. I see all my friends are too. Anyways, I related to the film and I really liked it because of that, that intestinal fortitude it takes to go and ask a girl that you like out, because of, the fear of rejection, right? So, and in the end, he gets who he should have had in the first place. So, anyway, so that's one of my favorite all-time, teen romance films or whatever, right? High school films. It's called Some Kind of Wonderful, directed by Howard Dutch. And it came out in 1987. And probably another film by Dutch that I would have no issue making the top 130 is Pretty in Pink, starring uh, Molly Ringwald. That was a very good film as well, and it's from 1986. All right, so that's number 119. Let's go to number 118. And 118 is a Kevin Smith film from 1999, and that is Dogma. And it stars Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, and it's basically they play these two angels that have been thrown out of heaven by God, but they found this loophole in Scripture or whatever that gives them the ability to go back into heaven, but if they actually do that, that then it means that God is never wrong. God is always right. God is omnipotent, omni whatever, omni everything, right? So He doesn't make mistakes. So if they go back to heaven through this loophole, then they're showing that that God is not infallible, and that will just bring down the whole structure of the universe and make everything be obliterated out of existence, right? But they're still going to do it. So basically, this is about those two angels trying to get back into heaven, and God sending a person to stop them from doing it, right? And uh, it's quite a fun film. If if you're a student of theology, world religion or whatever, Christianity, it's fun to watch, see how they kind of manipulate, the tenets of Christianity in this film, right? And some of it's quite hilarious. The most being that you actually get to meet God in this film, and it's Alanis Morissette. So uh, that kind of that kind of made me laugh. So anyway, so most people probably wouldn't pick Dogma as the film by Kevin Smith. They'd probably maybe pick Clerks or maybe Mallrats, because that's a more atypical Kevin Smith film where it's all about fun and comedy and da da da, and cultural references and things like that. Um, so Clerks from 1994, Mallrats from 1995, and Chasing Amy, which is another Ben Affleck film, but he falls in love with a lesbian, and all the the comedy that comes about when you get attracted to a woman who's not attracted to men, right? That's quite an interesting film as well. And actually, Criterion put it out as one of the Criterion Collection, Chasing Amy from 1997. So those three films. If you chose any Kevin Smith film out of those four films, any one of those in the top 130, I would have no issue with. It wouldn't seem out of the ordinary to me, right? All right, so that is number 118. Number 117 is another Canadian film, and it was directed by Gerald Potterton, and it came out in 1981, and it's an animated film called Heavy Metal. Now, if you go back to the 70s and 80s, there was a you had Mad Magazine, you had Cracked Magazine, but you also had a more deviant type of sexual oriented magazine called Heavy Metal, where it showed different stories in it, like a Mad Magazine or whatever, but it's more adult oriented content, right? Um, and it's all about sex and violence, basically, right? So they decided, Potterton and others decided they were going to make a film about it, and you hear a lot of Canadian voices in it. You hear John Candy has a voice in it. John Flaherty, a lot of the SCTV guys are in this film doing voices. Basically, it's an anthology of stories in cartoon form, with the main thing is this green ball that is pure evil that travels around, and wherever it travels to, it creates evil and violence and bad shit happening, right? So, but there's one main story, and that's with a girl, a swordswoman, um, and her bird-like creature that she flies on, and that's the main attraction of this film. That animation of that is really good, and it's sexy as well, and it's made for adults, right? So it's quite fun to watch that. Where if you know me, I really like any type of action film or whatever where the lead character is a female that goes kicks ass. I always enjoyed that, right? And this is right up my alley when it comes to cartoon, with that woman with the sword, right? So it's a great film. It made my list at 116. Um, and Gerald Potterton did a great job with this film from 1981, but he does not have any other films that I would list in the top 130. All right, so that's Heavy Metal from 1981. There was actually a sequel to this called Heavy Metal 2000, but it's not very good. So you can buy this in you can buy it where you can buy the film, both films on one Blu-ray package. I've been looking around for that, but all I've been able to find so far is the DVD of Heavy Metal, right? So All right, so that's number 117, Heavy Metal from 1981, directed by Gerald Potterton. Next up at 116 is Lady and the Tramp, and it is directed by Hamilton Luske, Clyde Geronimi, and Wilfred Jackson. And they actually did a bunch of Disney films. Um, but I decided, okay, I was going to have you got to have a Disney film in your top 130, right? So I decided, well, it was a toss up. It was between Robin Hood, Lady and the Tramp, 101 Dalmatians, The Jungle Book, but I decided to choose Lady and the Tramp because it's the most charming out of all of those films, and it's from 1955. Everybody knows Lady and the Tramp. That scene with the two dogs at the back of the Italian restaurant eating spaghetti meatballs, and they pick up a piece of spaghetti and they're sucking it, and then they end up kissing. Right? That was like a magical moment. And these guys, these three guys, Jackson, Geronimi, and Lusk, also have did Fantasia. They did Cinderella. They did Alice in Wonderland. They did Peter Pan, which was another one I was thinking about, maybe Lady and the Tramp, Peter Pan. Not sure. And they did 101 Dalmatians. So from 1961, Peter Pan from 1953, right? So they had one, two, three, four other films that they made for Disney, which could make the top 130 list as well, right? So that's Lady and the Tramp. It's number 116 from 1955. Okay, so next up is 115, and it's from 1979, directed and written by Fred Walton. And it's called When a Stranger Calls, and this is like the film version of that old story, the girl and the man upstairs or whatever. It's like an urban legend or whatever. But this is one. When I watched this, I was like maybe 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, around that. And when I watched this film, it scared the living crap out of me. It's basically about a babysitter, a teenage girl who's babysitting kids, and she gets a phone call from a guy, and he's heavy breathing, and he's going, "Did you check on the children?" Right? And he's kind of freaking her out, right? So she calls the police and everything, and he calls back again and everything. But the whole thing, which freaks me out, is her going upstairs to check on the children, and the children are like slaughtered. And then she gets a phone call from the police, and the police are saying that the killer is calling from inside the house. All right. And once you knew that the killer is actually inside the house calling her, whoa, now that really freaks the living crap out of you, right? And that just blew me away on that film. And it's always been in my memory ever since. So I had to add it to my 100 top 100 list, or top 130 list, because it's one of the freakiest films I've ever watched, right? Like makes you uncomfortable in your seat type of film, like get out of there, that kind of thing, right? So it was a crazy film when it came out in 1979, and yeah, it quite impressive. All right, so Fred Walton doesn't have any other film other than When a Stranger Calls to be put into a top 130 list. All right, so that's number 115, When a Stranger Calls from 1979, directed by Fred Walton. Next up is my all-time favorite sports film, and it's directed by Barry Levinson, based on a book by Brian Malamud. I think it's Brian Malamud. Anyways, it's called The Natural. It came out in 1984, and directed by Barry Levinson, like I said. Now, this film stars Robert Redford, and he's a baseball player. And basically, he's going to go to the major leagues and break every effing record in the major leagues because he's the greatest baseball player of all time. Now, on his train trip to go try out, I think it's for the Chicago Cubs, but don't quote me on that. The train stops in this little town, and there's another baseball player there who's like the Babe Ruth character. I can't remember what his actual name is in the film, but he's like a Babe Ruth character, right? So he has a girl with him, and she's basically a psychopath, all right? And the reason why she's with Babe Ruth, we'll call him Babe Ruth, even though it's not Babe Ruth, is because she has it hell bent in her head to kill the greatest baseball player of all time, and she thinks it's the Babe Ruth guy. All right, so she's there and she's going to kill Babe Ruth, right? But it just so happens that the talent scout that's with Roy Hobbs, who's the Robert Redford character, they set up he boasts about his protege, and so they say, okay, well, let's go out and prove to see who's better. So Babe Ruth grabs a bat and Roy Hobbs grabs a ball, and they go out there, and Roy Hobbs basically strikes Babe Ruth out easily on 3 pitches. So then the attention of the girl moves from the Babe Ruth character to Roy Hobbs, and now they're on the train continuing going, and the girl shoots Roy Hobbs, right? So he gets shot, and then he no longer makes the major leagues, and he disappears. Then the film jumps forward 20 years or however many years, 25 years or whatever it is, and now Roy Hobbs is an older guy, and he's deciding that he's going to take a shot at the majors before he is really old and can't do it, right? So he does, and it's bittersweet because you see he still has the talent that he had when he was a kid and when he was going to break every record on the planet, and now he's an older man at the end of his baseball life, let's say, and you see what happened to him over that period of time, right? So it's kind of like triumphant in a way, but it's also tragic in another way. So it has all that range of emotions that you feel when you're watching this film. Now, you don't really have to like baseball in order to enjoy this film. Like most sports films, you don't really need to like the sport that the film is about, because usually the film is something bigger than the actual sport itself, right? So there's usually some sort of human story to it, right? And there's some great baseball films out there. Baseball is my favorite sport, so there's great football films. There's great sports films in general, but I like baseball films best, and I think this one is the best one. Like you have Field of Dreams, you have Bull Durham, you have Eight Men Out, you have some other ones, but I think this is the best of all of them, and it's The Natural, directed by Barry Levinson from 1984. Now, Barry Levinson is quite a good director, so there are other films that I would put in the top 130. I wouldn't have an issue with it, right? Diner from 1982, that conversation movie set in the diner is it's an extremely good film. All right, Good Morning Vietnam, that comedy starring Robin Williams, is another really good film. Rain Man with Tom Cruise, and when you're trying to think of a name, it always Dustin Hoffman, or Dustin Hoffman plays an autistic character, and he does a really good job at it. Wag the Dog, which is a political satire film, and that film is hilarious. If even if you don't like political satire, Barry Levinson did an extremely good job with that Wag the Dog film. Very, very funny film. All right, and from 1997, and An Everlasting Peace, another comedy from 2000 about hair pieces. It's pretty funny as well. So I would, if I didn't put The Natural in there, any of those films, if I put in the top 130, I wouldn't have an issue with it, or somebody put it there, right? Barry Levinson's a great director. All right, so that's number 114. Barry Levinson's The Natural from 1984. Next up at 113 is a French film. All right, so in this film, a lot of people probably wouldn't choose this film. It's directed by Luc Besson. All right, so next up at 113 is La Femme Nikita from 1990, directed by Luc Besson, and it stars Anne Parillo. Parillo? Is that how you pronounce her name? It's a French film, French action film, and Luc Besson. I consider Luc Besson as like the the 1990s onward, as probably the greatest French action director uh, of all time, right? So he has two films that are really great, La Femme Nikita and Leon the Professional. A lot of people would probably choose Leon over La Femme Nikita, but you know me, I really like lead female characters in action films, and this is right up my alley. This is basically about a girl who has a boyfriend. They're both drug addicts. They break into a pharmacy to rob the pharmacy, get narcotics, and the police arrive, and the boyfriend is shot, if I remember correctly, and his gun goes somewhere, and she picks it up and she shoots the police officer and kills him. And so she ends up in jail, getting the death penalty. But the government decides they want to do something else with her, so they fake her death and bring her to this facility and train her to be an assassin. All right, so So she learns how to become an assassin, a female assassin. So she has teachers to teach her how to shoot, teachers how to behave, teachers how to be sexy in order to attract a mark, and all this other kind of stuff, right? And if she doesn't do it, then they just kill her because she's already dead already, right? So this is basically a training of her becoming an assassin. It's quite an interesting film, and I would highly recommend it. I've watched it numerous times. Now, he does have two other films, Luc Besson, that could make the top 130 very easily. That is Leon the Professional from 1994. All right, and that one is basically another hitman film, but this one is about a man who teaches, a teenage girl on how to become a hitman, right? So, and also the film The Fifth Element from 1997 that Bruce Willis and others, kind of like science fiction film, right? That is really good as well if you haven't seen that one. All right, so that's Luc Besson, La Femme Nikita from 1990. It's number 113 on the list. All right, next up at 112 is a Stephen Daldry film, and this one is a feel good, fun film. It's about a working class family in, is it England? I think it's in England. And there's a boy, there's a son who father's wants him to learn how to box, but he has no interest in boxing. What he wants to be is he wants to be a ballerina. And if you can think of a working class family with a tough guy dad or whatever wanting his son to be a ballerina, it's kind of like, anyways. So there's a humorousness, if that's such a word, just in that situation, right? And but Daldry does a really good job in getting that. And his best friend, even though he's not gay, he has a best friend who is gay. I mean, the boy has a best friend who's gay, likes to dress up in women's clothing and stuff. It's really funny, and you come to see how the father kind of goes from being disappointed to becoming proud as he sees how interested his son is and how well he does in ballet, right? So it's quite a good film if you haven't seen it, but it's the only Daldry film that I would put in the top 130. All right, so that's Stephen Daldry's Billy Elliot from 2000, and it's number 112 on the list. All right, next up is another Dracula film. All right, and this one is from 1974 and directed by Paul Morrissey. Now, when I saw this film, it was called Andy Warhol's Dracula, and there was another film called Andy Warhol's Frankenstein. I mean, they renamed it, I guess, using the Andy Warhol name to sell it. But actually, the film's real name is Blood for Dracula. All right. And this is number 111 on the list. And what attracted me to this film is another story. So Dracula is actually the character in the film. It's not a different, vampire. It is Dracula. But the thing about it is he's in Romania, right? That's where Transylvania is, in Romania, right? So he's in Romania and he's dying. And the reason why he's dying is because in this film, vampires can only suck the blood of virgin girls. All right. So, and the problem is with the sexual revolution of the 1960s and 70s, the invention of the pill and women not being not saving themselves for marriage, let's put it that way, like the big sexual revolution that happened during that period of time. Dracula is now finding it extremely difficult to find any virgins to suck blood from, right? So he's basically starving because he can't find a virgin in Romania, all right? So what the film is he's got to travel, and he's traveling because they found him a virgin, I think, in the United States or something. So he's traveling to the United States so that he can not die, right? So looking at Dracula, usually it's like a horror film, and Dracula scares the living crap out of you, and you never want to meet him. He's actually a tragic kind of figure, like a Macbeth kind of figure in this film, where it's extremely funny that you know Dracula is going to die because he can't find virgins anymore, right? Sexual promiscuity is so blatant in like post 1960s Europe that he can't find any virgins and he's going to die. What a pathetic and tragic way for Dracula to die is because he can't find a virgin, right? So it's quite humorous when you think about it, but you do feel sorry for Dracula.
one of the most evil characters up there with like the monster of Frankenstein or Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. These characters that are like like loathsome, and every film you watch about it is going about trying to kill them, but they're so strong and supernatural, right? So, but he's being brought down by the pill, right? So it's quite a funny film, right? So even though it's not meant to be funny, it is kind of humorous, and you do feel bad for the poor bloodsucker, right? So anyway, so that's Blood for Dracula from 1974, directed by Paul Morrissey, and Paul Morrissy doesn't have any other films that I would put in the top 130. So let's move on to number. So that was number 111. So let me move up here. Number 110 is another film that probably most people wouldn't consider uh, making like the top 100 or top 130 list. But this is the great thing about the variety of film, right? So I don't know if you've ever seen this film. I don't know if you know about this film, but it's quite a charming film, and I identify with it really well. Like you do some kind of wonderful identify with My Bodyguard from 1980, directed by Tony Bill. All right, so this film is about a boy, all right, whose father is like a manager of a high-end hotel, I think in Chicago, if I remember correctly. And he lives out of this hotel with his grandmother. I don't know where his mother is not in the, and he gets driven to this inner city type of school in a limousine, and therefore he becomes a target. All right, and he becomes a target by Moody is the name of the bully. All right, Melvin Moody. All right, so Moody sees this guy get a limousine, and he targets him because he knows the guy's rich or whatever. Right, so Moody and his minions, like his two buddies or whatever, corner him in the bathroom and tell him that, okay, you're going to be giving me your lunch money every day if you want to survive, right? We'll protect you against all the big bad guys that are in this school when it's actually them that are the big bad guys, right? So he doesn't want to pay Moody extortion, right? So he doesn't want to pay his. So he's new to the school, but he starts learning. He's in a class, and this big, huge guy comes in who's played by um, one of the Baldwin brothers. All right, is it Alec Baldwin? Uh, anyways, it's we'll just call him one of the Baldwin brothers. All right, so Baldwin comes in, sits down, and everybody is super scared of this guy, and he asks why, and the reason why is because it's rumored that he's a murderer. He killed his younger brother, shot him with a gun, right? And so everybody thinks he's crazy, right? So he's a loner. He doesn't hang out with anybody. He leaves school as much as possible. A lot of times he doesn't show up for school. So the McPeace character, who's the richer kid, right? We'll call him McPeace. He decides that that rumor is all a bunch of bullshit and everything. So he decides he's going to befriend Baldwin and see if he can convince him to be his bodyguard to protect him from the Matt Dillon character, the Moody character, right? So so he befriends him, but the guy basically tells him to go fuck himself, get away from me, kind of thing. But he kind of grows on the guy, and then they do end up becoming friends. And then Matt Dillon leaves him alone. But Matt Dillon, he's moody, he's a bad guy. He goes, well, he needs to do something about this because this can't stand. Because now other people in the school are telling Moody to go fuck themselves because if McPeace doesn't have to pay him, then they don't have to pay him, right? And so there's this big insurrection going on about it, and he's not getting any money anymore, right? So what he does is he takes the money that he's extorted from these kids and uses it to pay for this big, bald, tough-looking guy to go beat up the Baldwin character, right? And that happens, and then everything goes back to the way it was before. But then there's a big fight between McPeace and Baldwin, but then they make up for it and everything, and he learns about what that situation was. Did the guy kill his brother or not, or whatever done? It was this big cathartic thing, and then McPeace actually, Baldwin beats the shit out of the bald guy, and that gives McPeace the courage to defend himself or fight the Matt Dillon character, the Moody character, and then he beats up Moody, right? And then everything is right with the world, right? So growing up the way that I grew up, my mom had a bit of what's called wanderlust, and I was in numerous schools all through grade school. And when you're the new person all the time, you are targeted by bullies in the school, right? And I got sick of it. So, I made a promise to myself when I went to this school that I went when I think I was like maybe 9 or 10 or whatever. And if there was a bully in that school and he decided to target me, I wasn't going to put up with it. And I didn't. And I kicked the shit out of the guy. All right. And I got suspended and I got a problem with it, but I was never bothered again. Right. So I understand the point of this film. And, um, I relate to it really well. And I found it quite enjoyable to watch. Right. So it's called My Bodyguard, directed by Tony Bill from 1980. It's a great film. Most people wouldn't put it in their top 100, but I did. All right. So uh, take a look for it if you can find it. All right. So that is now Tony Bill didn't have any other films that I would put in the top 130. All right. So next up is number 109. And this film is from 1985, and it's another horror film. It's directed by Lamberto Bava, Mario Bava's son. And it's produced by Dario Argento, and it's called Demons. All right. And this film I watched when I was in my early 20s, went to the theater, and maybe that is the reason why, but this movie actually takes place in a theater. So there's this theater group that gives out these free tickets to go see this screening of this horror film or whatever. So everybody shows up, but the reason why they're there is because they're actually going to be food, all right? Because there's these demons that attracted everybody there so that they could lock the doors and eat everybody that's inside the movie theater. Now you're in a movie theater when you're watching this about a movie theater, right? So it's like situational scariness. Do you understand what I mean? So you start getting creeped out because you're in a theater as well, right? So and it was a brilliant film, and Baba does a really great job in it, and the makeup and the effects in it are really good, and it just scares the living crap out of you. This film, so I was quite impressed with it, and I think you will too if you haven't seen it. So it's called Demons from 1985, directed by Lamberto Bava. Now he doesn't have any other films that I would put in the top 130. So let's move on to number 108, and that is probably what most consider the greatest, teen sex romp type of comedy from the 1980s, and that's Fast Times at Ridgemont High from 1982, directed by Amy Heckerling. All right, now there's three films from the 80s that are like sex comedies that were all great. All right. The most politically incorrect one is probably Porky's, directed by Bob Clark. But then you also had Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and you had The Last American Virgin was another one. All right. So I don't have Porky's on my list because I do have Bob Clark as a director on this list for Black Christmas. You'll see it as we go up higher. But Porky's is probably my all-time favorite comedy of all time, right? So but Fast Times at Ridgemont High is really good as well. Now, the thing about Fast Times is, my daughter's showing up, it has a moral message to it, which makes it a very good film. And the message is it's called Fast Times because that's what's happening in high school. Girls and boys are getting together to fool around all the time, and it isn't about emotions, and people's feelings are getting hurt, and it has nothing to do with love or anything like that. So basically, the film centers around a couple of guys and a couple of girls, and one of the characters, Phoebe Cates, is like dating this college guy, and she's all, sophisticated and everything else, and she has a Jennifer Jason Leigh as a best friend, and Jennifer Jason Leigh looks up to her because she's so sophisticated and everything, and so she decides she's a virgin. She decides because of Phoebe Cates, who's had sex lots of times, that she's going to go out and have sex, and it ends up turning out to be a pretty unpleasant experience for her. Anyway, so she realizes that all the bullshit of having an older boyfriend and having sex all the time and all that is not really cracked up for what it actually is. And she would rather date this geeky looking guy who actually likes her and wants to treat her with some respect. And so they, by the end of the film, get together. And so it's got that kind of message to it that, yeah, don't get into the fast lane when it comes to, sex and drugs and all that shit. Uh, Life has more meaning than that, right? But also, what made this probably put this movie over the top for a lot of people is the Sean Penn character, Spicoli, who's like the comic relief to this film. But I mean, he just grabs a hold of you, and his character just, and Eric Stoltz is in this as a buddy of his. There's some scenes in it that are friggin' hilarious where you're gonna laugh your ass off because of it. Like the part where Spicoli is at home and he's, high on grass or whatever, and he calls up his buddy Eric Stoltz, and they're on the phone, and he takes his shoe and he whacks his head with it and asks Eric Stoltz what the sound is, and he goes, I don't know. He goes, it's my skull, right? And that's, I mean, you have to be there, but it was hilarious. That and where when he orders a pizza when he's in history class, that's another funny scene on it. But overall, it has a moral message to it, and it's kind of like a snapshot of what the 80s were like for high school kids, right? So it's pretty accurate, let's put it that way. Amy Heckerling doesn't have any other film that I would put in the top 130 except for Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which is number 108 on the list from 1982. All right. So next up after that, number 107 is a film from 1973 directed by Richard Fletcher, starring Charlton Heston. Oh, let me get a drink. And it is called Soylent Green. All right. So this is a science fiction tale. It's taking place in the future, and basically, what Soylent Green is what makes this film great. All right. So the whole movie you're watching it's got that science fiction 70s feel that a lot of the films during that time, like Planet of the Apes or Logan's Run, that kind of feel to this film. But at the end, when you find out what Soylent Green is really grabs you and it goes, whoa, okay. And then you always remember this film, right? So it has that. There's certain films that are average, but then when the ending comes, it puts them into the above average category just because that ending is, so surprising or mind blowing or whatever, right? This is one of those films. And I don't want to wreck it for you if you haven't seen it. So just watch it. It's number 107, like I said, Soylent Green from 1973, directed by Richard Fletcher. And Richard Fletcher has two other films that I would have no issue being put in the top 130 either, and that is The Narrow Margin from 1952 or Compulsion from 1959. So Fletcher was around a long time by the time he did Soylent Green. It's actually at more of the end part of his career than the main area of his career. His main area was in the 50s, right? So, and with the Narrow Margin and Compulsion, two great films that you should watch as well, right? So that is 107, Soylent Green, 1973, directed by Richard Fletcher. Next up, number 106 is a Canadian film, another Canadian film, but the director isn't Canadian, but I think the financing was Canadian. That's why they consider this a Canadian film. It was made in Canada, financed by Canadians, I guess. Anyways, it's called Cube, and it's from 1997. It's directed by Vincenzo Natali. All right, so this film is kind of like a horror mystery type of film, and basically, it's about a group of people caught in a maze that's shaped like a Rubik's cube. Basically, if you can think of a Rubik's cube, but instead of having nine squares on each side, you have a bunch more, and it moves around like a Rubik's cube does, but it's not, the inner pieces move as well, so it's not like it's only one piece around like a Rubik's cube. There's pieces inside pieces or whatever, right? So, but basically, this film is kind of like a mystery. Person wakes up and he's in this square room, maybe 8 feet by 8 feet square room, and each wall, the ceiling, and the floor each has a door to it or a window that's boxed. That's maybe like 2 feet by 2 feet or whatever, right? So people wake up in this cube, and they start moving from room to room, and they kind of start meeting up with each other. The problem is that they have to figure out a way to get out of this cube, but each time they move into a new room, some of these rooms are booby trapped. And at first they think that uh, the cube is stationary, but it isn't. Each room moves around. So if you think the exit is that final room that's over this way of the 25, you know, cubes or whatever that are there, well, that room won't be there. It'll move like this and move down, or move this way or move this way, and everything's moving around all over the place, right? So how are they supposed to escape? Well, what you also learn as the movie progresses is that each person was picked and put in that cube for a reason. And it might be the reason because they're a leader, like one guy's a cop, there's another person who's a mathematician, if I remember correctly, and they all have a certain skill that maybe will help them into escaping this cube, right? So, but nobody knows how they got there. They just kind of woke up, all right, in different rooms inside this cube, right? But they slowly figure out how to get out of it. And does anybody get out of it? Well, I'm not going to tell you. You have to watch the film because that's part of the interest of it. And there was like sequels to this film, but this film is the film that you want to watch. It's called The Cube from 1997. It's a great film, and it's directed by Vincenzo Natali, who did not have another film that I would put in the top 130. All right, after that, number 105 is Westworld from 1973. All right, this stars Yul Brynner, and basically it's directed by Michael Crichton, the author, Michael Crichton. Interesting, I didn't know that he was a director as well, but I didn't know who directed Westworld when I watched it, and I've watched it a few times. It's basically about a world, or the United States at the time or whatever, has this technology to create like androids or robots or whatever. And basically, there's a theme park rather than an amusement park with with roller coaster rides and everything. It's a theme park where you have these different um, areas where you can go on vacation. So you go on vacation, you pay these guys money, and you go in. And Westworld is one of these. You have like a futuristic world that you could live in for a couple of weeks, or these other type of themes of these worlds or whatever, right? So Westworld is like a time period during the expansion of the West in the United States, where you had all the gunslingers and the sheriffs and the small towns moving west or whatever, right? And it's basically that type of thing. So you go, it's like the Wild West, and you go live there for a couple of weeks on vacation, right? And you interact with all these different characters that are put there for your amusement, and they're all like kind of robots or whatever, right? And now all of them have been programmed not to harm you, but they have certain roles, and they bring you on adventures, and you get to shoot people and other things, right? It's really realistic, right? The problem is that the Yul Brynner character ends up having a malfunction of some sort, and then that not killing guests thing goes out the window, and he starts shooting people, right? And then it all turns into a big fucking mess, right? So it's quite a fun film to watch, and Yul Brynner does a really great job as that killer robot, right? So if you haven't seen the film, it's quite fun. I would suggest you watch it. All right. Now, Michael Crichton doesn't have any other film that I would consider putting in a top 100, 130 list. Just Westworld was good enough, right? All right. So number 104 is a film from 1985 directed by Tom Holland, and it is called Fright Night. Now, Fright Night is another vampire film, but this is kind of like a humor slash horror type of film. And it's basically about this teenage boy who lives in a house, and he realizes his next door neighbor is a vampire, and nobody believes him, okay? And this next door neighbor is dating his mother, all right? So he knows that that the vampire is charming his mom in order to get her blood sucked, right? And he's got to stop it, and somehow he doesn't know how to stop it because nobody believes him, right? So what he does is he watches this TV show that's called Fright Night, and it's about this actor who was in movies like years before as a vampire hunter, and now he kind of hosts this horror show on TV. So so the boy is going to go find him and see if he'll go kill the vampire with him or whatever, right? So that's basically the premise of the film. So you have a guy that isn't a vampire killer; he just acts like a vampire killer on TV, and the boy doesn't realize that he's not really a vampire killer, but there's these vampires in his town that he's got to kill. And anyways, it's all pandemonium after that, and it's really fun to watch, right? So, and Tom Holland also is the guy who directed Child's Play, the the Chucky character with the little knife running around, um, and that was quite a fun film as well, right? So either film is fun to watch. I kind of had a toss up between Child's Play or Fright Night to put on this list, but I went with Fright Night because I actually like Fright Night more than Child's Play, even though Child's Play is quite a fun film as well. So that's Tom Holland's Fright Night from 1985, and it's number 104 on the list. All right, so now we're at 103, and this film is another Canadian film. All right, so and this is directed by David Cronenberg, and it's called Scanners, and it's from 1981. Now, David Cronenberg has a huge list of films, those horror, body horror, and everything else type of films. And I don't know if everybody would pick Scanners as the one to put on this list, but I chose it because it's mind blowing, literally, right? So, but basically, it's about certain people in the world that have this ability to manipulate your mind with their minds, all right? And the the climax at the end is really impressive, all right? So it's like when I watched it originally, when I first watched it, it's like, wow, that's kind of a cool premise or whatever. But then the ending was like literally mind blowing. All right, so um, if you haven't seen Scanners, try to find it. It's in the Criterion Collection, if I remember correctly. Is it? I think it is, right? A lot of Cronenberg's films are in the Criterion Collection. And I think Scanners is one of them that's in it. Now, I had a toss up between Scanners and Rabbit because Rabbit was the first Cronenberg film I watched, and that was kind of freaky film as well. It's basically about a girl who was in a motorcycle accident, and she has that motorcycle accident near this experimental hospital where they're experimenting with skin grafting using animal skin to put on human beings. And so they decide to do that to that girl to save her life or whatever. The problem is that the skin that they used from the dog had rabies. And so then she ends up getting this skin graft and develops this weird poker sucker thing that comes out of her armpit. And what she does is she is basically a vampire, and she's like a horny vampire basically, and she goes and she like seduces you, and then she sucks your blood or whatever with this thing that comes out, and what you end up doing is you end up getting rabies and start foaming at the mouth and attacking other people, and then it just spreads everywhere, right? So it's quite a mind blowing film. But I decided with Scanners because I enjoy Scanners just a little bit more. That's called The Rabbit. But of all the films that David Cronenberg has made, these would be the films that I would have no issue being put into a top 100, 130 list. And that's Shivers from 1975, Rabbit, which I just talked about, from 1977, The Brood from 1979, Videodrome from 1983, and many pick that film as his best film. Um, The Fly from 1986. Probably Scanners and Rabbit are probably tied for my favorite all-time Cronenberg films, but The Fly is like a really close um, second. The remake of The Fly from 1986 with what's his name? I can't remember his name. Anyways, then Dead Ringers from 1988. A History of Violence from 2005, and Eastern Promises from 2007. Those two crime films. He went away from horror, Cronenberg did, and decided to do two crime films starring Viggo Mortensen. And those two films are really good as well. So those are the films I would have no issue being put in the top 130 from David Cronenberg. So that's number 103, Scanners from 1981. All right, number 102 is a Robert Altman film called Gosford Park. This is a film, there's that type of film where everybody who's watched it has highly recommended it. Yet when you look at it, you go, I wouldn't like that film, and then so you don't watch it. But then you're bored one night and decide, okay, I'll give it a shot and I'll watch it, and then it blows you away. That is Gosford Park. It's basically about a whole bunch of people going onto an English estate to go bird hunting, and then there's a murder that happens, and then it goes on from there. All right, and that's all I'm going to tell you about it because this film is extremely good. Robert Altman is an extremely good director, and I think this is his best film, although others would pick maybe Nashville was probably his best. But Gosford Park, extremely, extremely, extremely good film. It reminds me, another film like that would be Sideways. All right, so where okay, it's about wine tasting and wine country, and why the hell would I want to watch that film? And then you watch it and go, wow, that is an extremely good film as well. Gosford Park is that kind of film. All right, directed by Robert Altman. Uh, I didn't write the date of it down. When did it come out? 2001. So it's a 2001 film directed by Robert Altman. It's 102 on my list. Now, Robert Altman is a great director. So obviously, there's going to be other films that people could have chosen, or I could have chosen to put on this top 100 list, and it wouldn't look out of place. And those would be Macabre and Mrs. Miller from 1971, The Long Goodbye from 1973, Nashville, which many people choose as being his best film, from 1975, Three Women from 1977, and The Player from 1992. Any of those films. All right. So that's number 102. Gosford Park, directed by Robert Altman, came out in 2001. All right. Next up is a Tom Tykwer film from 1998, number 101 on my list, and it's called Run Lola Run or Lola Rant. All right. It's a German film in the German language. So you're going to be seeing subtitles, but basically Tykwer does an action film that has so much movement in it. It moves. It's rapid. It's rapid, but there's no cars in it. All right. It's about a girl running to her boyfriend because he's threatening to rob a grocery store because he needs to $10,000 or however much it is to pay this criminal boss that he owes money to, and if he doesn't pay him, they're going to come after him. So he's going, you need to get me this money, Lola, and you need to bring it to me within the next 15 minutes or whatever at 1 o'clock, I think it was, or I'm going to go in and rob this grocery store to get the money to pay the guy, right? And so what happens is Tykwer goes through a whole bunch of scenarios on this film, and that's the interest of this film is so she's at her apartment, she gets off the phone, and she's got to go to her dad to ask her dad because her dad is a lawyer and he's rich or whatever to the money to give to her boyfriend so her boyfriend doesn't become a criminal and rob a grocery store, right? So she has a very limited amount of time of doing it. So you see her run out of her apartment, run down the stairs, run into the street, run, and different things happen to her. So one time she runs down the street and then there's a dog in her way and that slows her down and she doesn't make it in time to get to the grocery store, and then her boyfriend goes in and robs the grocery store and gets killed or something. So then it goes in reverse and goes back, and then she runs down, and this time she jumps over the dog, but then there's a car that gets in her way that stops her for 30 seconds, or she gets to her. Anyways, there's a bunch of different scenarios where they repeat. There's like a loop doing this, and little things change over it, and anyways, and then there's a resolution to it at the end. And Tykwer even throws in some animation where she turns into actual cartoon when she's running, and these other kind of visual effects that happen. And it's like a brain teaser kind of thing where you're thinking, okay, yeah, and Tykwer teaches you that how sometimes just little thing can like screw up your whole day or whatever, right? Like you need to do something and then the metro isn't on time, right? Or the person that's supposed to pick you up at this time is 10 minutes late and then this happens and that happens, right? All these little things that you have no control over can really decide a big difference in your fate, right? So it's quite a fun film, number one, and number two, it's it makes you think a bit as well. So now Taika only has one other film that would probably make anybody's 100 list, and that's The Princess and the Warrior from 2000. That, as well as another really good film by Tykwer. So number 101 is Run Lola Run from 1998, directed by Tom Tykwer. All right. So now number 100 is a film from 1982. All right, and it's directed by Paul Bartel, and it's Eating Raoul. All right. So this film, which actually has a Criterion Blu-ray, so is a black comedy. All right. It's very funny, but it's also very serious. It's not meant to. They it takes itself seriously. It's not meant to be funny, but it is funny. All right, and it becomes very hilarious when you know actually what's going on in this film, and it's so outrageous that it just, like, you're laughing your ass off at it. Like, it's like, wow, that was an impressive film. Gross, sick, but still impressive, right? So, but that's what a black comedy is, right? So I don't want to ruin the story for you if you haven't watched it. Watch it. It's quite funny. It's kind of B movie ish, and it's not action or anything like that. It's more drama, but have the patience to watch through the whole film. You'll be really rewarded by it. All right, so it's called Eating Raoul from 1982, directed by Paul Bartel. Now, Paul Bartel is the gentleman who did two other films that I would put on a list of a top 100, and that would be Death Race 2000, which is that another black comedy where there's a competition of racing where you're hitting old women for points and everything else. Anyways, it's quite dark. And Amazon Women on the Moon from 1987 would be another film by Paul Bartel that I would have no issue being in the top 100. All right, so he's really good at the black comedy. That's Paul Bartel, Eating Rule from 1982. All right, and I'm going to stop it here because my voice is getting a bit rough. I'm still recovering from throat surgery. So we'll do a stop here, and then we'll do the top 99 in the next video, or maybe another 30 or 40 of them, and then we'll take another break. All right. So I'll talk to you in 1 second because this is going to end here, and then anyways, you know what I mean. So that's from 100 to 130 on my top 130 list, and we'll be back in a second. All right. Bye for now. So, all right, we're back. All right, time to do the top 99. We've already done 130 all the way up to 100. So let's do 99 and go from there. All right. So 99 is a film directed by Neil Jordan from 1992, and it's called The Crying Game. All right. So this film is kind of a double story. You think it's one kind of film when you first started watching it, but then it turns into a whole different kind of film by the end. And it's really interesting, that turn. All right. So basically, this film opens and you think it's a film about the IRA and British intelligence or British Army and the fight between the two. Because what happens at the beginning is an IRA cell kidnap or capture a British soldier who's played by Forrest Whitaker, and his name in the film, I have it here. So his name is Jody. All right. So Jody gets captured by the IRA, and he's tied up in a cabin, and a guy named Fergus, who's part of the IRA, is left there to watch him, and they issue a statement. The IRA issues a statement saying that they want a certain prisoner of war, an IRA member, to be released, and they'll release this British soldier. Otherwise, in 3 days, they're going to kill this British soldier. All right. So 3 days pass and nothing's happened. So the the head honcho of the IRA cell tells Fergus to kill Jody. All right. So what he does is he brings him back into the woods, but then Jody tries to escape, and he actually almost escapes. But what happens is he goes out of the forest onto a road, and one of his own vehicles end up running over and killing him. Right. So then Fergus escapes. Now, when the first part of the film is Fergus and Jody in the cabin, and they kind of bond over conversation, right? And Jody has an idea that he's probably going to die because he doesn't think the British government's going to release that prisoner for him. So he makes Fergus promise that he'll go tell his wife what happened to him. Okay, and his wife lives in London or whatever, right? So anyway, so he ends up dying because he gets hit by a transport vehicle, like a British Army transport vehicle on the road, and then Jody escapes, and he escapes and he goes to London under a different name. He calls himself Jimmy, right? So he ends up meeting or visiting Jodie's wife, all right, and they end up getting involved. And that's as far as I'm going to go with the story, all right, because after that, if I tell you any more, I'm just going to wreck the story for you. But basically, this film you think is about, the war between the British and the Irish and the IRA, but it's actually something else. And the other thing that it is a very powerful message and story. And anyways, I can't ruin it for you. All right. So it's called The Crying Game, directed by Neil Jordan. Neil Jordan doesn't have any other films. I mean, he has a lot of good films, but not like top 130 great films, unlike this one, right? So this is his best film. And it actually didn't do well when it first came out, but then it didn't do well in Ireland and England. But then they released it in the United States, and then it just blew up. And Canada and the United States really warmed up to the film, and it actually was nominated for like 5 or 6 Oscars, and it won Best Screenplay, if I remember correctly. So this is a really good film, and it deserves to be in the top 100. It's number 99, directed by Neil Jordan, The Crying Game from 1992. All right, so next up after that is number 98, and this film is called Sleeper, and it's from 1973, and it's Woody Allen. It's my favorite Woody Allen film. A lot of people would probably, you know, uh, Manhattan or Annie Hall, maybe Hannah and Her Sisters, Crimes or and Misdemeanors. But basically, most of Woody Allen's films have a bit of humor in it because he's a humorous guy, right? And he plays that self-deprecating Jewish man really well, right? In a lot of his films, like that stereotypical neurotic Jewish man, right? So, and it's very attractive on film. It you know endears it endears him to you when you're watching the film. And a lot of his films are about romance, all surrounding New York. Like he's most famous for using like the city of New York as an extra character in his films. So you have the main characters, but you also have the New York, the feel of New York kind of invades his films or becomes part of his films, right? So they're quite expressive. But the thing about Woody Allen that I liked mostly is his more of his farcical type of side. He's got this a reincarnation of Charlie Chaplin type of thing in a few of his films, right? And the one film that he does that the best is in Sleeper, right? So in Sleeper, he's basically a man from the 1970s, and he gets put in like a pod and chronologically frozen. Then he wakes up in the future because people forget about him. Then they find his coffin or whatever you want to call it, his suspension chamber, and they unfreeze him and let him up, and then he's like way into the future. And this future is quite funny. He ends up like joining this terrorist type of group that's fighting against this government. But anyways, it's quite funny. And the silver ball that's in it, and the phone booth, the sex phone booth, and him running around like he's a robot in disguise, and the big huge vegetables and everything. Anyways, it's when I watched it, I don't know if I was in a certain mood or not, but that just struck me as one of the most hilarious films I've ever seen in my life, and I've always enjoyed it since. And I've watched numerous Woody Allen films, and none of them have lived up to that first Woody Allen experience, even though, like, maybe Annie Hall is probably his greatest film. Most people will consider maybe Annie Hall as his greatest film, but he has so many really good films, right? I will always think that Sleeper is his best film. That's why I listed it. Now, like I said, he has a lot of films that you could put in a top 100 list and nobody would really bat an eye. Now, there's some negativeness towards Woody Allen because of his marrying his ex-wife's adopted daughter, but it doesn't detract the, from the greatness of his films. Now, whether you want to support Woody Allen because of his behavior, I mean, he didn't really do anything illegal, did he? Maybe a little bit immoral, depending on what your morality is. but his films just stand on their own. And here are a list of his films. Any one of them you could put into a top 100, 130 list, and it wouldn't look out of place. And those are Play It Again, Sam. That one's from 1972. Love and Death from 1975. All right. Annie Hall, which many consider his greatest film. All right. From 1977. Manhattan, another one that a lot of people cite as one of his great films from 1979. Zelig uh, from 1983. The Purple Rose of Cairo from 1985. Hannah and Her Sisters from 1986. Crimes and Misdemeanors from 1989. And Husbands and Wives from 1992. All of those films, great films. All right, so he's a great director. He's one of United States greatest directors in the history of film, right? And no wonder, look how many great films I just listed from him, right? Now, some people are pushed off from Woody Allen because of that certain quirkiness that he has in his films, but most people just adore the man and adore the films that he makes, right? I don't know if they adore the man anymore, but his films are quite charming, all right? And it is quite beautiful. If you really want to watch some entertainment, relationships, and a visual representation of the people and of the culture and city of New York through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, then Woody Allen is your guy. All right. All right. So that's Woody Allen, Sleeper from 1973, and it's number 98. All right. So next up is my all time favorite romantic comedy. All right. There are some really good romantic comedies, but, I'm a guy, and most romantic comedies aren't really attractive to me, but there are some that you know jump over the fence and become charming to me, like Love Actually, or Love Actually is an extremely good film. And what's another one? Saving, save, Forgetting Sarah Marshall. That one was a very good film as well, but that's from a guy's perspective. That's probably why that one is would be in my list of. See my voice, be in the list of you know some of my favorite uh, romantic comedies, right? So, but this one is my all-time favorite. It's from 1989. It's directed by Rob Reiner. It's called When Harry Met Sally. And basically, this film is really good because of two reasons. One is it takes throughout the whole film for Harry and Sally to actually get together, and they're not around each other for long periods of time in this film. Like they first meet because they graduated university, and Harry is actually dating one of Sally's girlfriends, and they're both going to New York because Harry has a job there, and Sally has a job there as well, I think, after graduation, right? So they decide to carpool, and they go, and they become kind of friends, but not really friends, because Harry thinks that men and women can't be friends, right? Men and women can only date or marry or anything like that, because they can't be like platonic friends because of the sex thing, right? So anyway, so they get to New York, and Harry is the type of guy that pisses women off, right? And so he kind of pissed Meg off, and she no longer wants to be around him, right? So then, like another 5 years goes by, and then they end up seeing each other again, meeting each other again, because I think Harry is dating again another friend of Sally's. Anyways, what happens is, like, 3 or 4 times they end up meeting and then disappearing from each other's lives for a number of years, until finally, like maybe 10 or 15 years after they first met, when they were driving to New York, they finally fall in love and get together, right? So that's one of the charming things about this film that makes it a little bit different than most romantic comedies. Usually it's man and woman date, they get really serious, and then some sort of breakup, or some guy or girl gets involved in it to break them up, and then they realize that they can't live without each other, and the guy runs to the airport or whatever, right? So this one is as more like they like each other, but they don't like each other, and then they never see each other for 5 years, and then time goes by, and it takes like till they're in their late 20s, early 30s to finally you know get together, right? And what's also charming is and this is the second thing, is that you have like these like interludes where they show these married couples, like older, younger married couples, on how they met and how they've been together for 50 years or whatever, right? And it's really, really charming, right? And those stories, although they're done by actors who are acting in these, it's like an interview where you're sitting behind the camera and there's your wife and you're talking about your marriage and how long you've been married and done, right? And it's really charming. But the actual stories are real, so that's adds a little another element to this film that makes it better than the average romantic comedy, right? So it's When Harry Met Sally from 1989, directed by Rob Reiner, and Rob Reiner is a very good director, and there would be other of his films that could make the top 100 pretty easily, and I'll tell you what they are. First would be This Is Spinal Tap from 1984. That is a hilarious film. All right, Stand By Me. Um, a bunch of kids. This is like a Stephen King story. They uh, they go out to look at a dead body, and everything changes. The Princess Bride from 1987. Misery. I am your I'm your all-time favorite fan. Right, that was a pretty spooky film. It also was a Stephen King book, and from 1990, and A Few Good Men from 1992. You can't handle the truth. That will always be you know burned into your skull if you've ever seen that movie, right? So anyway, so those are the films that if you would put in the top 100, I don't think anybody would have an issue with from Rob Reiner, right? But the one that I put in was When Harry Met Sally from 1989, directed by Rob Reiner. It's number 97 on the list. All right, so next up is number 96 on the list, and this is a film directed by Hector Ababenko, and it is called Kiss of the Spider Woman, and it's from 1985. Now, this is a prison film, and it's basically about two men in a prison cell having a conversation. All right, and it stars Raul Julia and William Hurt, and Raul Julia plays this revolutionary leftist um, prisoner, political prisoner, and in the cell with him is a homosexual man played by William Hurt. Now, basically, it's a dialogue. The William Hurt character, his name is Molina, and the Raul Julia character is named Valentin. And so Molina basically recounts a movie that he really likes to pass the time with Valentin. But what happens is you see there becomes a bonding between these two men who are stuck in this cell, right? And it's exploring, a prison nature, sexuality in prison, and that kind of thing is kind of like a side but center of this film, right? So basically the two fall in love with each other. But what the Valentin character doesn't understand is Molina was put in his cell on purpose to try to get information from Valentin about his group of terrorists or whatever that are fighting against the government. Now they're in a Brazilian jail, so this is during the military dictatorship in the 60s in Brazil, right? So but what happens is they fall in love, they consummate this love that they have, and then Valentin gives Molina a phone number to go call his revolutionary brothers and give him some information that Valentin gave him, right? But, the secret police are following him. Anyways, it's quite a powerful film. It's about political violence. It's about, relationships, prison life, homosexuality. It has all this interest in it. And basically, it probably didn't cost very much to make because basically 90% of this film takes place inside a cell, and it's all basically dialogue, right? So those are the most difficult films to watch or be good and entertaining enough to watch. And when it is pulled off, they become some of the greatest films ever made, right? Because you're not covering up anything with a lot of action or a lot of guns or a lot of police chases or a lot of racing around the city and action and all that to cover up you know a boring script or whatever, or a a lackluster script. When you're doing it's almost like it's a play, right? It's actually a book, but um, it's almost like it's a play where there's nowhere to hide. You either have great dialogue, you have great drama in this film, or it's gonna bomb, right? So this is a great film, number 96 on my list. Kiss of the Spider Woman from 1985, directed by Hector Babenco. Now, Hector Babenco has one other film that many people probably think is even better than The Kiss of the Spider Woman, and that is Exopte, The Law of the Weak, is from 1980. So it was a film that Babenco made 5 years earlier. All right, and it's quite a powerful film as well. But those are the two films that I would have no issue if I saw them on a list, top 100 list, right? So, all right, so that's number 96. Right. So next up is a film from 2003. It was directed by Gus Van Sant, and it's called Elephant. All right, and this is number 95 on the list. And this film is basically almost like a reenactment of the Columbine shootings. The high school shootings in Columbine. Um, Basically, Gus Van Sant, I think, saw that and decided to do a dramatization of it. You know, some people may call it exploitation of that tragedy. Other people may call it like a visual. Like if I was to get into Gus Van Zant's head and I saw that the Columbine massacre, right, where uh, two kids went into Columbine High School and started shooting everybody, right? That would be like something you would see on the news, but obviously they're not going to show any of that footage if there was footage, which there wasn't. But anyways, they can just tell you what happened, right? So when you're outraged by it and everything, and you're wondering why the Americans don't have gun laws like the rest of the world does, you know what I mean? And why this type of thing happens so much more often in the United States than anywhere else in the world. Now, Gus Van Sant, I think, heard that story and basically decided to create a movie that basically goes through pretty much the Columbine massacre. I don't know if it's exactly the same, probably not. But basically, some people may look at that like, uh, you know, exploitive, saying, "Oh, he's just trying to make money off of a tragedy," right? But when I watched that film, what came across to me was that he wanted people to understand exactly, almost on a visceral level, on emotional level, not on just a news. Oh, well, that's kind of like a tragedy. No, he wanted you to experience it as if you were there, right? So what he does is he follows around with a camera the two boys that go to the high school and their preparations for and then their execution of a massacre in the high school, and he wanted you to to experience that like you were a bystander, right? Like you were in there with it, right? And it's an extremely powerful film, and I don't know if a lot of people can stomach it. Um, it may like fuck you up if you watch this film because it's that powerful, right? And but after you watch that film, if you weren't, anti-assault rifle or anything else in the United States, and you can see, I think he could have done a little bit more to it, as in, let's say, the boys that go into the high school and kill 14 kids. What he did was concentrate on those two boys and the reasons why they were doing it or whatever. What he could have done was he could have, developed the personalities and the characters of the ones that end up getting shot, right? And that would have been even more powerful, as in, follow the students that end up dying at the end of the film from being gunned down, and show them, their family, what their interests are, and everything else. Like a drama or whatever. Like follow John, whoever, home from school, and his best buddy is this guy, and they like to go skateboarding at the local park and da da da. Give a human face to these statistics, right? And then if you saw them get shot, then you would realize the pain if you're not a parent, or if you are a parent, the pain that parents would have to go through because of that. There's nothing worse to survive, all right, um, that I can think of than, or I can imagine, than the death of your child for no reason, right? There's, you know, it just fucks you up, right? I don't know. Maybe being in a prisoner camp and being tortured is something worse, but um, I don't think there's anything as hurtful or damaging to you than the loss of a child, right? And if Gus Van Zant ended up making you have a connection with the children or the teens that are in this school before those two other students come in and shoot the hell out of everybody, I think you would even have a more visceral, the point that he was trying to make, a more visceral reaction to it, and maybe that would kind of spur you on or others on to, you know, well, maybe not. The Americans are just, that Second Amendment is just, it's like, don't take away my guns or whatever, right? You know what I mean? It's just, anyways, this is an extremely powerful film, and if you can make it through it, it will psychologically damage you a bit, at least in my opinion, and it will open your eyes to what something like that actually, if you were to experience it, what, do you understand what I mean? He brings you right through the whole thing, right? So almost documentary style, right? But you're walking around with these students with the weapons, and you're seeing what they're doing. It's like you're a bystander or the person with the camera, right? So, anyways, it's a powerful film, and it deserves to be on this list. And it's number 95. It's from 2003. It's called Elephant, and it's from Gus Van Sant. Right now, Gus Van Sant is a very good director. So there's other films that could make the top 100 list, and those would be Drugstore Cowboy from 1989, um, My Own Private Idaho from 1991, and Good Will Hunting from 1997. Any of those four films in the top 100 would have no issue with me. All right. So next up, number 94 is a Bruce Lee film. Got to have a Bruce Lee film in your top 130, right? And this one is Enter the Dragon. It's from 1973, and it's directed by Robert Klaus. All right. And Robert Klaus also directed Game of Death from 1978. So it's kind of a flip between those two. Which one is better? Which one shows off, the martial arts skills of Bruce Lee better? Is it Enter the Dragon or is it Game of Death? Right. So either one would have been fine. And I don't really have to talk about these films. Almost everybody who likes action films have probably seen either one of these films. It would probably just bore you, right? You already know what's going on in these two films, right? So next up is another all-time favorite, kind of like a romantic comedy film. This one is a British film from 1980, directed by Bill Forsyth, and it's called Gregory's Girl. Now, this one, along with Some Kind of Wonderful, maybe Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but that's a whole different animal, like Porky's or let's say the Last American Version. This one is like a 10 on 10 for charm. All right. So basically, the story of Gregory's Girl is there's this guy named Gregory who really likes this girl who's a soccer player in his school. All right. And so he gets the guts to ask her out on a date. And I've always enjoyed that kind of film where you get, because he's a geeky looking guy, all right? He's not like Tom Cruise or anything, right? He's a geeky looking guy. And he gets the courage, the intestinal fortitude to ask this pretty girl who's on the soccer team out on a date. Now she says yes, all right? So he's all excited and he goes out on the date. So she tells him to meet her at this place. So he goes to that place. And when he arrives at that place, she's not there. There's another girl who's a friend of hers that is there. And she tells him, okay, let's go for a walk. And they end up going to like a chip stand or whatever and get some French fries or whatever. And then he ends up getting passed off from her to another girl, and then they do some walking, and then he gets passed off from her to another girl. I can't remember how many girls he gets past. Is it three? I think it's three girls. And then finally he ends up being with a girl in the last part, and she's the one that you see that really likes Gregory, right? So, and then Gregory, you know, for totally forgets about the other girls and the original girl that he asked out because he sees there's this girl in front of him that really likes him, and it makes him feel good and it makes him feel attracted to her or whatever, right? In the end, basically, it was like a group of girls who got together to point Gregory towards the girl that he should be asking out because this is the girl that really likes him, not the other ones, right? So, anyways, it's a very charming film. I don't know if you would think of something like that as manipulative or charming, right? But I found it really charming. Like, guys when in their teens are just all stupid, right? And, all full of hormones and they don't know what they like, right? But, he's he's got the guts to try it out and he's rewarded for it, right? So it's good. So if you're like a high school student and you really like a girl but you don't want to ask her out because you have this inferiority complex or you don't think you're good enough or you don't think you have enough money or are attractive enough or whatever, right? What you should be doing basically is not going after some fantasy that you have. You should be looking around and because women, despite what you hear, in whatever social media you're talking about, you don't really have the control of this. All right, men don't have any control over what women they date, right? The man makes the approach, but it's the woman that makes the decision, right? So it's all the power is all with women. It's their decision whether they'll date you or not, right? So you're the one that has to ask. So I mean, if you're smart, you should have your radar on all women, right? You understand what I mean? You should be looking around for all women, seeing the signs of. You shouldn't be restricting yourself to this one that's way up at the top and might not be right for you anyways. You should be looking around and seeing which girls seem to like you as well and think about them as well, right? So, but anyways, it's a really charming film and it's called Gregory's Girl. It's from 1980 and it's by Bill Forsyth. Now, Bill Forsyth made two other films that were really good as well, and those two films are, sorry, Local Hero from 1983 and Housekeeping from 1987. So either of those two films. But Gregory's Girl is his film. There's actually a sequel to this, but I haven't been able to find the sequel to Gregory's Girl, and it's probably disappointing. It probably doesn't have the charm but it's like 20 years later or something. Like we go back into Gregory's life 20 years after, 10 years after, 15 years after. Anyway, so anyways, it's Gregory's Girl from 1980, and it's directed by Bill Forsyth. It's number 93 on my list. All right. Okay, next up is a film from 2004, directed by Alexander Payne. It stars Paul Giamatti. Who else does it star? Who's the other guy? Who's the main guy? Sandra Oh is in this. Yeah, Thomas Hayden Church. All right. So basically, this film is called Sideways, and it's basically about two guys that go to California wine country on a vacation just before one of them is to get married, right? So you have Jack, who's the guy that's going to get married, who's played by Thomas Hayden Church, and Paul Giamatti, who plays his friend Miles. Now, Miles is a failed writer who writes and gets turned down. His manuscripts get turned down. So what he does for money is he teaches, right? Jack is what is he? He's like an actor. He does voice acting and stuff, right? So he's going to get married. So Jack and Miles decide to go on a wine trip through wine country, and that's what they do, and they end up meeting up. Now Jack's main point of going isn't to taste wine, is to go get laid before he gets married, right? And he ends up meeting up with Sandra Oh, yeah, the girl from Grey's Anatomy, Sandra Oh, the Canadian, um, and they kind of have a fling or whatever, and Miles meets up with her friend, and they kind of have a fling as well. But basically, this is the type of film. I don't want to get into the whole detail of the film. This is the type of film that you would. It's like Gosford Park. Remember Gosford Park? I listed it. It's a type of film that when you let's say you read the back of the film, you go, okay, it's about two guys going into wine country. That sounds kind of boring. I don't really want to watch that. It would kind of go under the radar, right? But then one day you say, okay, I'll watch this film or whatever, because people keep saying this is a very good film, but I don't know how it can be a good film. It sounds boring, right? But then you watch it and you're friggin' blown away by it, right? So it's an extremely good film. It's funny. It's kind of like a romantic comedy, but it's more of a trip into wine country. And anyways, I don't want to ruin it for you. It's quite a fun film, and it's Payne does a really good job. Let's put it that way. And Giamatti is a great actor. He's in the line. Uh, so this is Sideways. All right, it's a great film. If you haven't seen it, pick it up and watch it. You won't be disappointed. It's from 2004 and directed by Alexander Payne. Now, Alexander Payne has one other film that many people consider as great, and if it was in the top 100 instead of Sideways, it wouldn't look weird at all, and that's Nebraska from 2013. All right, so Sideways, 2004, Alexander Payne. All right, number 92 on the list. Okay, so next up is a Canadian film from 2005, directed by Jean-Marc Vallée, and it's called Crazy. But it's crazy with periods between each letter. All right, and this basically is one of the greatest Canadian films of all time, and it's one of the greatest Quebecois films of all time. And It tells a story like back in the 60s and 70s, takes place in the 60s and 70s in Quebec. And it's a coming of age film about a boy, a teenager. He's got like four brothers, and it's a big, francophone family. And he's a gay boy, right? He's a, you know, so that wasn't as easily accepted, especially in Quebec, because Quebec was so dominated by the Roman Catholic Church, right? So um, for the longest time, until had the Quiet Revolution back in the 60s and 70s, during this time, so he's coming of age in a time period where Quebec is transitioning from the domination of the Roman Catholic Church to a more open and free society, and he's coming out as homosexual. But homosexuality wasn't really seriously accepted by large amounts of people, until like the 90s or early 2000s, right? So in the 60s and 70s, you're going to be putting up with a lot of BS if you're gay, right? And so it takes on all of that, and it's extreme. It's funny at times. It's endearing at times. It's just a whole gambit of emotions you'll feel when you watch this film. Now it is in French, so you'll be watching it with English subtitles if you don't speak French. Even so, it's a great film, all right, and it's number 91 on my list, and it's from Jean-Marc Vallée. Now, Jean-Marc Vallée doesn't have any other films that reach the height of Crazy. This is the only film that from him would be in the top 100. It's from 2005, and it's number 91 on my list. Okay, so next up is number 90 on the list, and this is a film from 1951, directed by Vincente Minnelli, and it's called American in Paris, and stars Gene Kelly. And basically, this is a musical and dance film that shows off Gene Kelly's dance skills and Gershwin's musical talent. All right, so basically, the music is done by Gershwin, and the dance numbers and the choreography are done by Gene Kelly. And it's a really good film. It's really enjoyable. It's funny at times. It's beautifully made. The cinematography on this film is like it must have blown everybody away back in that day, because when I watched this film on Blu-ray, the color schemes of the dance scenes and everything else, quite beautiful to watch. And Gene Kelly is his charming self in this film. So he's an American in Paris, and he's trying to become a considered artist. And then there's this rich woman who's attracted to him, who takes him under her wing because he knows the art scene in Paris, and she likes his paintings and stuff. But anyways, there's more complicated than that. But it's interdispersed. The drama is interdispersed. The romance is interdispersed with Gene Kelly, you know, dancing and singing, right? So And like I said, the colors, it's bright, vivid colors in this film. And from a film from 1951, it really blows you away on how beautiful it is, right? So that's why I chose this film to be in my top 100. And Minnelli is one of the great directors, 40s and 50s. Minnelli is one of the greats. So other Minnelli films that could make the top 100 are, let's see, Meet Me in St. Louis from 1944. All right. The Bad and the Beautiful from 1952. The Bandwagon from 1953. Tea and Sympathy from 1956. Some Came Running from 1958. And Home from the Hill from 1960. So you get this. There's like one, two, three, six other films, seven if you include American Paris, that you could choose from to put in the top 100 list, right? So Minnelli is a filmmaker that you should explore, all right? And he is the father of Lisa Minnelli as well, right? Anyway, so all right, so that's An American Paris from Vincent Minnelli from 1951, number 90 on the list. Number 89 on the list is one of my all-time favorite American filmmakers, and that's Brian De Palma. He had a film from 1984 called Body Double, and it's my all-time favorite film by Brian De Palma, and it's number 89 on the list. I should really move that one up higher, but I guess 89 is good, but it could be higher. Anyway, so Brian De Palma is one of the great American directors. He was a huge fan of Alfred Hitchcock, and Alfred Hitchcock's filmmaking style is you can see that influence on a lot of De Palma's films. Now, a lot of people would pick maybe Scarface as De Palma's greatest film, maybe Dress to Kill, maybe Carrie, but the one that I enjoy the most is the one that's most like an Alfred Hitchcock film, like his ode to Alfred Hitchcock, and that film is Body Double. And this is a really, really good film, and it's basically the twist in it is really good, and this is one of Melanie Griffith's earliest film, if not her first film, and she plays a stripper in it, and she is extremely funny in this film, right? She's not, the smartest person in the film, and she really plays that well. You know what I mean? Melanie Griffith is a very smart woman, and how she plays the character in this film, like how everything's just so overwhelming, right? And anyways, she thinks everybody's a pervert. Anyways, it's quite funny. But basically, the premise of this film is a guy wants to commit a murder of his wife, but he doesn't want to get caught. So he sets up an actor to watch the murder of his wife done by a uh, a Native American, right? But it actually isn't a Native American. But I don't want to ruin the film for you. It is quite a fun film, and it is like a Alfred Hitchcock film. It's got that whole element of Alfred Hitchcock in it, and it's really a great film. Um, but like I said, it's underappreciated. If you're going to think of the film that everybody picks when it comes to Brian De Palma, it's always Scarface. Now, Brian De Palma is a great filmmaker. Any of these films that I'm about to list making the top 100 uh, wouldn't look at a place at all, and that's Phantom of Paradise from 1974, Carrie from 1976, which is another Stephen King story, right? Dress to Kill from 1980, Blowout from 1981, Scarface from 1983, which is usually named as the De Palma's best film, right? Casualties of War from 1989, Michael J. Fox, Sean Penn film, um, and Carlito's Way from 1993. All right, so any of those films making the top 100, not out of place at all, right? Okay, so that's Body Double from Brian De Palma from 1984. That's number 89 on the list. All right. Next up is number 88, and this film is a Japanese film by Kinji Fukasaku. All right, Fukasaku. Hopefully, I'm not brutalizing his name. If I am, I apologize. All right, and this film is from 2000. It's called Battle Royal. All right, and this film, I watched this film not because Fukasaku directed it, but because Takeshi Kitano is in this film, and he's a great actor and he's a great director as well. He'll be on my list in this film. In this list will be Kitano will be in it, but here he plays an actor. He plays a teacher, and basically this film is about a group of teachers who bring all their students onto an island because and they say to their students, listen, you guys are back talking, you have no respect for authority or for your elders, and that's not the Japanese way, so we're going to teach you a lesson. And basically, this island is basically where you're going to fight it out to see if you really want to live, right? All right, so basically, the premise they put them all on the island, and basically, they have to fight for their lives against every other student, right? So basically, it's a battle royal, right? And it's quite a fun film. It's kind of disgusting and gross at times and everything, but it's that you know oh, you want to back talk to your teacher, like, you know what I mean? I wonder if this film is just like a fantasy of some teachers who have teenagers that just don't respect them, right? It's like, oh man, I wish I could bring you onto an island, just let you guys rip each other apart, see who survives, right? That kind of thing. So it's quite a fun film if you don't mind English subtitles from a Japanese script. It's it's a really it's a really fun murder fest. Let's put it that way. All right, so that's Battle Royale. Now, Kinji Fukasaku is a very good director as well, and he has other films that could make this list, right? So, Sympathy for the Underdog from 1971, all right, that's one of his earlier films. Under the Flag of the Rising Sun, another 1970 film from 1972. Battles Without Honor and Humanity from 1973, and there's a bunch of uh, sequel sequels to that film of Battles Without Honor. Um, any of those films as well. I think there's four of them, if I remember correctly, but don't quote me on that. So those films could have made this list as well, right? All right. So that's number 88, Battle Royal from 2000, directed by Kinji Fukasaku. All right. Next up is a French film directed by Jean-Jacques Annaud. All right. And this is from 1981, and this is a film called Quest for Fire. Now, this film, there's no talking in it. Well, there's grunting and gestures and things like that, but there's actually no speech, right? Well, very little. And basically, it's about a Neanderthal. I think it's a Neanderthal tribe that. So this film takes place before humans come along, and basically, it's at a time period in Homo sapiens' lives or their ancestors where fire is invented, but the only way that they get fire is through like you know uh electricity strikes, lightning strikes into forests and catch a fire, then they go get the fire because they basically don't know how to create fire yet, but they have fire, and what they have is this big conch looking thing, and inside is an ember that they keep lit all the time, and whenever they need to cook food or whatever, then they have this lamp kind of thing that they walk around with. And what happens is during the early part of the film is another tribe, it looked like Cro-Magnon man, attack them, and they end up running away, and they run into a swamp, and then that fire ember ends up being dunked in the swamp, and it goes out. So now they have no fire, and the tribe is going to die, right? So without fire, they're going to die. So what they do is they send off, like, how many people was it? One, two, three. Is it four? I think it's four men from the tribe to go look for fire. So it's a quest for fire, right? So and then they end up coming into contact with a more advanced race, and then they learn how to make fire rather than having to go search for it, right? So anyway, so it's quite an interesting film, and for a non-dialogue film, it is really interesting because I know really brings you into that world where you can imagine this is like you know 30 or 40 or 50,000 years ago, or a million years ago, however long, when Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon man walked the planets and there wasn't a Homo sapiens yet, right? And you had saber-toothed tigers that are in this, and woolly mammoths are in this, right? And some parts of this film are freaking hilarious, all right, and other parts of it are really charming, and you kind of see it. I know it does a really, really, really good job, and if you have not seen A Quest for Fire, watch it. It's going to blow your mind, right? So I'm not going to tell you anything more about it, but it's from 1981, called Quest for Fire, directed by Jean-Jacques Annaud. It's number 87 on my list, and he has one other film that would make maybe a top 100 list, and that's called The Name of the Rose from 1986. But that's it from Annaud. All right, so that's number 87 from the list, and now number 86 is a film from director Michael Mann, and it's from 2004, and it's called Collateral. And this film is quite an impressive film. It stars Jamie Foxx and Tom Cruise. Basically, Tom Cruise is a hitman, and he comes into to this New York. Jamie Foxx happens to be a taxi driver that he takes, and basically he forces Jamie Foxx to drive him around the city because he has like 5 or 6 hits or 4 hits. I don't know how many. Uh, he has like 4 or 5 people that he needs to go kill, and he basically forces Jamie Foxx to drive him around the city so that he can go shoot these people, right? All right. And it's if it was as simple, the film was as simple as that, it would be like almost like a B movie, right? But man directs it. I mean, the cinematography and the camera use and everything else is really great in this film because it takes place mostly at night, right? And but there's side stories, there's backstories, and then there's conversations between Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx that are like, you know, think pieces like you would get in a Tarantino film where Tarantino talks about, like a virgin or talks about tipping or things like that. Well, in this film, you have conversations because even though Jamie Foxx is driving a cab, his dream is to have a limousine service that caters to all your needs or whatever, right? And it's a dream of his, and he's driving a cab to save up for it. And then, like there's a confrontation between the two of them, and Tom Cruise kind of teaches some things to Jamie Foxx while this is going along. But Jamie Foxx kind of knows in the back of his head that he may not survive this because after he drives him everywhere, he may, um, put a bullet behind his head so there's no witness on who he is, right? And there's another, and it gets even more complicated than that, where Jamie Foxx has to go into a club. And anyways, I don't want to get into the really gritty details of it, but it will, from the beginning to the end of this film, you will have your eyes stuck on this film, and you will watch it because it is an extremely interesting film, both action wise and psychologically wise. Mann did a really good job with this, and Mann is a great director. Other films of his that may make this list would be Thief from 1981, Heat from 1995, if you remember that, and The Insider, the Russell Crowe film from 1999. All three really good films, along with this one. But I think Collateral is probably his best film, and I rank it number 86 on my list. All right, from 2004. All right, so number 85 is an Italian film. It's from 1997. It's directed by Roberto Benigni, and it's called Life is Beautiful or La Vita è Bella. All right, so this film is probably the last film that I've watched that has made me bawl out loud. It, I was, I watched it on a movie network back in the day, late at night. I was, had insomnia. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to put on the TV and I watched in this film. Said, okay, I'll watch this film. I seen Benini in some films and I liked him, and this is one he directed. So I said, okay, I'll watch it. This is basically this is a two kind of like a two-part film. It's like two films in one, kind of like Titanic was two films in one. Where the first part of it is a romance from Jack and I can't remember. Anyways, the romance with Leonardo DiCaprio in the first half of the film, and then the second half of the film, it's a disaster movie. So the first half is a romance, the second half is a disaster movie, right? So this one is kind of a similar thing. The first half of this film is like a romance film, And then the second half of this film is like a tragedy. All right. So basically, this film tells about Roberto Benigni, who falls in love with this woman, and but she's kind of like engaged or involved with another man, and he romances her away from that man. And it's such a beautiful, the scenes in it are beautiful and charming, and they make you laugh. And so they end up getting married, and they end up having a son. And then what happens is World War II starts, and uh, here comes the German Nazis, and Benini is a Jew, and so they take him into custody and put him in a concentration camp with his son. All right. Now he doesn't want his son to realize what horror is happening, so he tricks his son, convincing his son that this is a game, and that if he passes this game, this is a very complicated game, and if he passes this game, he'll get to ride on a tank. All right. He has always wanted to ride on a tank. So basically, you go through the whole first half of the film, which is the romance and the marriage, and then the second half of the film is in the concentration camp, him tricking his son so that his son is not having a shitty life, right? And he goes about doing everything, and I don't want to ruin the film, but it gets really sad by the end of this film. But overall, it's a really great film. But I would have difficulty watching this film over and over again. I think I've watched it twice, and the second time was almost as bad as the first time that I watched it, emotional wise. So this is one of those films that is great, but be you may not be able to watch it more than one or two times because it's just too emotional, right? So that is Life is Beautiful from Roberto Benigni from 1997, and it's number 85 on my list. All right, so that is, and Benigni doesn't have any other films that reach that mark. Number 84 on the list is a film by John Schlesinger, and this film has a scene in it, the dentist scene, is one of the most brutal scenes I've ever seen in my life. It's like that cringe-worthy scene that just sticks the hair up on the back of your neck, and you get that feeling going down your spine. It's like, ugh, and that's what makes this film great. Now, I don't know because it seems that when I watched the film originally, that scene was like a long scene and a really difficult scene, like fingernails against a chalkboard. And then I watched it more recently, and the version of the film that I got then, that scene was very short, and I think they cut that scene because it was just too intense. I don't know, so I may be incorrect in that. Maybe I'm because the when I first watched it, back when I was a teenager, the next time I watched it was like 30 years later, right? So I could be wrong. Maybe it's the same film, but no, they got to have edited it. It's the only thing I could think of, right? Because the next time I watched it, I'm going, did they do something with that scene? Because there's something different with that scene. Anyways, this film stars, so this film stars Dustin Hoffman and Laurence Olivier and Roy Scheider. All right, so basically, Dustin Hoffman, who plays Babe, his name is Babe, his nickname is Babe. He's a long distance runner. He's a marathon guy, right? And he has an older brother who ends up getting involved with a Nazi because this Nazi, all right, he was like one of the big names at the the execution camps and the at Auschwitz and that they called him the butcher or whatever, and so he's basically a war criminal hiding out, and during the war he stole uh, diamonds from the Jews, and he wants to bring them to the United States to sell them or whatever to get money or whatever, right? Um, so he's wanting to come to the United States. Now he had a brother that he was going to get to do it because he didn't want to set foot in the United States and be captured, right? But his brother ends up getting killed, so he has to do it himself. So he sets up a meeting with Babe's older brother, who's played by Roy Scheider. Now the butcher guy is the Laurence Olivier character, right? So Laurence Olivier was a Nazi uh, Jew killer who stole diamonds, wants to come into the United States and bring all these diamonds into the United States, and he wants to know if it's safe to bring it in or not. Because what happens is Roy Scheider ends up getting killed, and the Laurence Olivier character looks at Babe or the Dustin Hoffman and thinks that maybe his brother told him something about this and he doesn't know if it's safe or not. So what he does is he captures Dustin Hoffman and and Laurence Olivier is a dentist by trade, and then he tortures Dustin Hoffman using dental instruments on his teeth, right? And that is the cringiest scene. That is one of the, the most difficult scenes that you'll ever see on film. All right, to watch that scene, it's up there with some of the most powerful scenes. The Russian roulette scene from The Deer Hunter. The axe through the bathroom door. Here's Johnny's scene from from The Shining. Just those certain scenes, right? The this is my gun. My gun is my best friend. This is Full Metal Jacket, man. From Full Metal Jacket, Stanley Kubrick film. Anyways, there's some powerful scenes that are out there. This is one of them, right? And once you see this scene, you'll never unsee it, all right? But basically, he tortures Dustin Hoffman to see whether it's safe to bring the diamonds in or not, right? So, and then it goes from there. But yeah, it's a really powerful film, and I think it's Schlesinger's best film. But he has done Midnight Cowboy from 1969, The Day of the Locust from 1975, and The Falcon and the Snowman from 1985. Those three films could make a top 100 list as well. But my choice would be Marathon Man because that scene itself and the story of it, how Nazi criminals are still around, even after the Nuremberg trials and all of that, they're hiding out. They have all this stolen stuff from the Jews, and yeah, it's a really powerful film. All right, so that is number 84. So next up is the film Tenebra from Dario Argento from 1982, if I remember correctly. Yes, all right. And this is an Italian giallo film, basically a horror mystery thriller type of film that Argento popularized, and Tenebra is one of the greats of that subgenre. It basically tells a story about an author who writes horror fiction and a killer who takes that horror fiction and puts it into effect, right? So, and then the author joins up with the police to go find this killer, right? So, any of Dario Argento's films are good, but you have to have an open mind because they're not like Hollywood slick type of films. They're Italian giallo films and that kind of thing. So, if you can do that and you can get it in, it's like watching a Roman Polanski film. It's just a little bit different, right? So you got to get your head around the little bit of that difference. It's like reading a modern novel and then reading a Shakespeare play, right? The language is just different, but the greatness is there. You just have to get over that hump first, right? So Argento's films are just a little bit different, and if you can get around that and watch the film and realize how great it is, then yeah, you're going to enjoy all of Argento's films once you make that jump, just like with the Polanski films, right? So at least some of the Polanski films. So this basically, like I said, it's a killer who uses these horror novels that this writer writes as inspiration to commit crime, right? So investigate Dario Argento. A lot of his stuff is really good, right? Now he has Tenebra, but like I said, there's other ones like Deep Red from 1975, Suspiria from 1977, Inferno from 1980. All right, so that's Tenebra from 1982, directed by Dario Argento. Next up after that is another horror comedy, one of my favorite types of genre, and this is directed by Sam Raimi from 1992, and it's Army of Darkness. Now you have three films in that trilogy, the Evil Dead trilogy. You have Evil Dead from 1981 and Evil Dead 2 from 1987, and this Army of Darkness from 1992. But Army of Darkness, I approached and watched before I watched Evil Dead 1 or 2. So it became my favorite, and I think it's the better of the three films. It's extremely funny, all right, and the effects in it are quite good. Bruce Campbell, is just Bruce Campbell, right? He's just he's just made for these films, right? So, and and if you haven't seen any of the three films, maybe watch Evil Dead first, then Evil Dead 2, and then Army of Darkness, or just watch Army of Darkness because you don't really need to watch the other two films to watch Army of Darkness. It seems like Army of Darkness is an add-on at the end of the first two films, like Evil Dead 1 and 2 are kind of together, and then Army of Darkness is kind of like an extra one that they decided to make later. But it is quite hilarious. It's quite a funny horror film, right? So any of the three films are good, and those are the three films that you could put in the top 100 list. Other stuff by Raimi, he did the Drag Me to Hell, and he did the Spider-Man films, but I don't know. I don't think those reached the height of the Evil Dead trilogy, right? So, all right, so that's number 82, Army of Darkness, from 1992, directed by Sam Raimi. Next up after that is number 81, and this is a John Carpenter film from 1981, and it's called Escape from New York, and it's my all-time favorite Carpenter film. Carpenter has made some great films, but I really like this one. The the correlation between Kurt Russell and John Carpenter is like a magical formula that makes great like B movie style films, right? And they really have a I don't know, they have an attraction to them that there's just some sort of magic that's going on screen that you know is just fun to watch, right? Basically, Escape from New York is Kurt Russell plays this what is he? He's like an ex-military tough guy kind of thing. His name is Blixen, and he gets coerced. He's a prisoner in jail or whatever, and he gets coerced into going into New York, which has become a penal colony. The island of Manhattan is surrounded by a big wall, and all the criminals are thrown into Manhattan, and it's basically a prison island. And unfortunately, the president of the United States ends up crash landing inside Manhattan, and so the government brings Blixen out of prison and says that if he can go into New York or into Manhattan and save the president, that his sentence will be commuted. Right, so he goes in to New York on a glider and lands on top of the one of the twin towers or whatever, and then he goes down and goes into New York to go find the president. Right. It's quite a fun stylistic type of film, and Carpenter is really good with that kind of thing. There was a sequel to it, Escape uh, from L.A., but that wasn't as impressive. It was fun to watch as well. That surfing scene didn't make any sense, but and it was kind of stupid, but it was kind of funny as well in that second film. I'm saying, but he has so many good films. A lot of people wouldn't pick this film. A lot of people would pick some other films like maybe Halloween or others by him. Thing maybe. He has a lot of great films. So John Carpenter's 1981 film Escape from New York, but like I said, he could have, let's say, Assault on Precinct 13 from 1976 or Halloween from 1978, The Thing from 1982, Big Trouble in Little China from 1986, or They Live from 1988. Any of those films as well. If you took out Escape from New York and put any of those films in, uh, it would be fine as well, right? So, all right, so that is uh, John Carpenter's Escape from New York from 1981. It's number 81 on the list. Next up is a film called The Happiness of the Katakuris from 2001. And this is directed by Takeshi Miike. And Takeshi Miike is one of modern Japan's best directors. And he is a demon. I mean, he puts out movies like really quick, and some of them are crap. They're not all that great. But then he hits the magic and he makes a film like this one, or Dead or Alive, or Itchy the Killer, 13 Assassins, that type of film. Like I don't know, he's made over 100 films, and maybe 20 of them are like, you know, good, and maybe three or four of them are great, right? But he just puts them out, and when he does hit it right, and his films are kind of freaky. They're just off center. You wonder about his sanity when you're watching his films. If you sat down and watched a whole bunch of Takeshi Miike films one after another, you would wonder if Takeshi Miike is sane because some of the stuff that he thinks up to put on film is just like, what the F? You know what I mean? Like, really? I mean, anyways, this one, this film is about a family who buys a hotel because they think they're going to make a lot of money by buying this hotel because the government is going to put a highway going right by this hotel that's in the middle of nowhere, right? And the father thinks he's going to make a bunch of money because of it. But then what happens is they find out that this hotel is kind of haunted. All right, like it's a bad luck hotel. Bad things happen in this hotel, right? And the highway isn't going by it. All right, and but there's a whole bunch of things that happen in the hotel that are kind of you know got that bent sense of humor that Mike is famous for, like the marriage between the girl and the sumo wrestler. That scene in the bedroom, black comedy at you know at its height. It is. I laughed and laughed and laughed at that part, and the whole film is funny. But that scene there is like, really, my God, it just it's so wicked that it puts a smile on your face. It's really funny. So if you haven't watched any of Mike's films, pick up ones. The ones that you want to get though are, like I said, The Happiness of the Katakuris, which is this one from 2001. But he has Dead or Alive from 1999, another really good film. Itchy the Killer from 2001. That one is weird at the most, and it's about the Japanese yakuza. And there's one character in that film that's going to blow your mind. Anyway, so and 13 Assassins from 2010 is another good one by Mike. All right, so The Happiness of the Katakuris from 2001. Um, Directed by Takeshi Miike, and it's number 80 on the list. All right, so next up is number 79. And this is a Mel Brooks film from 1974, and it's Blazing Saddles. And it's basically um, Mel Brooks is like the 70s and 80s Edgar Wright, right? So Edgar Wright made Shaun of the Dead, which is like a farce or a play on the zombie genre, and then he made that buddy cop film, um, which was a play on a buddy cop film, right? It's a comedy, a farce of that type of film. So he's kind of playing fun with different genres of film. Then he directed that one, which is like the end of the world type of film. Anyway, so well, Mel Brooks did it first. All right, Mel Brooks did Blazing Saddles, which is you know a satire or farce on the Western film. Then he did one about space called Spaceballs. He did one about the historical film called The History of the World Part One. He did a whole bunch of different films like the horror with Young Frankenstein. Anyways, out of all of those films that he did, all these parodies and comics, comic playoffs from different genres of films, Blazing Saddles is the best. All right, and it's from 1974, and it basically tells the story of a town that ends up hiring a black sheriff, right? And it goes on from there, and it is extremely funny. All right, I don't know if that would be able to be made today, but when it was made in the 70s and I watched it in the 80s, I laughed my ass off. All right, and I think it still holds that type of humor. But like I said, Brooks has other films like Spaceballs from 1987, which is his playoff of Star Wars or the science fiction movies, and Young Frankenstein from 1974, which is a playoff, the horror films, right? So, but Blazing Saddles is his best film. All right, so that's Blazing Saddles, number 79 on the list, directed by Mel Brooks. All right, next up is another of my all-time favorite films. This is directed by Walter Hill, and it's called The Warriors, and it came out in 1979. And this film is it's like a great premise for a film, and it's like pulled off about 90%. It could have been better because if you think about it, this might ruin the film for you, but if you think about it, okay, so basically the premise of this film is there's a gang in New York. It's the largest gang in all of New York, all right? And the head of it, the head of that gang is his name is Cyrus, and he calls on a meeting of all the major gangs in New York to come to a park in the Bronx to have a meeting, all right? And basically, it's what was it like 10, 9 delegates, no weapons, come to this park. And basically, what Cyrus wants to do is join up all the gangs of New York together and run the city. All right. But there's this um, one of the gangs that end up showing up is led by a crazy guy, and he takes a gun and he shoots Cyrus. All right. And nobody knows exactly who shot him, but what he does afterwards is he blames the leader of another gang from Coney Island called the Warriors, and he blames them. It was the Warriors who shot Cyrus, and then uh, they lose a delegate who's the head of the leader of their gang when he ends up getting killed. And then the police arrive at the park to arrest everybody, and then all the rest of the Warriors smash through a fence, get out of the park. They end up in a cemetery, and then they end up going, and then they realize whether the ceasefire is on or whether the truce between the gangs is on because they're way in the Bronx and they have to get back to their own territory in Coney Island. And is the is the truce still on? So what they got to do is they got to quote unquote bop their way all the way back to Coney Island. So that's what they do, and it's basically them fighting the rest of gangs of New York getting back to Coney Island. But when you think about it, it's a good idea, premise for a movie, but if they knew it was the Warriors, the biggest gang, why would they want to, basically they get on, there's this radio station in New York that is a gang radio station, and basically the big gang ends up telling the DJ that's on it to have all the other gangs in New York look out for the Warriors and kill them if they can find them, right? So basically they bop their way through each of the territories to get back to the Bronx. But if you think about it, all they would have to do is just let the Warriors go back to the Bronx and then invade the Bronx. Or sorry, let the Warriors go back to Coney Island and then just wait for them in Coney Island, right? So there's a climax at the end of it, and all the gangs are hunting out for the Warriors, and they got to fight their way through everything. Anyways, it's quite an enjoyable film in that visceral type. You know, movies are great. Visceral movies are really good, and this gang film is an extremely good film if you haven't seen it. All right. Now, Walter Hill has a few other films that are really good as well that could make a list, and those are Southern Comfort from 1981 and 48 Hours from 1982. 48 Hours is a the Eddie Murphy film. It's really good, and actually, is it Jason Remar? I'll put his name down here. He plays the bad guy in 48 Hours, doesn't he? And he's one of the gang members in the Warrior gang members. He's the tough guy in the Warrior gang. In the Warriors and the Warrior film, right? So anyway, so that's number 78 on the list. The Warriors, directed by Walter Hill, and it's from 1979. Right. All right. Next up on the list is number 77, and it's The Day the Earth Stood Still from 1951, directed by Robert Wise. And I think this is Robert Wise's best film. It's most interesting. I like science fiction a lot, more than drama, but this basically is about an alien spacecraft that comes down to Earth because the guy inside it, his name is Klaatu, is a gift for the President of the United States. But what happens is that gift gets shot at from a nervous soldier, and then stuff goes on from there. And basically, Klaatu is like an alien who tells Earth that if they don't stop all their violence, that they may be eliminated, right? And but it's more complicated than that, and it's more adventurous than that, right? So, but overall, it's a really good story, and they made a remake of it. It's not as good as the original. If you want to watch either the remake or the original is better. Robert Wise is one of the great, the 1940s, 1950s directors, right? So, and The Day the Earth Stood Still is one of his best films. Now, there are others. The Setup from 1949, West Side Story, obviously you know that one, from 1961. The Sound of Music from 65, another one that you probably know, and The Andromeda Strain from 1971. Any of those films that would make this list, I have no issue for. All right, so that's The Day the Earth Stood Still from Robert Wise from 1951, number 77 on the list. Number 76 is a Hong Kong film, and it's directed by Andrew Lau, Wai Kang, and Alan Alan Mack. All right, and it's Infernal Affairs, and it's from 2002. And this film is one of the great Hong Kong action films. All right, and it basically tells the story of a criminal who becomes a cop, and a cop who is actually a criminal, works for the Yakuza. Right. Basically, this is the film that Martin Scorsese basically took to make The Departed. You know, the Leonardo DiCaprio Matt Damon film, where Matt Damon plays a cop, but who's actually, in with the Irish mob, and Leonardo DiCaprio is like an undercover cop in the Irish mob who's like investigating the Irish mob, right? So in Boston. So basically, take that, put it in Hong Kong, and it's the Yakuza rather than the Irish mob, and you have Infernal Affairs, and you have the original, the one that Martin Scorsese took to make The Departed, right? It's a really great film. It's actually a trilogy, but the first film is the best out of the three. The other two just add on, right? So if you watch Infernal Affairs, you're going to be blown away. It's one of the great Hong Kong action films, especially if you haven't watched The Departed yet. It's really good. Anyway, so that's number 76, directed by Andrew Lau, Wai Kuong, and Alan Mack, Infernal Affairs from 2002. They don't have any other films that I would put in the top 100. So next up after that is number 75, and it's directed by Tony Kaye, and it is American History X. Remember when I talked about that dentist scene from Marathon Man? This has a scene in it as well that's just as freaky. All right, so but basically this stars Ed Norton, and he's basically a neo-Nazi skinhead. And this film is about him indoctrinating his younger brother into that type of idea, but then he realizes that his ideology is actually incorrect. All right, but there's a scene in it where Ed Norton takes by force a black man, puts him on the ground, puts his face up against the curb of the sidewalk, and then smashes his head into it and breaks all the the African American's teeth. Right, so it's a very brutal scene, and you'll never forget that scene when you see it. And this is a very brutal movie, all right. But basically, there's a moral to it, as in he's a skinhead. He's been indoctrinated into that ideology, and he gets himself out of it because he realizes that it's wrong, right? Okay. So that's Tony Kaye only has one other film. That's Lake of Fire from 2006 that could make a list like this, right? But it's American History X that is his best film, and it's from 1998. So Tony Kaye, American History X, from 1998. All right, next up is number 74 on my list, and this is my all-time favorite Canadian film. It's directed by Adam McGoyan, and it's called Exotica, and it's from 1994. Adam McGoyan, I believe, is Canada's greatest director. There's a lot of Canadian directors that have left Canada to go to Europe or the United States to direct. Adam McGoyan basically came to Canada and is directing in Canada, right? So a lot of his films, well, I believe he's the greatest Canadian director, right? So, and Exotica is his best film from 1994. Okay, so Exotica tells the story, actually, it tells multiple stories. The main characters in it is a group of people that work in a strip club called Exotica in Toronto. You have the DJ, then you have the main stripper, Mia Krishner is the actor, and then you have the owner, who's a pregnant lady. But then you also have the story of a pet shop owner who likes to import illegal animals, eggs, and things like that into Toronto through his pet store, right? And then there's some other things also going on, but there's like these different stories that go along that seem to be totally undirected to each other, like independent of each other, right? But slowly what you're seeing is scenes involving these different characters slowly coming together. And at the end, you see what all of those characters are and those storylines they all merge into one. And it's really this film is meant to be watched twice, like once and then watched right again afterwards. And basically, the first time you're watching it, it's kind of like disjointed. You're trying to figure out what's going on. Why are they telling me this and then this and then this? Because they don't seem any relation to each other, right? And then at the end, you go, oh, and then it all comes together. And then you press rewind. Well, you don't anymore. You just restart the film or whatever and watch it again, knowing the ending, and then you see the film in a whole different light, right? So it's like two films in one, and it's a really good film, all right. And if you can, like I said, toughen up to being able to push through the beginning of the film where these different stories don't match up with each other. If you can get through that confusion to the end of the film, you'll enjoy the first time you watch it because of the ending of the film. And then the second time you watch it, you'll really enjoy it as well, knowing the ending of the film, and then you see all these things and how they're related because you didn't realize before, right? So all right, so that's Exotica from 1994. Now, Adam McGowan has directed a number of really good films that could make this list. The Sweet Hereafter from 1997 is another one. Felicia's Journey from 1999 is another one. Ararat from 2002, and Where the Truth Lies from 2005. Any of those films, I would have no issue making this list. All right, so next up is number 73. It's a Terry Jones film. It's a Monty Python film. It's called The Meaning of Life. And this film, when I watched it, I laughed my head off, especially in two sections of this film. Well, it's actually one big huge scene, but I laughed my head off the most in that scene. Well, there's another, yeah. Anyways, basically, this film is about the meaning of life. All right, and the film is supposed to tell you what the meaning of life is, right? But it's Monty Python, so it's going to be farcical and humorous, right? I mean, the restaurant scene where the piano player is singing a song about his penis is really hilarious, and then it moves over to this very large man who eats everything on the menu, and he's like big, and then the maitre d' or whatever says, "Would you like a mint?" And then it goes from there. One of the grossest scenes I've ever seen in my life that made me laugh hilariously. And there's another scene where after that, the maitre d' or waiter from that restaurant talks to the camera because they're talking. You're wanting to know what the meaning of life is, aren't you? And then the camera goes up and down and says, "Yes, okay, follow me, follow me." So he takes them on a journey and he says, "Oh yeah, yeah, just come, 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 come." And it's like they're walking for an hour, right? In the film, but the film it might be 5 minutes or whatever, right? But it seems like a really long time. He keeps come, 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 and they're walking. They walk out of the city. They walk into the country. They walk into this forest, and then they come to a clearing in the forest, and there's this house in the forest, and he says, "See that house?" He says, "That's where I was born, and that's where I grew up." And then the camera goes, and that's the meaning of life. He doesn't say it, but then the maitre d' or the waiter looks at the camera, knowing that the camera says, "You brought me all this way just to show me that," kind of thing. And then he says, "Oh, what? Well, fuck you, okay? Fuck you," like that. Fucking hilarious. Anyways, Monty Python's humor is quite funny. So this is out of like they also Monty Python and the Holy Grail and Monty Python's Life of Brian, both directed by Terry Jones as well. I could make this list, but out of all the Monty Python films, The Meaning of Life I found the funniest, right? So I put that one in, and that's number 73. Terry Jones' The Meaning of Life from 1983. All right, so next up at number 72 is a Darren Aronofsky film from 2000. It's called Requiem for a Dream. This is one of the most cringe type of films that you can watch. Some of the scenes in this film are just like you want to close your eyes to. All right, so basically, this is a drug film about drug addiction. All right, both prescription and illegal. And basically, there's a story of three kids who basically all get addicted to drugs and what they end up doing in order to continue using drugs, right? And Aronofsky gets really brutal. All right, so like what's his name? Uh, Jared Leto is one of the guys. So Jared Leto, Jennifer Connelly, and Marlon Wayans are all friends, and what they want to do is they want to sell drugs for a living to get a big score. But what they end up doing is getting hooked on smack or whatever the drug is. And Jennifer Connelly goes through a bunch of porn shit and gets degraded and gets raped and everything in order to continue her addiction. And Jared Leto, which is one of the grossest scenes in the whole thing, is he gets from the injection site in his arm, it gets infected and it turns black, and you can see the gangrene or whatever, and then his arm is dying, and he's still injecting more drugs into his arm, right? And then he loses his arm because of it, all right? But the most powerful, at least in my opinion, of this film is the Ellen Bernstein part of it, where she wants to fit into a red dress, or I think it's her son's wedding, or no, she's getting an award for something. Anyways, I can't remember the exact reason. It's been a while since I've seen this film. It came out in 2000, so it's like over 20 years old. But she starts taking speed, like prescription speed to lose weight. It's like the doctor sells her on it will help her lose weight so she can fit into the dress. But then she gets addicted to it, right? And then she goes through a nasty addiction, and you watch it, and she's not a young woman, she's an older woman, and this is prescription drugs, all right? This isn't, illegal drugs, right? And you can see how that could translate into real life very easily. Or, you go in because of surgery of some sort, and then they end up giving you a narcotic as a painkiller, and then you get addicted to that narcotic, and then your life spirals out of control. That's what uh, is Ellen Bernstein character, and you could tell that she was older at the beginning of the film, but she's pleasant looking by the end of the film. She just looks like 30 years older than she already is, right? It is a very brutal film. I wouldn't recommend you watching it actually, to tell you the truth, but if you end up watching it, you will never forget that film, all right? That's how good Aronofsky did this film. And it definitely is an anti-drug film. I mean, I wouldn't suggest you let your children watch this film as a way to scare them off drugs, but it might work, but it also might traumatize them. You know what I mean? This is quite a brutal film. All right. Fair warning if you're going to watch it. All right. So it's called Requiem for a Dream by Darren Aronofsky from 2000. And there's other films that Aronofsky has done that could make this list. Number one would be Pi from 1998. That one is a cerebral film that I got into, unlike The Seventh Seal. And that's about, pi as in 3.141, so on and so forth, right? And this guy that obsesses on that and thinks it holds the secrets of the universe or whatever, right? So The Wrestler from 2008 is another film, Black Swan from 2010, and actually just recently The Whale, if you haven't seen that film, um, from 2022. That film is really good, and Brendan Fraser, as a very obese, overweight man, does an Oscar-winning performance of that film, right? So I don't know if he's won the Oscar for it or not. I don't really watch those shows. So, all right, so that's Darren Aronofsky's Requiem for a Dream from 2000, directed by, number 72 on my list. All right. Next up after that is the Alfred Hitchcock film The Birds from 1959. All right, so this one I could have put way higher. Alfred Hitchcock is the greatest director of all time. It could be him, could be Scorsese, it could be John Ford from earlier times. It could be like Stanley Kubrick. There's a core of great filmmakers, and Alfred Hitchcock is one of the greatest of all time, right? So, but out of all of his films, probably Psycho is the one that people put as his best film. And but I didn't choose Psycho. I chose The Birds because The Birds is the film that creeped me out the most. It's funny because when I was a teenager, I watched The Birds, and I went, "What a stupid film! Birds attacking you from the sky? What? Just grab them, snap their neck, and move on with your life, right? It's a stupid film. I don't understand this." Then, I have more experience, and then I watched this film in my 40s again, and it creeped the living shit out of me. It was like I could picture myself in the film and going, what would you do if birds decided that all humans were their enemies? Because there's just thousands and thousands of birds, right? And they all have the advantage because they can fly over you. What do? You run inside. You can't go outside, otherwise you're attacked. It's just a freaky film. It like gives you what my generation would call the heebie-jeebies, that film, right? So I decided that that film is probably my favorite Hitchcock film, even though, he has so many great films like Rear Window or any of the other ones. Actually, let's list all the films that could make it in this top 100 list. He's one of the main reasons why I made the rule as in only one film by one director, because you could put like so many of Hitchcock's films in a top 100 list, it would take over the list, right? So the 39 Steps from 1935 could have made this list. The Lady Vanishes from 1938, Rebecca from 1940, Shadow of a Doubt from 1943, Notorious from 1946, Rope from 1948, Strangers on a Train from 1951, Dial M for Murder 1954, Rear Window from 1954, Vertigo from 1958, North by Northwest from 1959, and Psycho from 1960. Any of those films could have made this list very easily. All right, so, but the one that I put was The Birds, directed by Alfred Hitchcock from 1959. All right, next up is one of the great slasher films, maybe the start of this of the slasher film horror film, and that's Black Christmas, directed by Bob Clark. All right, so um, I just mentioned Psycho. So basically, the biggest films that sold the most and were the most entertaining of the late 1970s and the 1980s were slasher films in the horror genre. Were slasher films. You had Freddy Krueger from A Nightmare on Elm Street. You had Jason from Friday the 13th, and you had Michael Myers from the Halloween films from John Carpenter, right? So those films started in 1978 with Halloween. Now Halloween hit it big, and then you had the competition, right? So, and that was Friday the 13th and uh, A Nightmare on Elm Street. But where did that type of genre start? So historians started looking back, and what they found was, well, the John Carpenter film from 1978 is what exploded the genre, right? So they looked before 1978 and they came to Black Christmas and they said Black Christmas, that's probably, the modern start of the slasher film. And that's directed by Bob Clark, and that tells the story of a, sorority house and this peeping Tom type of slasher killer who, the camera follows you around, follows him around like you're looking through this killer's eyes and he's peeking through windows and everything, and then finally goes in and starts slaughtering people, right? It's a pretty intense film. But then you could also go back to 1960 and Psycho, because Anthony Perkins has a knife, dresses up as his mother, and kills that woman with a knife in the shower, right? So that is basically a slasher attack, right? So you could maybe point to Alfred Hitchcock from 1960 Psycho as the start of it, but a lot of people say, okay, yeah, but that's not really, that's not a full-on slasher film, you know what I mean? Like Black Christmas was. So a lot of people note that maybe Black Christmas is the start of the modern slasher film, right? So Black Christmas from 1974 is number 70 on the list. But Bob Clark has a couple other films that, like my all-time favorite comedy film, like sex teen comedy film, is Porky's, and he directed that. That's from 1981. Totally, like un-PC film as they come. That film would not be able to be made today, but it inspired all the American Pie films. Basically, American Pie can go back and thank Porky's for the idea, because Porky's is where it originated, right? That comedy that gets gross as well as funny and sexual in nature, right? Which is what American Pie is, right? So American Pie just puts it to a higher level. And A Christmas Story, the film about the little kid who wants that rifle for Christmas, is another charming story, right? Christmas Story from 1983. So those are the three films by Bob Clark, and Bob Clark's a Canadian director as well. So next up is number 69 on the list, and it's a Bryan Singer film called The Usual Suspects from 1995. And this is one of those great mystery slash crime films. And basically, crime happens. The police go pick up all the usual suspects, bring them in into jail, and interrogate them all. And then, you know, Singer ends up going through the chronology, you know, of what's happening through the film, right? So, but basically, what made this film is that twist at the end with the Kevin Spacey character, right? That made the film, and the whole film is, you know, really good. It's like a neo noir, basically, and it's like all the bad guys, and there's no good guys in this film, right? So it's quite impressive. I don't think any other of Bryan Singer's films reach the level of The Usual Suspects, and I don't think any other of his films I would rate in the top 100, top 130 film list. But The Usual Suspects, if you have not seen that film, that's one of the great films of all time. You know, great crime films of all time. Watch that film; you'll really enjoy it. All right, next up after that is a Don Siegel film from 1971. That's Dirty Harry. Everybody knows that film, right? Clint Eastwood film about a bad cop in San Francisco who takes on this guy. What was he called? The Scorpio. He would blackmail the city of San Francisco for thousands of dollars because he'd kidnap a whole bunch of kids on a bus. And Dirty Harry has to go institute his form of justice and bring that character uh, down, right? So he's basically the tough guy cop that doesn't play by the rules and just goes out and shoots people if they need to be shot, right? So, and you know, there's like five Dirty Harry films, this one, and then you know, The Enforcer, and it goes on from there, right? So, anyways, there's a group of them, but the first film is the best out of all the films, and it's Eastwood became famous with spaghetti westerns, starring in films directed by Sergio Leone, right? The Italian spaghetti western films. And then he would do films on his own as well, or direct some western films. So you know, that character, that tough guy character with a gun, he translated it in the 1970s from as the western genre was kind of coming to an end and the cop films were kind of becoming more popular. He translated the character from a, you know, a gunslinger into a tough cop, right? But it's basically the same character, and it's an enjoyable character. I mean, he's played that character for all of his career, right? So, and you just love it all the way up to, you know, Gran Torino. He played the same character in Gran Torino, right? And but you love Clint. He just does that character just so well, right? You know, he's probably the only tough guy that says the word swell and you think it's cool, swell, right? Which he did in one of the Dirty Harry films, right? But this is the best out of all the Dirty Harry films, the first one from 1971, directed by Don Siegel. Now, Don Siegel has had some really good films, all right? Others that could make this list are Invasion of the Body Snatchers from 1956, The Beguiled, which is another Clint Eastwood film from 1971, Charlie Varick from 1973, and another film that I thought maybe I would put that one in, but Dirty Harry is just a little bit better, and that's the Charles Bronson film Telephone, and that film is really good as well. I don't know if you've ever seen that film. I don't have it on DVD. I can't find it on DVD, and I don't think it's ever been put out on Blu-ray. But trying to find the DVD used in my area, I've not been able to find it yet. So it's called Telephone from 1977. Any of those films put in the top 100, I have no issue with. All right, so next up is, remember I mentioned a person called Takeshi Kitano from Battle Royale. He played a teacher in Battle Royale. Well, he's also a director, and he directed a film from 2002 called Dolls, and it's one of the most beautiful films I've ever seen in my life. The cinematography in that film is second to none. It's one of the greatest visual films ever made. And Kitano was one of Japan's greatest actor directors, you know, since, you know, like the 1990s or whatever. But if you haven't seen Dolls, it's basically the story doesn't matter. There's a storyline to it. There's very little dialogue in this film, so you don't have to worry about subtitles so much. It's basically a visual film, all right? And it's an emotional film, all done visually, all right? And you will be blown away by it, especially if this film could get onto 4K. My God, this will be just, it'll be, it's one of the most beautiful films I've ever seen, all right? So it's called Dolls, and it's from 2002, and it's directed by Takeshi Kitano. Now, Kitano has other films that could make a list as well. A Scene at the Sea from 1991, all right? Sonatine from 1993, Fireworks from 1997, Kikujiro from 1999, and lastly, and this was the first film that I saw of his, was The Blind Swordsman Zatoichi from 2003. It's his version of Zatoichi. It's got like a modern update of all the Zatoichi films that you got coming out of Japan, earlier, right? So, and the scenes, the blood scenes in it were kind of weird to watch because they were all CGI animated scenes. So it's a bit weird to get used to that film with those scenes with the blood scenes because there's no real blood. They're using CGI for the blood. It but the story is really good. Zatoichi is one of the great film characters from Japan. So any of the Zatoichi films are fun to watch, right? So all right, so that's Takeshi Kitano's Dolls from 2002, and I'm gonna stop it there. So we've done 33 films from 67 up to 99. And I think I'll take a break there because my throat is starting. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's starting to get pretty raw. And maybe we'll do this in 33s. So we did 31 the first video, 33 now, maybe 33 again, and then another 33 will bring us to number one on the list. All right, so that's Dolls 2002, number 67 from Takeshi Kitano, and we will take a break from here, and I'll see you in a second when I record the next section of this film. Of this video. All right. So you have a great day and bye for now. I'll see you in a second. All right. Bye. All right. I'm back. It's time to do 66 to 34. Let's get right into it. So what I ranked as number 66 is Office Space from 1999, directed by Mike Judge. Now, Mike Judge is the guy that invented Beavis and Butthead. He's probably mostly known for Beavis and Butthead, but this Office Space film is just, it's a hilarious film because it just, if you've ever worked in an office, the humor in it will grab a hold of you, and you'll have a difficult time not laughing. So it's basically about a high tech company in Texas and the employees that work in it, and how most of them are bored with their jobs, and they have this manager that continually causes them stress for no reason, right? So if you've never worked in an office, I think you'll still find it funny. But if you've worked in an office, you'll find it even more funny. So it's one of the all-time great comedies, from the '90s. What was his name? Milton? It was Milton, right? Yeah, Milton. Milton is the character that makes it for me. He's always getting pushed around by the office manager. What his name was? Lindbergh or Lundberg? Lindbergh. He talks in that monotone. He talks in a monotone voice and goes, "Well, I think you need to do this, or I think you need to do that," and it's quite irritating to listen to him, right? But he kind of really picks on Milton and keeps pushing his desk further and further away from the actual office. And by the end of the movie, he ends up like in the basement, like near the boiler in the boiler room or something. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen the film. But then, of course, Milton gets his revenge and kind of burns down the whole building, right? So yeah, it's a pretty funny film. Now, Mike Judge has a really good sense of humor. I was never a huge fan of Beavis and Butthead, but I kind of understand the attraction of that. Some people will find that funny, right? So we did Beavis and Butthead Do America, but I wouldn't put that in any top 100 list. One that I would though by him is Idiocracy. If you haven't seen that film is pretty hilarious, right? So if all the stupid people take over, right? What would happen if the whole world would where stupid people would take over? So it's pretty funny. I found it quite enjoyable. I've watched it like 3 or 4 times. So now most don't think Idiocracy is a great film. In fact, most people, if I recollect, I don't know how many people actually panned this film, but I found it I found it quite funny. So, was there anything else that he did? Beavis and Butthead does America and Office Space, but Office Space is his best film. And but I would put Idiocracy in a if he didn't have Office Space and he had only Idiocracy, I would have put that in my top 130 because both films are really funny, right? So all right, so that's number 66, Office Space from 1999, directed by Mike Judge. All right, next up after that is Monsters Inc. from 2001, directed by Peter Docter. And this is a Pixar film. It's probably my favorite Pixar film. Most people would probably grab Toy Story, but Toy Story and Monsters Inc. both have a real clever storyline. You know, with Toy Story, it's you use your imagination as a kid, and you wonder if when you're not around, do your toys come to life? And in this film, they actually do. So that's a clever thing. And all the toys, their main purpose is to make the kid who owns them happy, right? That's their whole job in life, right? So it's a quite good film. But I liked Monsters Inc. just a little bit more because that story is even just a little bit more clever. And the story behind that one is basically every kid always thinks that there's like monsters under his bed or in his closet or whatever, right? And so Pixar takes that idea and says, okay, the reason why these monsters are there is not because they're bad guys or anything. They're good guys, but it's their job to go scare kids because when kids scream, it creates this energy in the monster world, and it gives the city that these monsters live in electricity. It runs the electricity, right? And it's all done through a corporation called Monsters Inc. Right? So, but the twist in it, that's funny enough as it is. But what's even funnier is the monsters are actually afraid of the kids because if the kids or anything in that world that they go into, when they come from their world into the kids' world, into their bedroom or whatever, if they get touched by the kid, it could kill them. At least that's what the myth is or whatever in the film, right? So they're actually more afraid of the kids than the kids are afraid of them, right? So and it turns out though that one of the kids that one of the monsters is supposed to scare actually goes through the portal door, right, into the world of monsters, and that just scares every monster in 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 the monster world. And then they find out from it that when kids laugh, it's actually like 10 or however many times more powerful, more energetic than when they scream. So what ends up happening by the end of the film is I'm kind of ruining the film for you, but what ends up at the end of the film is that now the monsters are going into the kids' worlds not to scare them, but to make them laugh. So they become more comic, right? So now nobody's afraid of anybody anymore, right? So the monsters realize that the kids can't hurt them, and the kids realize that the monsters can't hurt them, and now the monsters become more of like jokers or jesters or all that to make the kids laugh. And when the kids laugh, it makes power for the monster world, right? It's a really cool twist and everything, like where kids are afraid of monsters, but in this, you should watch a kid, and then you can tell your kids that the monsters are even more scared of you than you are of the monsters, and the monsters aren't actually real and all. Anyway, so it's quite a charming story, and it's my favorite Pixar film. Now there are other Pixar films directed by Peter Docker, if I remember correctly, and that's Up from 2009, Inside Out from 2015, and Soul from 2020. Any of those could have made it as well. But the early Pixar is the best Pixar. The ones Up is really good. Monsters Inc. and Toy Story and Wally is really good as well. So if I was to pick the four best, that would be it. Toy Story, Monsters Inc., Wally, and Up would probably be my four best Pixar films, right? All right. So that's the Pixar film on the list, and it's numbered at 65. All right. So now number 64 is a Sam Peckinpah film from 1971, and it's called Straw Dogs. Now, Peckinpah's had a lot of Peckinpah is a very visceral type of director. Like he'll add violence into his films just to make them more well visceral, right? Make them more, you know what I mean? And he's directed a lot of great films, but his greatest film, at least in my opinion, is Straw Dogs, the one that stars Dustin Hoffman. He's married to a girl, a British girl, and he's an American, and they go back to her hometown so that he can do some writing. I think he's a writer or whatever, right? She hasn't been in her hometown, which is like out in the middle of nowhere almost. It's small since she moved to the States or whatever, and then the locals look at Dustin Hoffman as a weakling, and because of it, they take advantage of his wife, and one of them actually sexually assaults her, and then it gets real. And by the end of this film, it's one of the most powerful endings of a film that I've ever seen. That visceralness, that animal instinct, that animal type of instinct, you see it. Dustin Hoffman does an amazing job in this film. At the end of this film, he seems to be coming off as an intellectual, a weakling, not a physical type of man. And by the end of this film, it's like you can see how certain situations can bring out, you know, that that instinctual animal type of in a man, right? So I mean, Dustin Hoffman's just such a great actor in general. The Graduate, Marathon Man is probably my favorite by him. Rain Man. This film, Straw Dogs. But I think Straw Dogs is uh, Marathon Man is probably his best, at least in my opinion, his best acting. But no, maybe Straw Dogs. Maybe Straw Dogs is better. But the actual film itself, anyways, whatever. They're both great films. Okay, so I don't have to get particular on either one of them. But Straw Dogs is basically a Peckinpah film that is visceral as Peckinpah is. Right. So if you have not seen this film, it's actually part of the Criterion Collection. You can get it in the Criterion Collection and watch it. It'll change the way you think sometimes. And the actual sexual assault, Peckinpah made it look like almost like it was consensual, even though it wasn't consensual. So there's kind of a blurring of that. Was that actually a sexual assault, or was she willing and not willing, but willing and not willing? There's that. Anyways, he has that. There is. I think back in the '70s that there was like a gray area of sexual assault, right? Now there isn't. No means no. It's basically taught since you're, like everybody's taught no means no, right? So, but Peckinpah, when you look at that rape, it isn't him punching the girl in the face, throwing her down on the ground, and just assaulting her, right? No, this is like him. He's got like an animal magnetism to him, and she is like weak around him, right? And there's an attraction there, but she's married and she doesn't want. Anyways, it's a bit of a confusing. It's an assault. It's a sexual assault, but you can see this. The anyways, I don't know how to describe it. But anyways, it's an extremely good film. But the best part about this whole film is the ending and Dustin Hoffman, the character of Dustin Hoffman at the end of this film. It's extremely powerful. All right, so now, like I said, Peckinpah had a bunch of other films that are very good that could make the list. The Wild Bunch would be probably the first one from 1969. All right, from 1972, you had The Getaway. All right, then 1973, Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid is another great film by him. 1974 is Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, and then Cross of Iron from 1977. Any of those films could make a top 130 list pretty easily, right? So, all right. So next up after that, so that was number 64, Straw Dogs from 1971, directed by Sam Peckinpah. Number 63 is a Lars von Trier film called Dancer in the Dark from 2000. Now he has a few really good films, and probably if you were to pick his best film, most people would not pick Dancer in the Dark. All right, unless they were like a super fan of Bjork. But I'm not a super fan of Bjork. Bjork is one of the greatest singers of all time ever. All right, now it makes me look like a super fan, but no, I really enjoy her music. But the reason why I put this film over some of his other films, Trier's other films, is because it's a very powerful story. It's basically Bjork plays an immigrant uh, girl who's slowly going blind, and she has a son who she's worried about after she goes blind. She works in a factory. She's saving up all her money to get an operation because he has the same condition as her. And she's going to sacrifice herself for her son to correct his vision before he goes blind, but she can't afford both. And she's going blind through the film already, but she's saving up money to have an operation to fix her son's eyes. And what happens is somebody close to her finds out about that money and steals it from her, right, and takes her dream away, and she ends up. Anyways, I don't want to ruin the ending of this. And Von Trier, the ending of this film is really powerful and really depressing and really sad. So if you like really sad, depressing films, you're going to really enjoy this film. Okay, and it's also like a pseudo musical because Bjork does sing in this film, and other characters do as well. In it's almost like a musical, but it's not a staged musical where you have stages and people dancing and everything else. No, they're in the house or they're in this or whatever, and then they start. She starts singing. Usually, it's when she goes off because her life is not all that happy. She kind of daydreams and goes off into her own world, and that's where she's uh, like happy and she's singing in that. So, and Von Trier ended up filming this with like a handheld camera rather than a stationary camera or a movable camera. It was like on the shoulder type of camera. So you get this. So it feels like it more of a documentary. I don't know if there's I don't recall music except for when they're singing. No background music through the film to set moods or anything. So it's kind of stark and it's kind of almost amateuristic. Amateurish is that a word? Amateur, like done by an amateur because of the handheld camera, but he did that on purpose. He wanted to make it seem more real, the film to seem more like a documentary, and the ending is just extremely depressing. So get prepared for it if you decide to watch this. But you get to hear Bjork sing in this, and uh, out of all, I've listened to thousands of albums, thousands of CDs, and out of all the CDs and albums that I've heard, there's maybe four women that have like just stunningly stellar voices. There are others, obviously, you know what I mean, but there's the four main ones. Bjork is one of them. Whitney Houston is another. All right, Celine Dion is another, even though I'm not a big fan of Celine Dion's music. And my all-time favorite female voice, who I think has an extremely good voice, is Sinead O'Connor. All right, so those four, if you haven't really listened to any of their music, pick it up, see what you think. They have amazing voices. If you like female voices that go from high, like hit those high notes really, really crisply and really clearly, and have a falsetto to them as well, that kind of thing. I find Sinead O'Connor to be my favorite, but Whitney Houston, everybody knows Whitney Houston, right? She has an amazing voice. Bjork as well, and like I said, Celine Dion, the Canadian. All right, so but that's Dancer in the Dark, starring Bjork, and it came out in 2000, directed by Lars von Trier. Now, Lars von Trier has a few other films that would easily make a top 130 list and not look stupid. Let's say Breaking the Waves from 1995 or 96 would be one. Dogville, which is an extremely good film. Uh, Investigate that film if you haven't seen that film. That is a really good film as well. Like if I wasn't going to put Dancer in the Dark, I'd probably put Dogville in there instead, and then Manderley from 2005 would be the next one. But probably his, you know, consensus wise, probably Dogville is his greatest film, and some people will say Breaking the Waves, but I think Dogville, more people thought Dogville was a better film than Dancer in the Dark, but I still think Dancer in the Dark is his best film. All right, and it's number 63 on the list, directed by Lars von Trier, and it came out in 2000. All right, so next up is number 62. Is a French film. All right, directed by Jean-Pierre Jeunet, and this this film is one of the most charming films you'll ever watch in your life. It's got that sweetness, that joy, I guess you could call it. You know, some films are meant to depress you, some films are meant to scare you, some films are meant to put you in a romantic mood, but there's just some films that create joy, and those are few and far between. But when you come across one that does create joy in you, you know, I cherish them. And that film is Amélie. All right, so Amélie from 2001, directed by Jean-Pierre Jeunet, and this has like a childlike wonder and joy to it. It's basically about a girl, a young woman who clandestinely, like she's some kind of spy or whatever, goes about bringing people together and falling in love, right? Meanwhile, her personal life is kind of she's wanting to have the same, but she can't have it, right? But there's this mystery character that that's in it as well. But I don't want to ruin the film. The magic of the film is you need to watch it from beginning to end, and when you do, it's like, wow, this is such a good film. It's like, you know, it puts a smile on your face. It just makes you feel good. You know what I mean? So, and the way that she, you know, I guess you'd call it manipulation. The way that she manipulates everything in order to get people that maybe are too shy to get together, and how. Anyway, so it's extremely good. It's basically about love and joy. And if you, you know, maybe maybe after watching Dancer in the Dark being super depressed, maybe you should pick up Amelie. You know, it'll put you in a better mood afterwards. You know, make you feel good, right? Because Dancer in the Dark is not going to make you feel good, right? So, all right. So anyway, so that's Amelie, one of the most joyous films I've ever seen, directed by Jean-Pierre Jeunet, and it's number 62 on the list. Now, he did have one other film that could make a top 130 list, I think, as well, and that's The City of Lost Children from 1995. That one was a really good film as well. If you haven't seen that film, check that one out as well. All right, so that's 62. Let's go to 61, and this is one of my all-time favorite horror films, and it's my all-time favorite werewolf film. All right, and this is directed by John Landis. All right, and it came out in 1981. It's called An American Werewolf in London, and this film is such a great film. It again is a horror film, but has comedy in it, right? It's kind of comedic, you know, like Evil Dead, that kind of where it's a horror, but it's also funny, right? So it's basically about two Americans. They visit England, and they're out on the moors, and they end up getting attacked by a werewolf. One ends up dying, and the other one ends up living, but he ends up turning into a werewolf, right? So, and then he, you know, terrorized the suburbs of London, right? So, and yeah, it's quite funny. The funny part is because the friend that died keeps coming back to the friend that lived and telling him to kill himself because he's a werewolf and he's going to forget what he's doing, and this the moon's going to come out and he's going to go out and kill people, and he needs to kill himself before he starts killing other innocent people, right? All through the film, right? So It's some of it, and the makeup effects. I mean, this is what 1981. Is that what I said? Yeah, I think it was 1981, right? Yeah, 1981. The makeup effects in this are really, really good. Like, you know, his friend that died, you know, half of his face is ripped off and it's kind of hanging. And what happens is it doesn't stay that way through the whole film. Time goes through the whole film, and you know his friend is kind of rotting over the time period of the film, right? So he's freshly killed at the beginning when he first talks to his friend who survived, and then by the end of the film, you know, he's like his skin is all black and dark, and the blood is all black on him and everything, right? And he's kind of rotting and decaying, right? So whoever did the makeup effects, the special effects makeup stuff in this film, um, I'll put his name down here. Um, Extremely good job. He did an extremely good job in this film, and this film is scary in some points and laugh out loud in other points, and it's a quite enjoyable film, and I think you'll enjoy it if you haven't seen it. All right, so that's John Landis's American Werewolf in London. Now, John Landis had three other films that I would put in a top 130 list. Some others might not, but if I didn't put American Werewolf in London in this one, I would have put Innocent Blood, and a lot of people don't never even heard of Innocent Blood, or if they have, they don't think it's a great film, but I do. I think it's an amazing film, and it's basically about a French woman, and she's the one that starred in Luc Besson's Nikita, La Femme Nikita, right? She played La Femme Nikita, and she's in this film as well. In this film, she plays a vampire who enjoys her life as a vampire, and she goes out every night, and you know she's a sexy woman, and she attracts men or whatever, and it's very easy for her to stay alive. And anyways, but she ends up she decides that she's going to go after the Italian mob, and it's quite funny and it's quite entertaining. It's a very entertaining film, right? And she goes after the Italian mob. And anyways, it's a it's a quite a fun film, right? And it's one of my all-time favorite vampire films. Innocent Blood is. But anyway, so Trading Places is another one. So Innocent Blood from 1992 would be one. Trading Places, you know, the Eddie Murphy film with Dan Aykroyd. You know, and the two rich guys decide to switch them to see. It's like a social experiment. Anyways, I don't want to. If you haven't seen that film, it's quite funny. And the Blues Brothers with Dan Aykroyd and Jim Belushi, John Belushi, John Belushi, and John Belushi. Anyway, so those would be the three other films that could make this list. But I chose American Werewolf in London from 1981, directed by John Landis, and it's number 61 on the list. All right, next up is number 60, and this is a Paul Verhoeven film. How you speak about Paul Verhoeven might be similar to how you speak about Sam Peckinpah in the way that Peckinpah's films are very visceral and ultra violent, I guess you could say. There's just that little bit extra of violence in Peckinpah's films. Well, that's the way that Verhoeven directed his films, especially those films, that group of films he did in the 80s and 90s, RoboCop, Starship Troopers. What was the Schwarzenegger film? Yeah, Total Recall. Those films, you know, where there's just overkill on the violence in it, especially RoboCop and Starship Troopers. But RoboCop is probably Verhoeven's best film, and it's basically about a guy who was a cop and ends up being fatally wounded by drug dealers or whatever, and so then they end up making him into a super cop where he's mostly a robot, right? So, and then he goes out and kicks ass, right? So it's quite fun. The scenes, they actually have some commercial scenes in it. Like there's one with this anti-theft device for your car, where the person goes in to steal your car, and then they end up getting killed and dumped on the side of the road, right? Um, just ultra violent. You know what I mean? This film is over the top violence, right? But that's what Verhoeven was known for in the 80s and early 90s, right? And RoboCop is his best film. It's from 1987. Now, I did mention two other films by him. That is Total Recall, the Schwarzenegger film, where uh, um, he's brainwashed or whatever, right? And Starship Troopers, which is another favorite film of mine about you know humans fighting bugs, right? So, all right, so those are two other films that I wouldn't have any problem being put in the top 130 list. All right, so that's number RoboCop from 1987, directed by Paul Verhoeven, number 60 on the list. So number 59 is a Clint Eastwood film. All right, and it's one of his early uh, westerns he did. All right, so you know, he made his name with being an actor in those Sergio Leone spaghetti western films, and he also Don Siegel would direct him in other westerns, and then Don Siegel moved over to Cops, and he followed him, did the Dirty Harry series and that kind of thing. Those two directors taught Clint Eastwood how to direct, and when he directed The Outlaw Josie Wales in 1976, he did a very good uh, job of it, and it's one of my favorite Clint Eastwood films directed by Clint Eastwood, right? So now Clint Eastwood, as you know, has directed a lot of films and he's acted in a lot of films as well. But his best films that he's directed that wouldn't look out of place in a top 130 list would be High Plains Drifter, all right, which is the one that he directed before he did The Outlaw Josie Wales, all right, and then Pale Rider, another Western that he did in 1985. That one was really good as well because uh, he hadn't directed a Western or starred in a Western, if I remember correctly. He did the Dirty Harry films. He was more of a cop uh, and did other things, right? He did what the Which Way But Loose and Any Which Way You Can films. And that he kind of was dating Sandra Locke at the time, and he did films with her in the films, right? And anyway, so then in 1992, he directed another Western, Unforgiven. And a lot of people think that Unforgiven is probably his greatest Western film, and it was really good. And Gene Hackman does an extremely good job in that film. Gene Hackman is an amazing actor. Then in 2003, he did Mystic River. Um, and in 2004, he did Million Dollar Baby. So those five films, along with Outlaw Josie Wales, a sixth film. Any of those six films could make a top 100 list, right? So, all right, so those are all of his films, but I chose The Outlaw Josie Wales from 1976, and it's number 59 on the list. Number 58 is a Jackie Chan film, and it's probably Jackie Chan's best film, and it's called Police Story, and it's from 1985. And yeah, if you haven't watched any Jackie Chan films, watch his films from Hong Kong, his Chinese films, his Hong Kong films. He brought that whole style over to the United States. When he started doing Rush Hour and those type of films. Well, he originally, you know, munched his teeth on that kind of film back in Hong Kong. And the opening sequences of Police Story will just blow you away. It's like they're in Hong Kong, but it kind of looks like a miniature. When you see the hills in Rio de Janeiro with all the shanty shacks and everything along the hills, the mountains in Rio de Janeiro. Well, they kind of made a miniature type of thing like that in Hong Kong, and then what they did was they took two cars and drove through it, smashing through every building, going down this hill, right? And it was like, whoa, wow, that was awesome. That those opening action scenes were extremely well. The whole film is really, if you watch any American films by Jackie Chan, he does almost, does all of his own stunts, and those stunts are kind of funny, but also like, whoa, that. that wow factor to a lot of his stunts, right? While they're all over the place in Police Story, it's such an amazing action film if you haven't seen it. And I don't want to wreck the whole film, but basically it's Jackie Chan and going up against bad guys like he always does, drug guys in Hong Kong, right? So, all right, so that's Police Story from 1985. It's number 82. Now, Jackie Chan directed two other films that would also probably wouldn't look out of place if you liked, action and martial arts cinema, and that would be The Young Master from 1980 and The Drunken Master 2 from 1994. All right, so that's Jackie Chan, number 58, Police Story from 1985. Let's go to 57, and this is an Irving Lerner film noir. It's one of my all-time favorite film noirs, and it came out in 1958, and it's called Murder by Contract. All right, so this one basically is a hitman in the film, and he goes about killing people in it, and he kind of shows you how he does it. All these interesting ways of killing people without, so that he doesn't get caught, doesn't get seen, doesn't get. So it's almost like a. The interest of me was like, oh, okay, it kind of is like a primer of how to be a hitman, right? Way back before, like, Leon the Professional or whatever, right? So yeah, he goes about killing people in all these different ways, right? So it's quite an enjoyable film. It's in black and white, but it's basically a film noir. Nobody's good in this film. The people that are killing aren't nice people and everything else, right? So I just found it quite enjoyable. And actually, he's hired to kill somebody, and then he doesn't do it because she's a woman. And not that he has any qualms with killing women. It's just that women cost more, and they didn't tell him he was a woman, so he didn't do it. And so then they send two hitmen after him to kill him or whatever. Anyways, it gets quite intriguing. I haven't seen it in a while, but it's probably, I don't know if it's my all time favorite film noir, but I would have to. There's so many great film noirs, right? And I went on a binge and I watched a whole bunch of them, and sometimes they blur into other ones. But I think this one might be my all-time favorite one. So it's called Murder by Contract, directed by Irving Lerner, and Irving Lerner also did another great film noir, and that's City of Fear. But I like Murder by Contract more than City of Fear. Some people might be reversed on that. So, but either one of those films, pick them up, take a look at them. You won't be disappointed. All right. So, Murder by Contract, 1958, directed by Irving Lerner, and that's number 57. So now number 56 is my all-time favorite Edgar Wright film, and Edgar Wright is like the Mel Brooks, the British Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks did a whole bunch of films in the 70s and 80s, spoofing different genres of films, like Spaceballs. He spoofed the science fiction film, a Star Wars film. Blazing Saddles. He did spoofed the Western, that kind of thing. Young Frankenstein. He spoofed the horror film. Well, Edgar Wright did the same thing in the 2000s. All right, and but what he spoofed was the zombie film genre, the buddy cop film genre, and like the apocalypse type of genre, right? And those three films are his best films, but the best out of all of them was the first one, Shaun of the Dead. And I didn't write down when it came out. When did Shaun of the Dead come out? 2004. All right. So in 2004, he directed Shaun of the Dead, and it stars most of his films starred Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. Sorry. All right. So the trilogy of films that parodied different genres of films, Shaun of the Dead did that with the zombie film, and it's another horror, but it's more of a comedy than a horror. But it mixes the two elements together, right? And Edgar Wright did a really good job with this. Like you'll laugh throughout the whole film, right? He's such an Simon Pegg is such an underachiever in this film, and then he goes about saving people and becoming a hero, right? So, anyways, it's quite fun, and so is Hot Fuzz from 2007. That's the buddy film, uh, the buddy cop film that he spoofs, right? From 2007. Then he did Pilgrim versus the World, which is another really good film, and then The World's End. So Pilgrim versus the World is from 2010. The World's End from 2013. That's the apocalypse one, the end of the world one. And he also did one right recently that was really good, and that's the Sparks Brothers. So any of those films in the top 130, I wouldn't have an issue with. All right. So next up after that, so that was Shaun of the Dead from 2004, directed by Edgar Wright, number 56. Okay, so next up is number 55, which is a Norman Jewison film from 1967, and it's called In the Heat of the Night. And this is a really tense type of police investigation, right? Where Sidney Poitier plays Virgil Tibbs. He's a police officer from up north in Philadelphia, and he's down south visiting family. Or he was on a train going somewhere. I can't remember exactly why he was down south, but he's down south, and Rod Steiger plays the sheriff or the chief of police in the town that he's in, and they bring Virgil Tibbs into a murder investigation, but it's in the South and it's in the '60s, and nobody respects him as a police officer, so he goes about like pushing everybody's buttons and being an ass, and you know uh, on purpose, because he hates white people because white people hate black people or hate him, right? So, anyways, it's basically it's a white versus black conflict kind of thing, and it brings all that racism all to a head, where even the chief of police is a racist, but he he respects the badge, right? And Virgil Tibbs is a fellow police officer, right? But they bump heads throughout the whole film, and there's racism, not overt racism. I mean, like in your face racism throughout this film, and you get an idea of what the American South was like back in this period of time from this film, right? And it's an extremely good film if you haven't seen it. So Norman Jewison is one of Canada's greatest directors, and there's other films on that he's directed that could make this list. The Cincinnati Kid from 1965, uh, Fiddler on the Roof from 1971, um, and Justice for All from 1979, and the Cher film Moonstruck from 1987. That's a really good romantic comedy if you haven't seen that film. It keeps going under my radar when I think of all my favorite romantic comedies. I think of like my all-time favorite one, as I mentioned already, is When Harry Met Sally. I really liked Love Actually. I liked Some Kind of Wonderful, but there's always those ones that I really enjoy, but then I forget. Moonstruck is one of them. That was a really good romantic comedy. If you haven't seen that one, pick that one up and watch it. Okay, so that's Norman Jewison in the Heat of the Night, number 55 on the list from 1967. All right, so now number 54 is a Guy Ritchie film, and Guy Ritchie reinvigorated, the crime film, right, where you get to go take a look at crime, right? Except he did it in a way that it's crime, but a lot of the criminals are just bumbling idiots, right? He did two films like that: Snatch from 2000, and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels from 1998, if I remember correctly. Let me do this again here. Yeah, from 1998. All right, so this is the film that put Guy Ritchie on on the map, and he followed it with Snatch afterwards. But Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels is just a bit better than Snatch. The reason why is the story, which is basically about these antique guns, right? and these bumbling idiots, criminals who steal them, right? And then they're going to use them in a robbery. But then this happens and that happens, that happens. Anyways, these guns. I don't. The story is 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 what really makes this film. Now the characters in it are very memorable, right? But the story of these guns and where they go and how they travel is quite interesting. All right, so I don't want to wreck the story for you if you haven't seen it, but yeah, it's quite funny. It's a quite funny film, and then Guy Ritchie follows it up with Snatch, and in Snatch, Brad Pitt plays a gypsy, and that is an amazing. That's probably his best performance of any performance that he's done in his whole career. It's just that small role that he had in Snatch where he plays a gypsy, right? So it's worth watching just for Brad Pitt playing a gypsy in Snatch. It's about a diamond. Uh, but Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels is Ritchie's best film. But like I said, if you reverse it, and put Snatch in instead, no issue with that, right? So Guy Ritchie's 1998 film Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels is number 54 on the list. So next up at 53 is Jaws from Steven Spielberg from 1975. Um, Spielberg has just so many films that you could choose from, but I decided to do Jaws because Jaws was such a revolutionary film back in 1975. Everybody went and saw that film. It was just so amazing, and the animatron or whatever you want to call it, the shark machine, you know, the machine that they made with a shark looked so real at the time, right? And it's funny because you don't even see that shark until what, like halfway through the film or even more. You just hear that music, dun 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 dun, right? But yeah, it's a scary film, right? When it goes up on the boat, uh, yeah, it's just an amazing film. It's probably Spielberg's best. Yeah, I would say it's Spielberg's best, but there's so many great Spielberg films. He's probably the greatest American popular director of all time. He just had a string of movies that once you knew it was a Spielberg film, you just go see it because you knew it was automatically a good film, right? And but I think Jaws is probably his best film. Now, there's other films that could have made this list, and there's a lot of them. So let's go through them. Duel from 1971, Close Encounters of the Third Kind from 1977, very good film. Raiders of the Lost Ark, obviously, from 1981. Any of the Indiana Jones films, but Raiders of the Lost Ark is the best one. Although, although the guys on what's her name, Sheldon's girlfriend on The Big Bang Theory, kind of kind of wrecked that film a little bit. If you've ever watched that episode where he says that like the Harrison Ford character, Indiana Jones, whether he was in the film or not, didn't change its outcome, right? So him being in the film was kind of pointless. But anyway, so I thought that was quite funny when we were discussing that on on Big Bang Theory. Anyway, so E.T. from 1982 uh, is another one. Jurassic Park from 1993, obviously. Schindler's List from 1993. Saving Private Ryan from 1998. Probably I would pick that one. If I didn't pick Jaws, I'd probably have picked Saving Private Ryan and put it on the list instead. And The Fablemans from 2022, just recently, right? So, all right, so that's Steven Spielberg's Jaws from 1975, number 53 on the list. Number 52 is a John Boorman film, all right, and that is Deliverance um, from 1972. And this film has Burt Reynolds in an actual serious role rather than that charming comedy guy, right, from Smokey and the Bandit or Cannonball Run, that kind of thing. In this film, it's one of his earlier films. He plays a serious guy, and he's kind of like a tough guy. He's with Ned Beatty and John Voight. Was it John Voight, if I remember correctly? They all decide to go out on a trip fishing. and they end up coming into contact with some backwater hillbilly redneck guys, and some bad shits happen. And do they get off the mountain with their lives? I'll leave it up to you. But there's two. I'm not going to tell you, but there's two scenes in this film that, just like the Russian roulette scene from from Deer Hunter, or you know the Shining scene where with the axe through the door, here's Johnny. There's certain scenes that just will be remembered for all time from some films, and Deliverance is one of them, and that's the Ned Beatty, bark like a pig or whatever, or oink like a pig scene, and then you have the dueling banjo scene in it, but that oink like a pig scene, yeah, you'll never forget that scene if you watch this film, right? So, but yeah, it's a pretty visceral film actually. Like in the style of Peckinpah, but it was John Borman who directed it. Now, John Borman had a bunch of films, but the only one probably that I would put in a top 130 list if it wasn't for Deliverance would be Point Blank from 1967. All right, so that's number 52 on the list, Deliverance from 1972, directed by John Borman. Number 51 is The Wizard of Oz from 1939, a Victor Fleming film. All right, and this one is one of the all-time great films. I mean, it starts off in black and white and then just full-blown color. And because it starts in black and white and goes full-blown color when she lands in Oz or whatever, with the Munchkins in the Munchkin Village, and the yellow brick road kind of lights up gold, right? So yeah, and all the songs are, everybody knows all the songs, right? And the characters. Uh, Great book and an amazing film. All right, so I don't really need to talk about it much. Everybody knows it, right? So that's number 51 on the list, The Wizard of Oz from 1939. Victor Fleming had one other film that could make this list as well, and that would be Gone with the Wind, also from 1939. So he made two great films that could make a top 100 list, both in the same year. And Gone with the Wind is a really good film as well. It's a bit long, but it has that old style Southern romance, right? Which is attractive. Once you start watching it, the film does pull you in, even though it seems like it'd be more like a female film rather than a male film. But once you sit down and watch it, you will get pulled in by it. All right, next up it is number 50, and this is a James Cameron film. And out of all the James Cameron films, the one that I picked as his best was The Terminator from 1984. All right, and this film is basically a stalker film set in the future. Well, with futuristic tendencies, right? Basically, Arnold Schwarzenegger in this film is the ultimate stalker, right? It's basically Cameron sat down and said, let's make a film about a stalker, but let's add some science fiction elements to it. And this is the Terminator, right? So the Terminator is the all-time ultimate scariest stalker of a woman ever created, right? And with the budget he had and everything and the action scenes in this, it's an extremely good film. And the second one that he did as well, Terminator 2, is just, then he had a budget, and look what he did with Terminator 2. But I still, that more indie cult looking type of film that the Terminator was, just appeals to me more than the more slicked up, more version that Terminator 2 was, right? Although the scene in Terminator 2 when the nuclear bomb falls and she's grabbing hold of the fence uh, in the play yard, that thing, and then her skin and everything else comes right off her body. Even now, I mean, it looks a bit fake now that if you watch it now compared to what special effects are now, but at that time, that scene when I watched it in the theater just blew me away. And, ooh, yeah, you really really get an idea of what a nuclear bomb could actually do, right? But like I said, the Terminator is a better film, I think, than Terminator 2, although some others may argue. All right, so that uh, is number 50, and Cameron had three other films that I would have no issue being put on the top 100 list, and Aliens would be the first one from 1986, Terminator 2, which we just spoke about, from 1991, and Avatar from 2009. A lot of people, I don't know, they're kind of like on the fence with Avatar even now, right? But I found that when I saw it in the theater, it was a bit slow at the beginning, but where it was slow, it was cool that where they're floating around and everything, when they're going into the different, they're not pods, but cubicles or whatever. It's a bit slow going at the beginning, but then it kind of picks up, and then the CGI in that film is second to none. I mean, it's gorgeous, that CGI in that film, right? So it's a great film as well. All right, so that's the Terminator, number 50 on the list, from 1984, directed by James Cameron. So number 49 is a film by Robert Mulligan from 1962, and it's To Kill a Mockingbird. And basically, this is another race kind of film where Gregory Peck stars as a lawyer defending a black man in a rape case, where it's actually not rape, and that, anyways, it goes about that whole thing as well, except instead of, let's say, a black man as a police officer in the South, this time they're in the South, and a black man's on trial for raping a white woman because the white woman accused him of rape when he actually didn't do it. All right, and it goes in it from there, and how you get the lowest of low, the slime balls of white people in the South are still higher than a self-respecting black man, right? So it uses that kind of, and it's based on the Harper Lee book, right? So if you haven't seen To Kill a Mockingbird, great, great, great film. Now Mulligan, I don't think had any other film that I would raise to the level of To Kill a Mockingbird, or make the 100 list. So we'll leave him with just that one film. All right, so that's number 49 from 1962, To Kill a Mockingbird from Robert Mulligan. All right, next up is a Jim Jarmusch film, number 48 on the list, and this is from 1999, and it's Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai, starring Forrest Whitaker. Now, this film, I was blown away by, and it took me. I just found this film on DVD a few days ago, and I've been looking for it for years. Now, it's part of the Criterion collection, but I just have difficulty buying films from Criterion new. They're like $50 or $60 by the time they get to my doorstep, and that's just way too much to pay for one film, right? So, but I did see this on. I think I rented it from the rented. I think I borrowed it from the library, and I watched it back in the day, and it blew me away. But I haven't seen it since. I just got the film again, and I want to watch it again. I'm excited to watch it again, but I just haven't watched it yet. But it's Jarmusch's best film, in my opinion. All right, but he did have a large number of films that could make a top 100 list. Those would be Stranger Than Paradise from 1984, Down by Law from 1986, Mystery Train from 1989, Night on Earth from 1991, Dead Man from 1995, and Patterson from 2016. So there's that big space between 1995 and 2016 where he finally made another really good film, right? So, but it's Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai is probably his best film. Um, it's Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker, you've seen him in a bunch of films, and you knew he was a good actor, like he was in so many. But it's in this film and The Last King of Scotland where you see him shine. All right, and he was in played a cop in what in just give me a second, the Jean-Claude Van Damme film Bloodsport. He was a cop in that film. He did a good job. He was kind of like a, anyways. But then you see him in like a Panic Room with Jodie Foster. He plays a criminal breaking into a person's house. That he did a really good job in, and he was in the Crying Game, right? He played the British soldier at the beginning of that film, right? Uh, did a good job in that. But like I said, it took him a while to shine, but he finally got into some films. This is one of them. And like I said, The Last King of Scotland, where he plays Idi Amin, is another one, and you see how he shines, right? So that's Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai, number 48 on the list, directed by Jim Jarmusch from 1999. Now we go up to 47, and that is a Franklin J. Schaffner film, and it is Planet of the Apes from 1968, Charlton Heston film where the three astronauts, three uh, go out and then they end up coming back to Earth, and it's run by apes, and humans are like idiots or whatever, right? So yeah, it's quite a good film, and I remember watching it numerous times when I was a little boy, and all through my life, it was that film and Logan's Run. So that I would watch over and over again a lot of the time, right? So if you haven't seen it, it's you got to watch the original before you watch all the remakes. See, I enjoyed the Tim Burton film as well, Planet of the Apes, but everybody bombed that film, said it was a piece of crap, but I really enjoyed it. And I'm not a huge fan of Mark Wahlberg, but I really enjoyed that film as well. And then I enjoyed, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, that trilogy that came afterwards, right? So the films, all the films are really good in my opinion. But it all started with the 1968 film Planet of the Apes, and that's this film. So now Schaffner did have two other films that could have made this list, and that is Patton from 1970 and Papillon from 1973. All right, so this is number 47, Planet of the Apes from 1968, directed by Franklin J. Schaffner. All right, so number 46 on the list is a Hal Ashby film, and this one is, it's sweet and funny and a little bit taboo-ish, right? So it has kind of like the taboo there, but you kind of get won over because of the quirkiness of the characters and how lovable they are and everything. So this film is called Harold and Maude, and it's from 1971, and it's basically about an older woman and a very young man. All right, and he has a fascination with death, right? And the scenes where he plays dead are some of the funniest scenes in the film. But basically, it's a love story. It's a charming story on a taboo subject. If you look at an old man dating a 19 or 20-year-old girl, you know that he's only there because she's like eye candy or whatever, and she's only with him because he's rich or whatever. But how about if you reverse it, right? Where you have a young man being involved in a much older woman, right? You know, it's not usually seen, right? So that's the charm of this film is to see that interaction and and the Harold character, is a very quirky character, and you'll fall in love with the guy, right? So that's Harold and Maude, directed by Hal Ashby. Now Hal Ashby had two other films that could make this list: The Last Detail from 1973 and Being There from 1979. All right, but Harold and Maude is his best film, right? So that's number 46, Harold and Maude from 1971, directed by Hal Ashby. All right, so next up is number 45, Children of Men from 2006, directed by Alfonso Cuarón. Cuarón, am I saying that properly? And this is a really good film. I like dystopian novels. They're my favorite type of novels to read. And I also like dystopian films. All right. But the dystopian films are a little bit more difficult to make well, unlike the novels. Like a lot of the transition of dystopian books into film don't work very well. Like most of them don't. Like 1984 was an okay film, but it was a great book. Fahrenheit 451 was an okay movie, but it was a great book. One that did do well, obviously, is Blade Runner, which is Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? The book is, and that actually outshines the book. So, but most of the time, like I said, the book outshines the movie when it comes to dystopian novels. And you had The Handmaid's Tale, which was, that Robert Duvall film. It was okay, but the the book was much better. And then they turned it into a TV series, but I hadn't seen the TV series, so I'm not sure. Okay, so this one is Children of Men. Now I don't know if this came from a book or not. I don't think so. I think this was actually written as a movie, right? So it stars Clive Owen, and basically it's in the future, like, and basically the world uh, has become infertile, and the world is, slowly falling into chaos as human beings go into, extinction, right? But then what happens is there's one girl in London or somewhere in England. She ends up actually giving birth to the first baby in like 20 years or whatever, right? 17 years, 18 years, something like that. And then Clive Owen ends up knowing that if this baby exists, the mother and the newborn are in like serious danger, and he is basically takes on the role of protecting, and then you see what happens after that, right? So it's an extremely powerful film, and I watched it I watched it and I was blown away by it, and then I watched it right after, right? I watched it again afterwards, and then I haven't seen it since then, but I watched it two times right in a row. I spent like 4 hours watching this film. It was uh, quite interesting film, right? So, and Alfonso Cuarón has two other films that could make this list, and they are And Your Mother Too from 2001 and Roma from 2018. But I think Children of Men is his best film. All right. So next up after, so that's number 45, Children of Men from 2006, directed by Alfonso Cuarón. And I'm gonna brutalize his name every time I say it, right? Okay, next up after that is number 44, and this film is from 1999, directed by Sam Mendes, and it's American Beauty. And this film, Kevin Spacey, he's a great actor, whether he's an ass in real life and his behavior is unacceptable as an actor, he's extremely good. And in this film, it's probably his best film, this one and The Usual Suspects. In this film, he plays like a 40-something guy who just gives up on life. He just says, fuck it, I don't want to do it anymore, and starts smoking pot and working out because his life is miserable. He's married to a woman that just fucking castrates him all the time. And anyways, he just gives up and drives his wife crazy. And it's like this super dysfunctional family. And his daughter, her friend, has an attraction to him. And that's where the buck stops. But I don't want to kill the film for you, but you'll understand what I mean by that when you watch the film if you haven't seen it. All right. So, very good drama, very good film. Kevin Spacey does a really great job on it. If you've canceled Kevin Spacey, then you're probably not going to watch this film. But if you haven't, if you can separate the asshole guy from the art, then do so. And American Beauty is one of the all-time greatest films of all time, and I'm going to watch it. So, uh, so that's directed by Sam Mendes. Mendes has some other films that could make the list. Probably, well, he directed two of the James Bond films, Spectre from 2015 and Skyfall from 2012. That reinvigoration of Bond where it became serious, you know, serious action, serious person, serious shit happening. Less of that, like James Bond was always just not a really comic character, but he seemed to do everything lightly, right? It's all about girls and guns or whatever, and he breezed through life. He was always in a good mood. He had a sense of humor about everything. But then Daniel Craig comes along and Sam Mendes comes along and they direct, like James Bond as a really serious character and the shit that's happening in it really serious as well, right? So they added that like grit. There's no humor in any of Daniel Craig's portrayal of Bond, right? So and also he also directed 1917 from 2019, and just in the last 3 years or whatever, that film, if you haven't seen it, watch it. It's a great film. It's become one of the great war films of all time, 1917, right? So that is number 44, American Beauty from 1999, directed by Sam Mendes. Number 43 is a John Huston film, The Maltese Falcon from 1941. You got to have a Humphrey Bogart film in this, right? So there's a few of them actually, but this is probably Houston's best film, at least in my opinion. Although I really enjoyed The African Queen as well, but The Maltese Falcon. Do I really have to go into that film much? It's a great film. John Huston is a great director, one of the greatest of all time. In fact, here's the list of all the films that could have made this list if it wasn't for The Maltese Falcon. All right, and that's here it is: The Treasure of the Sierra Madre from 1948, Key Largo from 1948, The Asphalt Jungle from 1950, The African Queen, which I just mentioned, from 1951, The Night of the Iguana from 1964, Fat City from 1972, and The Man Who Would Be King from 1975. That's how good John Huston is as a director, right? But I chose The Maltese Falcon from 1941 as his best film, and it's number 43 on my list. All right, so what's up after that? Number 42 is a John Woo film from 1992 starring Chow Yun-fat, and that is Hard Boiled. And this is an extremely good film. Now, John Woo's action films in Hong Kong before he came over to the States to direct them in the States, where a lot of them kind of flopped. But he had like three films in Hong Kong that just blew everybody away. The slickness of it, the characters, uniforms or whatever, like uh, the actual visualness of all these action scenes, right? The people are wearing white suits and black, and there's that black and white stuff, and then there's the color, and then there's it's almost like an action art form, right? John Woo was really good at that, and Chow Yun Fat in Hardboiled is probably the best out of all those films, and it's from 1992. If you really enjoy like action, police, yakuza type of stuff, you're gonna like John Woo's Hong Kong stuff, if you don't mind the subtitles, anyways. And he did two other films as well. So there's this group of films in the late 80s to the early 90s that bang, 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 just one after another that was just like wow and wow and wow, right? And those were The Killer from 1989, which was the first one, and then Bullet in the Head from 1990, which was the second one, and then Hard Boiled from 1992, which is probably the best of all three of them. So investigate some John Woo's Hong Kong output if you really like action films. All right, so that's number 42, Hard Boiled from 1992, directed by John Woo. All right, next up after that is number 41. All right, and it's directed by Harold Ramis. And it is Groundhog Day from 1993. And this is such a good film. How would I best put how what the greatness of this film is? Okay, if you take the premise of a person being stuck in a time loop, all right, where it's 24 hours in this film, where so you go out, you enjoy your day, you fall asleep when you wake up in the morning, it's the exact same day that you just had, and then you go about doing that again and again and again and again and again. How do you make that interesting? How do you not boil the living crap out of your audience? Well, Harold Ramis did it because this is one of the most enjoyable films I've ever seen. And I don't know, Bill Murray he always plays the same character that that lovable, sarcastic type of guy, right? Uh, and he plays that here, but so he's gone to a small town. He's like a weather reporter, and he's gone to wherever it is in Maine to go see the groundhog to see whether he sees a shadow. It's a stupid thing, but it's a tradition, right? Like go see the shadow and whether you're going to have an early spring or not, right? So he's in this podunk type of town, and he ends up getting caught in this time loop. And the premise is very interesting, but can Ramis pull it off and make it so that it's not boring? Well, he does because like Bill Murray goes about doing a whole bunch of different things in this 24-hour span that are quite humorous, right? So it's quite a fun film, and it's kind of like a romantic. There's a romantic to it as well. There's a romance in it as well. That's very enjoyable to watch and joyful. So yeah, it's quite a funny film, and I think it's my choice of the best Ramis film. But a lot of people will choose others of his first over Groundhog Day. Anyway, so that's number 41 on the list. Now, Harold Ramis did have a few other films that could make this top 130 list if you like comedies, obviously. Right? If you don't like comedies, these aren't going to make the top. Well, maybe they would anyways. I don't know. He had so many really good films. He was like in the 1980s, he's probably the king of the great comedies, right? So he had Caddyshack in 1980, uh, Stripes in 1981, Vacation in 1983, and Ghostbusters in 1984. Any of those four films you could put in with Groundhog Day, right? So, and I don't think it would look out of place, right? All right, so that's number 41, Groundhog Day from 1993, directed by Harold Ramis. He actually just passed away recently. So, next up after this is number 40, which is a Roman Polanski film. And out of all the Roman Polanski films, which film do you think I picked? Well, I picked The Pianist, starring Adrian Brody from 2002. I really, really enjoyed that film, and maybe it was because it was more accessible. Some of Polanski's films are, they're European, and when you're used to North American films and you watch some of Polanski's films, they're kind of like they seem out of they're good, and they're good when you're watching them, but you have to. I always explained it to myself. It's like Shakespeare. When you read Shakespeare, Shakespeare is really good, but you're just trying to get through the language, and it's like a hump that you can't get over. Well, but once you do get over that hump, which I did, you start reading Shakespeare, and once you understand the language that Shakespeare is using, man, he is friggin' hilarious. All right, I really enjoyed his comedies over his histories or his tragedies or whatever. His comedies, Shakespeare's comedies, are some of the funniest things I've ever read, and Polanski's kind of like that with his films. Some of his films, they're directed in a style that you're not used to when you're watching American films, or most of the films that you're watching are American films, right? There's kind of like a difference to it, right? That you got to get used to. But once you do get used to a Polanski film, then you get blown away by Polanski's film. But with The Pianist, you didn't have to do that. With The Pianist, it was you can't really call it. Well, can you call it an American film? But anyways, it had the accessibility that American films for North Americans do, right? So that's why I enjoyed it so much, and the story is really, really, really good as well, right? But if you're more of a traditional type of Polanski, you would probably put one of these films in your list rather than The Pianist, all right? And that would be Knife in the Water from 1962, Repulsion from 1965, obviously Rosemary's Baby. A lot of people would probably pick that, or from 1968, or Chinatown from 1974 as his best film. But you also have The Tenant from 1976. So any of those six films, including The Pianist, on the list. All right. All right. So that's number 40, The Pianist from 2002, directed by Roman Polanski. Next up after that is number 39, and this is directed by the Wachowskis. and this is called The Matrix. The first of the three films is the best out of all of it from 1999. That film was probably my all-time favorite action film from the 90s, probably. I mean, everybody went to see that one in the theater, and then when they saw it in the theater, they went again to the theater and watched it again. It was such a mind-blowing film, and it's basically what? It's basically who was it? Who was the French philosopher? Blaise Pascal. Was it Pascal? Anyways, I'll put the name down here. Basically, he did that argument, um, that the only thing that you know really exists is you because you think. So you think, therefore you are. I think, therefore I am. This is basically that. It's basically saying, yeah, Mr. Philosopher, bullshit. You know everything is real through your senses. Yeah, but your senses can be tricked. You know that, right? I mean, when you're dreaming, do you think that you're dreaming? No, you think you're actually in reality until you wake up. So how do you know when you wake up the dream isn't the reality? The reality is the dream, right? The only thing you know 100% sure exists and everything else you don't is you because you think, right? You think you're in there thinking, and that has nothing to do with any of your senses, right? So the Wachowskis took that idea, at least they had to have been influenced by that idea, and created a whole world that is an imaginary world where human beings live in a world that machines have taken over, and now all they are batteries. They're basically put in this gloop, hooked up to wiring, and their body electricity is what millions and millions of them give to the machines to keep the machines alive, right? So, and then every once in a while somebody actually wakes up out of the dream and realizes what's really going on. And so that is an extremely, extremely brilliant idea for a film, and they pull it off really well. Now, people have, panned the second film and the third film. I haven't seen the fourth one, but I really enjoyed both of those films, the second and the third one. I didn't enjoy it as much as the first one, but I did enjoy it. I did enjoy all three of them, right? So, but it's the first one that is the best. Now, other than those films, obviously, the Wachowskis had one other film that could make this list, and that's Cloud Atlas from 2012. If you haven't seen that film I really enjoyed as well. All right, so that's number 39, The Matrix from 1999, directed by the Wachowskis. All right, so next up is number 38. And number 38 is my all-time favorite, or what I consider the greatest horror film of all time, and it's directed by William Friedkin, and it's from 1973, and it's The Exorcist. And basically, this film scared the living crap out of me. All right, there's nothing scarier if the director can pull you in and take away your disbelief and suck you into a film and make you think that that film could be real. It's one thing of a slasher or a killer that will scare the living crap out of you. It's another thing when it's the supernatural, right? With the supernatural, it just adds that extra element because there's no control over it. You could fight a serial killer if you use your brain, if take like a martial arts or something along those lines. That type of stalker killer type of guy you can always defend yourself against, right? But there is no defense against the supernatural. The supernatural just comes and gets you, and there's nothing you can effing do, right? So this whole thing about possession from an evil spirit is like really, really creepy, all right? And then the way that Friedkin did it just blows you away, and that Linda Blair scene where she's in the bed and she talks in that wah voice and says those really rude things, and then her head twists around. That when that movie came out and you saw that, it was like whoa, and yeah, it's the greatest horror film of all time in my opinion. All right, and it's from 1973, The Exorcist, directed by William Friedkin. Now, William Friedkin is a very good director. He has a number of films that could make a top 100 list, other than The Exorcist, and they would be The Boys in the Band from 1970, The French Connection from 1971, Sorcerer from 1977, and To Live and Die in L.A. from 1985. All right, so that's Friedkin. The Exorcist, number 38 on my list. Number 37 is my all-time favorite action film. All right, I think this is the best action film of all time, directed by John McTiernan, and it's from 1988, and it's called The Die Hard, starring Bruce Willis. That whole idea, that film was just such. I've watched it hundreds of times, and I just don't stop enjoying it. It blows you away. Everybody considers it's a Christmas movie, so at least once a year I watch it on Christmas or near Christmas, and yeah, it's just yeah, it all happens at Nakatomi Plaza, right? Nakatomi Plaza, right? And yeah, it's such a great film. It's just a adrenaline rush throughout the whole film, right? It's funny because I think Bruce Willis became an action star with this film because before this he was on TV. You know, he was doing moonlighting. He did moonlighting in that, and then they grabbed him, and he wasn't a known name at the time. They did this, and he had an action career. And how many Die Hard films afterwards? Like 5 or 6 of them afterwards because of this film. Yeah, it's such a great film. If you haven't seen it, you have to watch it. You have to watch it. All right, now McTiernan does have other films that could make the list: Predator from 1987 or The Hunt for Red October from 1990. Either one of those two were really good as well. All right. So that's number 37, Die Hard from 1988, directed by John McTiernan. All right. Number 36 on my list is a Spike Jones film from 1999, and that is Being John Malkovich. And this is a really hilarious film. Um, basically, it's about this building that I think it's a 13th floor, but the 13th floor is like half the size, and it has this door in it. And if you open that door and jump through that door, you end up in John Malkovich's head, and you can control John Malkovich. And that premise is just hilarious, and how Spike Jones pulls that off. Yeah, he did a really good job with that, and you're laughing throughout this whole film, right? And John Malkovich is such a serious actor, you know. I mean, he's got that dry sense of humor, but you know, he's perfect for Shakespeare. He's perfect for like doing like Shakespearean tragedies, and now he's in this film, you know, being taken over by different people. Anyways, and it's not just that. There's the storyline of it is quite well done as well, right? So if you haven't seen Me and John Malkovich, take a look at it. I think you'll enjoy it. Now, Spike Jones has other films that could make a list as well. Adaptation from 2002 and Her from 2013. That Her film, I really enjoyed that film as well. Right, so that's Me and John Malkovich from 1999, directed by Spike Jones. Number 36 on the list. Number 35 is a Fritz Lang film. Now, Fritz Lang, one of the all-time greatest directors of all time. I can't say that anymore. How many all times can I say, right? But my favorite film of his is The Big Heat from 1953. All right. Uh, but he has so many films that could make it. But a lot of them are dry, a lot of them are old, and they're hard to understand. And you know, he goes back to almost the beginnings of cinema, right? But he has that. I don't know why, but so many German artists, whether they're writers, filmmakers, musicians, a lot of them are so inaccessible, so difficult to understand. And Fritz Lang occasionally has that to his in his repertoire as well. But The Big Heat was one of the great film noirs, and Fritz Lang did a few film noirs that are just really good, right? Uh, but he did other films as well. And here's the huge list of Fritz Lang films that you could put in a top 100 and they would not be out of place. You have Mabuse the Gambler Part 1 from 1922, Mabuse the Gambler Part 2 from 1922, so those two films. Siegfried's Death from 1924. See how old Fritz Lang is? He's back in the 1920s and the start of film, right? But the starting of film, these films are good, but they're good as compared to other films of that time. You're not used to watching this type of film. This type of film is 100 years old, and unless you get the context and the limitations of what film could do at the time, a lot of the times when you watch it, it's just and the quality of the film, it's so old, right? It's in black and white. You got the chops and everything else on it a lot of times. So it is sometimes difficult to watch these films, but they're good films for what they were at the time, right? Another one is I'm just getting over a cold, so I have throat surgery, and then I end up, getting a cold. So I drink some water, see how my throat is. Now he did a good amount of American films, but he also did German films. So some of these may be difficult for me to, like this one is difficult for me to pronounce. Crime Head's Revenge from 1924. Metropolis, which is one of his big films from 1927. Spies from 1928. M, another one of his great known films from 1931. The Testament of Dr. Mabuse from 1933. Fury from 1936. You Only Live Once from 1937. The Woman in the Window from 1944. Scarlet Street from 1945. And Contempt from 1963. These are the films probably that everybody thinks are his greatest films, and they could make this list, right? All right, but I chose The Big Heat, the film noir. I really like film noir, so I chose one of his film noirs from 1953, and that's number 35 on the list, directed by Fritz Lang. Number 34 on the list is a Robert Zemeckis film from 1985, and it's Back to the Future, one of the funnest films I've ever watched. That's such a great ride. It's basically Michael J. Fox, who plays a student, and he is a professor, and they end up going back in time in a DeLorean, and to fix Marty McFly, who is basically Michael J. Fox's life, because he's disappearing from existence because his mother and his father don't meet and fall in love. Right? Anyways, it's quite a fun film, and it's funny. It's joyful. It's charming. It's intriguing. Everything and the the costumes in it are really good as well. So whoever did the costumes in this film, it's a very good film. Zemeckis also had some other films that could make this list. In fact, some might even pick one of these other films instead of Back to the Future, but I think Back to the Future is probably his best film. Who Framed Roger Rabbit from 1988. Forrest Gump, which would be the one that a lot of people may choose over Back to the Future, from 1994. And Castaway from 2000. Any of those three films as well are worthy of a top 100 pick. All right, so that's number 34 from 1985, Back to the Future, Robert Zemeckis. Number 33, we will wait. So number 34, we'll end it there, and we'll do the top 33 in the next break of film. All right, so thank you for listening, and I will see you in a second, in film time, anyways, to do 33 to number one. What do you think is my number one pick? We shall see. All right, and you enjoy the rest of your day, and I will talk to you in a couple of seconds. All right, bye for now.
Hello, everyone. I'm back, and it's time to do the last section of the list from number 33 to number one. My all-time favorite film of all time at number one. All right, so let's get into it. All right, last we did Back to the Future from 1985, and that was number 34. So now let's do number 33, which is a George A. Romero zombie film called Night of the Living Dead from 1968. This black and white film, uh, one of the greatest zombie films of all time, and it ushered in the modern zombie craze that ended up happening over time. Later, he ended up
doing like what 6 more zombie films, all of which were really great. But this was his start. This was his first. Now, I think most cite Dawn of the Dead, which is the next one after this, as his greatest zombie film. But uh, I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between the two because, it's important. Night of the Living Dead is such an important film when it comes to horror and the zombie genre of film, right? But then I think Dawn of the Dead, the second one, is just a little bit more entertaining than the first one. And the remake of it, starring Sarah Polley, is even better than his original, right? So uh, I think that one was from 2000 or 2004. Anyway, but Night of the Living Dead is one of the all-time great horror films. It's basically about a group of like 7 people that end up coming to a farmhouse in Pennsylvania and blocking themselves in because they're being attacked by the undead, right? So it was influential in so many ways, but mostly it, started that. It may not be the original or the first zombie film, but is the first, let's say, quote unquote, modern zombie film where you got all the tropes and everything of, zombies eat brains, zombies move very slowly, all these different things that zombies do. A lot of people cite Romero as in, creating that image or that characteristics of zombies from this film, right? Uh, it's also influential or unique. When I say influential or unique, it's also one of the few films that ended up, with the lead character being, what was his name? His first name was Dwayne. What was his name? Jones. Yeah, Dwayne Jones. He was an African American. He was lead in a film from the 1960s. That wasn't like a black exploitation film or something like that. It was like, mainstream type of film, right? So that was also interesting about it as well. But it's still a toss up between it and Dawn of the Dead as his greatest film or zombie film, anyways. But it's one of the greats of all time, and I put it at number 33, and it's from 1968, Night of the Living Dead by George A. Romero. Now, Romero did, like I said, 6 more zombie films, but of those 6, I think only maybe Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead I would include. So, so he has 4 other films that you could actually put in instead of, let's say, Night of the Living Dead. You have Martin from 1976. All right. You have Dawn of the Dead, like I keep mentioning, from 1978. All right. Then you have Creepshow from 1982, that film that he did with Stephen King, and Day of the Dead from 1985. So those 4 films. All right. So that is number 33, Night of the Living Dead from 1968 by George A. Romero. Okay, so next up is a Paul Thomas Anderson film from 1997, and it's called Boogie Nights, and this is his best film. But he's pretty much every film he's done is worth watching. It's not He doesn't have any bad films. All right, they're just one great film after another great film, and I mean, it was 3 films in before I realized that the 3 films that I watched were from the same director, and then that blew my mind, and I just started watching all of his films. Right, so. But this film is about, it's basically almost like a history, and it stars Mark Wahlberg and others, Burt Reynolds and Julianne Moore, and who else is in it? John C. Reilly, William H. Macy. There's a bunch. Anyways, a lot of great actors in this film, but the main star is Mark Wahlberg, and he plays a porn star. So basically, this film is like a nostalgia look at the porn industry in the mid to late 70s when it started transitioning and going out of business because of the home, VHS beta market, where people weren't going to cinemas anymore to consume porn. They ended up going to video stores to pick up videos and watching the porn at home, right? So the big theater productions of porn went out in the late 70s as VHS and beta started becoming popular, right? So then you had all those video stores that opened up, and you'd have like a video store where 75% of the video store up front was all the films that everybody was renting, and then you'd have like a room or a section in the back covered by a curtain or you know uh, blocked off, and only adults would be allowed to go in there, and that's where all the adult films were, right? So, but people stopped going to the movie theaters to see porn because they could rent it and privately watch it at home by renting it from a video store. And this film is about that. It's the dying age of cinematic theatrical porn movies, and it's an extremely good film, and it's a bit funny, it's a bit sad, and it's a bit in between. So Mark Wahlberg stars, like I said, he's the big stud of of this production of this film, and his character. I don't know if it's not. Is it directly? I don't know if it's directly based on John Holmes, but it's you know it's it seems like it when I watched it that they took the Mark Wahlberg character and made kind of copied John Holmes from it, because John Holmes was a big porn star in the 1970s, right? So anyway, so I don't know. It's just a great film. The scene where Burt Reynolds is going squishy in his cowboy boots, or any of the scenes with John C. Riley in it. That character was what impressed me the most. Wasn't Mark Wahlberg, and you have the Mark Wahlberg scene in front of the mirror where he shows his private parts or whatever, right? So, which was a prosthetic, by the way. Anyways, the whole film was great. Most of all of Paul uh, Thomas Anderson's films are great. All right, so if you haven't seen Boogie Nights, again, I highly recommend it. It's basically a nostalgia look at uh, the fading porn industry as it transitions from the movie theater into people's homes through VHS and Betamax tapes, right? So, all right, and so Paul Thomas Anderson also has 5 other movies that could make this list. If you didn't want to put Boogie Nights in there, you would put Magnolia from 1999, right, or Punch Drunk Love, which is one of Adam Sandler's greatest acting uh, exploits because it's not a comedy, and he shows his chops as a non-comedian in a film. All right, so that's Punch Drunk Love from 2002. There Will Be Blood from 2007. The Master from 2012, and Phantom Thread from 2017. Any of those films um, could replace Boogie Nights, but I think Boogie Nights is his best film. So, all right, so that's Boogie Nights from 1997. It's number 32 on the list, and it's directed by Paul Thomas Anderson. All right, so next up at number 31 is a 1966 film directed by Mike Nichols called Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, starring Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor. And now this is Nichols' first film, all right, and it's a stellar film. It's based on the Edward Albee play of the same name. It basically is about an older couple. Richard Burton plays a professor at a university, and his wife is Elizabeth Taylor. And they invite, after this party or whatever that happened at the university, invite this new couple that's at the university over for drinks after that get together. So they come over, and basically they're a witness to Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor just ripping into each other verbally, and it is one of the most powerful films I've ever seen in my life. And how to describe it? Well, I always say that, okay, there's a few ways. Okay, you have proponents that think that divorce should not be legal. Okay. Well, if you have somebody that you know that thinks that divorce should not be legal, have them sit down and watch this film and see how two people who don't divorce will end up if they dislike each other or they fall out of love or whatever reason. One, they disappoint each other or whatever. See how nasty it can get, okay? And then it'll change their mind. Well, I'm a bit bold in saying that, but after watching this film, you would think that yeah, they should they should definitely get a divorce, okay? So another thing is if you want to scare off your daughter or your son because maybe he meets the girl of his dream or she meets the boy of his dream and they're 17 and they're going to get married when they're still in high school, just sit them down and have them watch this film and say, listen, this this could happen to you. Do you really want to do this, or do you want to be wait until you get to know each other better and have a plan and everything, right? So anyway, so it would scare scare them off marriage as well because I would not I would not want to get in a verbal jousting session with Edward Albee because he would probably linguistically run, you know, run around me like I'm standing still. It's just ridiculous how good of a writer Edward Albee is, especially in this play. And the brutalness. I would rather, if I was Richard Burton in this film, I would rather Elizabeth Taylor punch me in the face and knee me in the groin 20 times than have to try to survive through her verbal acid. It's both of them, but Elizabeth Taylor, I mean, she blows you away on screen on in this film, and the acid, like I said, that's coming out of her mouth towards her husband. I mean, the insults that they're throwing at each other is just, oh man, it's just you're witnessing like brutality with nobody throwing a punch, right? It's just ridiculous how. Anyways, Nichols did an amazing job as in the adaptation of the Albee play, and Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton. I mean, they were married at the time in real life, and then they, yeah, uh, oh yeah. That's anyways. It'll blow your mind. This film if you watch it. It's a great film. All right, so that's Mike Nichols from 1966, number 33 on the list, and Mike Nichols is also the director who did The Graduate, which would be another one that you could actually put on this list if I didn't put Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, I would have put The Graduate with Dustin Hoffman. That was a really good film as well. So those two films by Nichols. All right, so that's Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf from 1966, directed by Mike Nichols. Next up, number 30 is the George Lucas film Star Wars. All right, I chose Star Wars even though Star Wars is the most important film, and what happened after Star Wars is uh, the next two films of the first trilogy. Lucas stepped back and let somebody else direct it, and he like executive produced it or whatever, right? So when I was making this list, I enjoy the third one, The Return of the Jedi, as my favorite, but I know that Star Wars is the most significant out of all the Star Wars films. The first one, because it established the genre, right? It established all those 9 films, 10, 11 films that have come after it, and it was so revolutionary at the time in 1977. I mean, when I was like young, we went and saw that in the theater, and everybody who went and saw that film in the theater, it just blew your mind how good it was, right? And because there was nothing like that before it, it was ahead of its time. All right, now you watch it now and you look back at it, and there are some parts where you look at it and you go, okay, they look fake now compared to what is available today. But at that time, you were like blown away. You were like out in space and going in these X-wing fighters and everything was just amazing. It was such an amazing film, and so I chose that one because I want Lucas to be on my list as the director. And if I chose Return of the Jedi as the Star Wars film that I like best, all right, uh, it would take Lucas out, right? Because he didn't direct that film, right? So I chose Star Wars, and one of the greatest science fiction films of all time, right? Now Lucas, he's such a big name, but he touches things, but he doesn't direct as much. The only other film that he directed that could make this list would be American Graffiti from 1973. All right. So that's uh, number 30. Star Wars from 1977, directed by George Lucas. Next up after that, number 29 is a David Fincher film. And there's a lot of Fincher films that you could pick because he has a good amount of films. There's at least four of them that could probably make this list that's popping into my mind. But the one that I chose is Fight Club from 1999, the Chuck Palahniuk book that he adapted into a film starring Brad Pitt and Ed Norton. And that film, I can't. It's one of those films that if you haven't seen it or nobody's talked to you about it and you watch it, your mind will be blown about it. It's an extremely good film with a really awesome twist to it. And other than Pitt and Ed Norton, all that, what really blew my mind is how good of an actor um, Meatloaf was in this. Right, Meatloaf did a really good job. You mostly know him as a singer, as a stage performer, not as an actor, but he was in this film and uh, one of the actors, and he did a really good job. I found. I'm going, wow, he can act as well. That's really cool. So, uh, but I can't really tell you the story of it because other than what Fight Club is basically an underground, fighting club where people beat the crap out of each other, but they're also part of a club. You know what I mean? They're kicking each other's asses, but they're friends, right? So, anyways, it's more complicated than that, and there's a really serious twist in this film that will blow your mind. And so that's the reason why I chose this one over some of Fincher's other films. But those other films would be that could make this list, especially seven, would be from 1995. All right, um, Zodiac from 2007, The Social Network from 2010, and Gone Girl from 2014. Any of those, so five films altogether, including Fight Club, could make this list. I would have no issue with anybody putting any of those five films on the list. But Fight Club is his best film, right? So, all right, so that's Fight Club, number 29 on the list from 1999, directed by David Fincher. Number 28 on the list is a film from 2000, directed by Christopher Nolan, and it's Memento. And this film is basically a whodunit film, but in a way that has never been put on film before. And it's like, wow, it just grabs a hold of you and you watch because you can picture yourself in that situation and you go, how is he going to solve this issue? Basically, it's about a man who has lost his ability to retain his short-term memory. So he ended up having a head injury, all right, and everything up to that, I think it was a car accident. It's been a while since I watched it, but everything up to that head injury, he remembers easily. He never forgets. But anything after that, he forgets. All right, and he doesn't remember anymore. And he will remember it as long as he's concentrated on it, as long as he's keeping it in his short-term memory. But once he gets distracted, looks away, or starts thinking of something else, then goes back, he's totally forgotten everything that's happened up to the point of his accident, which was a few years before, right? So basically, he would have a friend, and then he doesn't know that friend, right? If he met that person after the accident, he doesn't know who he is. And if he knew the person before the accident, he only has a memory up to that accident. So all the time that they've spent together after that accident, he doesn't remember. But his wife was murdered, and he's going to solve the murder of his wife. He's going to find out who killed his wife, come hell or high water. And how is he going to do it with no short-term memory? What he does is he writes himself notes, all right, and he tattoos important things on his body. so that even though he forgets, let's say he's searching for the killer of his wife, and he has that concentration for a whole bunch of hours, and then something distracts him, or if he falls asleep for the night, then he wakes up the next morning, he doesn't remember any of it. So he ends up seeing that his body is full of tattoos, and it tells him the story of what's going on, right? And then he goes on from there. So it's quite interesting, and you can understand how difficult it would be for a director to convince you that that person could do that, right? Could actually, you know, you got to suspend your disbelief on somebody actually doing that in order to enjoy this film. And Christopher Nolan suspends your belief. It's a really good film, and it's like a murder mystery, right? If you like murder mysteries, you're going to like this film. But add the twist that the person that is not a detective, well, he is a detective, but he has no short-term memory. So, yeah, so amazing film. Now, a lot of people will maybe choose, The Dark Knight over this film, right? Maybe Inception. Anyways, I chose Memento. I think it's his best film, but there's three other films that you could add to this list: uh, The Prestige from 2006, The Dark Knight from 2008, and excuse me, Inception from 2010. Any of those four films could make this list, right? All right, so that's number 28. Memento from 2000, directed by Christopher Nolan. Next up after this is number 27, and it's a Hayao Miyazaki Studio Ghibli film called My Neighbor Totoro. All right, uh, this is probably Miyazaki's best Studio Ghibli entry, but almost all of his anime films with Studio Ghibli are worth a watch, and they're all really good. So you could list a whole bunch of them. This one is basically, it's about two kids who end up befriending well, it goes heavy into Japanese culture, right? Japanese mythology. Uh, so I don't want to wreck it for you, but basically, Totoro is he an imaginary friend or is he a spirit that helps out these two girls? All I know is it's magical, and I watched it with my son, and he really enjoyed it as well. And all kids will be attracted to this film. So if you want a film like an animation film that you can sit down with your kids and your kids will be mesmerized by it, this is the film that you should choose. All right. Now I don't think this is the greatest of all the Studio Ghibli films. I think I've added that film in this list somewhere uh, as well. But this is Miyazaki, who's one of the greatest anime directors of all times with Studio Ghibli. So I had to put him on my list. So if it isn't My Neighbor Totoro from 1988, it would be Lupin III, The Castle of Cagliostro from 1979, Nausicaa or The Valley of the Wind from 1984, Laputa uh, Castle in the Sky from 1986, Kiki's Delivery Service from 1989, Porco Rosso from 1992, Princess Mononoke. It's hard to pronounce. Forgive me, right? 1997, uh, Spirited Away from 2001, Howl's Moving Castle from 2004, Ponyo from 2008, and The Wind Rises from 2013. So count them. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 films, any of them. Any of the Studio Ghibli films you could add to a top 100 list and it would not look at a place at all, right? But his best film, I think, is My Neighbor Totoro, right? All right, so that is number 27, My Neighbor Totoro from 1988, directed by Hayao Miyazaki. All right, next up is number 26 on the list, and this is from 1962. It's directed by John Ford, and it's called The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. Now, when I watched this, I was early 20s, late teens, early 20s, and I was quite impressed with it. And it's always stuck with me ever since. And then I find out that John Ford is the one that directed this. And then there's so many other John Ford films that you could watch as well. But I don't remember the details of this film from 1962. All I know is that John Ford is one hell of a director, and every film that I've ever watched of his I've quite enjoyed. So I wanted to add this one to the list, even though my memory of it is it's been 30 or 40 years since I've seen this film, right? So, uh, but it's one of the greats. You won't get any argument from anybody that John Ford is one of the United States' greatest directors. And if it's not the man who shot Liberty Valance, it's going to be another one of his films that is going to make a top 100 list from somebody. And other film of his would be, let's say, Stagecoach from 1939, The Grapes of Wrath from 1940, How Green Was My Valley from 1941, My Darling Clementine from 1946, Fort Apache from 1948, A Wagon Master from 1950, The Quiet Man from 1952, The Long Gray Line from 1955, and The Searchers from 1956. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus that 10 films. Any of these 10 films could make a top 100 list. All right. So that's The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance from 1962, directed by John Ford. After that, number 25 is a 1978 film directed by Michael Cimino, and it's called The Deer Hunter. And this film is about the Vietnam War, but it's a longer film, so you get to see the characters in the film in the States for a while, and then they go over to Vietnam, and then this film becomes like extremely powerful. And there's the Russian roulette scene is one of the most powerful scenes ever put on film. All right, and it may take you a couple of watches to feel the greatness of this film to understand it, because when I first watched it, the first time I watched it, it was a bit difficult because of its length or whatever, right? But then the second time I watched it, the length didn't matter as much, all right? And then the third time I watched it, I went, yeah, this is a great film, all right? And then I was pretty much sold after that. But the anchor of this film is when they're POWs in Vietnam and they're playing Russian roulette. That's all I have to say. The Russian roulette scene in this film, watch it. It'll blow your mind. Okay, so now Michael Cimino had two other films that could make a top 100 list, and those films would be Heaven's Gate from 1980 and A Year of the Dragon from 1985. But The Deer Hunter is his best film, and it's from 1978, and it's number 25 on this list. All right, so now number 24 is a Jonathan Demme film, The Silence of the Lambs from 1991. Some people think of this as a thriller. Some people think that this is a horror. If they put this into the horror genre, a lot of people argue that this is the greatest horror film of all time. If they put it in the thriller genre, many people will argue that this is one of the greatest thrillers of all time. All right. So either way, it doesn't really matter. It's just a great effing film. All right. And Jodie Foster does an extremely good acting job in this film. And this is one of the creepy ass film and scary films that you'll ever see. All right. And some of the scenes are graphic, so be prepared. I mean, that Hannibal Lecter, not only do you get one serial killer, you get two serial killers in this film, right? You get the Hannibal Lecter character, played by Anthony Hopkins, and the FBI is using him because he's like a clinical psychologist who's also likes to eat people. Uh, use him to catch this killer called Buffalo Bill, who's capturing and killing women and skinning them alive. I won't go any further than that, but some of the scenes can be, I mean, there's a scene where Clarice, who's the Jodie Foster character, goes to visit Hannibal Lecter in his cell, and beside him is another clinically insane. Like it's a row of cells of clinically insane people, and the one that's right beside Hannibal Lecter is this pervert freak. And when Clarice goes in to visit with, sorry, Hannibal Lecter, when she's walking out, the guy beside Hannibal Lecter in the cage beside her jerked off and is now throwing through his semen through the bars at her. And that was a really gross scene, all right? And then what does Hannibal Lecter do? Talks to him until he goes insane and kills himself, all right? So this is how brutal Hannibal Lecter can be, right? And there's another scene where Buffalo Bill is close up to the camera and is filming himself, and then he walks backwards and he puts his private parts between his legs to make it look like he has a women's parts, and then he puts the skin that he's using to transform himself into a woman. And that scene to the music is like really creepy. But the creepiest scene in this whole film is the part where Clarice figures out who it is, goes to visit that because she has suspicions, Buffalo Bill's house, and then ends up inside the house, and he just turns off all the lights and puts on an infrared mask or whatever, and then you see her struggling around with her gun in the dark, and he's like right close to her looking at her, right? And he can see her, but she can't see him. That was like one of the spine tingling hair up on the back of your neck uh, scenes of a film ever. All right. It's like, yeah. Anyway, so if you haven't seen Silence of the Lambs, hopefully this didn't ruin it. But I think most of you probably have seen that film and you're relating to exactly what I'm saying about this film, right? It's such a good film. All right, so that's Jonathan Demme's The Silence of the Lambs from 1991. He has two other films that could make this list, and that's Stop Making Sense from 1984 and Swimming to Cambodia from 1987. But Silence of the Lambs from 1991 is number 24 on the list, and it's Jonathan Demme's best film. All right, so next up after that is a film from 1950, number 23 on this list, directed by Joseph L. Mankiewicz, and it's called All About Eve. And this, if you wonder when people speak about Betty Davis, why she's still talked about, it's because of this film and a couple other her films. But this film, watch this film. This is an extremely good film. It's basically her um, older. She's an older woman in this film, and she's like an actress who's coming to the end of her career because her beauty is fading. And there's a girl that's much younger and prettier than her that's kind of replacing her in this film, and how what happens after that is quite interesting. Let's put it that way. But she has a presence on film, and she has the chops. She has the acting chops, and you can tell why Kim Carnes sings about Betty Davis eyes. The eyes are in Betty Davis's face are really intense when she acts. And anyways, it's an extremely good film. And Mankiewicz has a few other films that you could put in a top 100 list. All right, and those would be The Ghost in Mrs. Muir from 1947, Five Fingers from 1952, and Guys and Dolls from 1955. Suddenly Last Summer from 1959, and Sleuth from 1972. These are the films that you could probably put into a top 100 list if you didn't put in All About Eve. But obviously, All About Eve is Mankiewicz, probably his best film. All right, so that's number 23, All About Eve from 1950, directed by Joseph L. Mankiewicz. Next up is a film from 1955, directed by Charles Laughton, and it's called The Night of the Hunter. This is number 22 on the list. This one stars Robert Mitchum, and he is a serial killer. And what he loves to do is travel around the countryside, show up in a town, pretending to be a preacher, attracting a widow of some sort who has money left from her husband, and then killing the widow and taking her money and then moving on to the next town. All right. It was a very creepy film, and Mitchum just, he's such a good actor in this type of role, this nasty, mean kind of guy role. He plays it really well, right? So you will enjoy this film. And all through the film, you're going, somebody catch this motherfucker and shoot him. But uh, I won't tell you whether that happens or not. Okay, so uh, great film. If you haven't seen Robert Mitchum in any film, this is a film that you can see that, or The Sum of All Fears. What's the one? I think it's The Sum of All Fears is the other one that he's really good in. But don't quote me on that. I'll have to look it up again. No, Cape Fear. It's called Cape Fear, not The Sum of All Fears. Cape Fear, the original, not the remake with Robert De Niro. Although the remake with Robert De Niro of Cape Fear is extremely good as well. So either one of those films is great, but Mitchum plays a really good character in that film as well in Cape Fear. Anyway, so this film, like I said, he travels around pretending to be a preacher to target women who are widows and take their money. All right, and dispose of the women when he's doing it. So it's a bit of a creepy film, but Mitchum, like I said, does a really good job. All right, so that's The Night of the Hunter from 1955, directed by Charles Lofton. It's number 22 on the list, and Charles Lofton doesn't have any other films that would make a top 100 list, in my opinion. Okay, next up at number 21 is a film from 1971 directed by Peter Bogdanovich, and that is The Last Picture Show. Now, this film is in black and white, and it didn't have to be, but it sets the mood properly, and it's one of the films that you don't mind it being in black and white because color would kind of make the mood of this film a little bit more positive or joyful because this is not a joyful film. I mean, it's not like an ugly film or anything. It's just, it's a group of people in a town in the 1950s that, if you grew up in a rural area and you had more ambition than to stay in a rural area, you can understand, the frustration. So it's kind of like a coming of age film with Jeff Bridges and what was another guy's name? Jeff Bridges is the most famous one. He had a best friend, and they both are growing up in this town. They're high school guys. Anyways, Cloris Leachman is in this film, and she's probably the best out of all the players in this film. Cloris Leachman is probably the best out of that film. She shows the desperation, which Bogdanovich is really trying to show, of little towns. This is in Texas, of little towns that just, I mean, why are they there? There's nothing to do there. Do you understand? It's just like monotony over and over and over again. And so he shows that, Bogdanovich does, in this film so well. And you get some interesting relationships that are kind of out of the ordinary in this movie. And Sybil Shepherd is in it, and she plays, the pretty girl in it. And there's a pool scene with her in it that like everybody got blown away with because nudity is so cool, right? So, uh, but overall, basically, if you want to watch a film that you don't even know why the film was made, other than to show, the monotony of life, right? But somehow you're just intrigued by this film, and when you watch it, you don't know why you enjoyed it so much, but you did because nothing really happens in this film. You understand? There's no, anyways, I don't know how Bogdanovich did it, but he did it, and it's going to blow you away, this film, but you're not going to understand why, right? You'll have to sit down and think about it and think about it and think about it, and you'll still not come up with a reason. But after you watch this film, you think, was a really good film, but why? I don't know why. It just is, all right? And that's The Last Picture Show, directed by Peter Bogdanovich from 1971. Now, Bogdanovich has two other films that I could include in this list. because they're both really good. I don't know if others would or not, but I really enjoyed those other two films as well. And those are Paper Moon from 1973 and Mask from 1985. But The Last Picture Show is his best film, I think. All right, so that's number 21, The Last Picture Show from 1971, directed by Peter Bogdanovich. Next up after this is a film from 2003. I watched it once and it blew me away. Just the craziness and the psychological, I don't know if you would call it horror, but you know, yeah, this is a like gripping. The word gripping really grabs a hold of this film. Anyways, the film is called Old Boy from 2003. It's directed by Park Chan-wook, and I think it established Korean cinema. I mean, it established him like worldwide as a great director, and it put like South Korea on the map for films that you can actually watch, that don't stick in their own country, like they break through the barrier and go international. And Channel Park kind of opened up South Korea with this film, and people started investigating more South Korean films because of it. But this film, uh, I don't want to wreck it for you, so I'm not going to describe it too much. Just know that if you like psychological horror, thriller kind of films, this film is definitely for you. And he has like three other films that could make this list as well, and that is Joint Security Area from 2000, Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance from 2002, and The Handmaiden from 2016. But Old Boy is the one that made him to North American audiences, and there's a reason why for that. All right, so that's number 20, Old Boy from 2003, directed by Park Chan-wook or Chan-wook Park. All right. All right, so next up at number 19 is a Japanese anime film directed by Katsuhiro Otomo, and it's Akira from 1988. And many cite this um, adaptation of the manga of the same name uh, as the greatest all-time anime film uh, of all time. Right? It's kind of like a cyberpunk film with a bunch of motorcycle uh, gang members taking place in New Tokyo after an apocalypse. Anyways, it's when the film came out, the anime in it was extremely good. People were blown away by the actual anime of it. Now, when you watch it, it won't blow you away as much because of with CGI and advancement in technology. But the anime still holds up, even though it's from what, like 30 or 40 years ago, right? And the story also holds up, and the whole it's yeah. Every person that's ever watched any anime will cite this film, if not as the greatest anime film of all time. They may cite another one, but if you were to take 100 anime fans and tell them, give me a list of your 10 greatest uh, films, if Akira's not number one on their list, it's going to be in that top 10 of everybody, and some other films won't be, right? So it's such a great film. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's extremely good. All right, so that's Akira from Katsuhiro Otomo. It's the only film that would make the list from him. All right, so next up is a film from 1961, also a Japanese film, and it's directed by Akira Kurosawa, one of Japan's greatest directors, and it's called Yojimbo, and it's number 18 on this list. Um, I could have picked Seven Samurai. Most people would pick Seven Samurai as his greatest film, but I enjoyed Yojimbo a bit more than Seven Samurai, so I decided to put Yojimbo on it. And it's basically about a Ronin, but a samurai without a master who goes into a village where these two rival gangs, and he plays both gangs against each other in order to destroy them. And he's not a nice guy. He's not a nice character, but he kind of does good for the town but kind of doesn't. So there's kind of like, I don't know, there's that duality to it. It's almost like a film noir where there's no real good guy in it, right? But it's a fun film to watch. The manipulation is quite fun and the action is quite good. And what else to say about it? A Fistful of Dollars, the Clint Eastwood Sergio Leone film, is based on it. But basically, that's the Western version of it. So you have the samurai version of it, or the Japanese version of it, Yojimbo, and then you have the spaghetti Western version of it, which is A Fistful of Dollars. And then you have, what was the name of the director that did Walter Hill? Then you have the Walter Hill version of it, which is kind of like a gangster film where Bruce Willis plays the character, and he goes into a town and plays the two rival gangs off each other. But instead of this being a western, this is like a modern gangster film, and uh, Yojimbo is a samurai film. So you can watch all three of them. The stories are very similar, but you know, gangster, western, samurai. So, but all of them uh, are fun to watch. And but Yojimbo was the original one, so I would start there. All right, now like you said, Akira Kurosawa is one of Japan's greatest filmmakers, so you would figure he would have other films on this list, and he does. And there's a lot of them. All right, so here they are. So first is a Drunken Angel from 1948, and then Stray Dog from 1949, Rashomon from 1950, Ikiru from 1952, Seven Samurai from 1954, Throne of Blood from 1957, The Hidden Fortress from 1958, The Bad Sleepwell from 1960, Sanjuro from 1962, High and Low from 1963, Redbeard from 1965, Dersu Uzala from 1975, Kagemusha from 1980, Ran from 1985, and Dreams from 1990. So a long list. So if you want to grab a hold of a great director and you don't mind subtitles, uh, then pretty much his whole catalog is just a one great film after another great film, Kurosawa. I mean. And you could watch all of his films and not be disappointed in any of them. All right, so that's Yojimbo from 1961, directed by Akira Kurosawa, and it's number 18 on the list. Number 17 is a Michael Curtis film from 1942, and it's Casablanca. You got to have Casablanca, one of the greatest film noirs, one of the greatest romance films of all time, starring Humphrey Bogart. I don't really have to go into Casablanca much. You've probably seen it. What is there to say it? It's like when you watch this film, it's like every 10 minutes you get a line in this film that people have quoted over the last 80 years. And you go, oh, that's where that came from if you didn't realize it already. That's what you'll, if you watch this film now and you've never seen this film before and you're not a young person who's just, starting to experience life, you've been around for a bit, but obviously you weren't around when this film came out usually, right? So, but when you watch the film, you go, oh, okay, that's where that came from. Oh, that's where that came from. Oh, that saying is where that came from, right? So it's like a quotable movie. There's so many quotes in it, but that's not the greatness of it. The greatness of it is the acting of Humphrey Bogart and others, and the whole film noir version of this film. It's a great film, and you should watch it. So now, Michael Curtis is a great director. He's had a bunch of great films that could make this list, including The Adventures of Robin Hood from 1938, Angels with Dirty Faces from 1938, Mildred Pierce from 1945, The Breaking Point from 1950, and White Christmas from 1954. And those are Michael Curtis's films. But his best is Casablanca from 1942, and it's number 17 on the list. Number 16 is another film noir, and it's directed by Billy Wilder, and it's Double Indemnity from 1944, and this is a great film as well. Um, it's basically about an insurance salesman who is smitten by a woman whose husband he sells insurance to, and then him and the wife plot to kill this husband in order for them to claim the insurance that he put out on the guy, right? So, and double indemnity just means that double indemnity is how an insurance salesman will sell you a life insurance policy. What he does is he'll say, "This is how much money you'll get, but if you end up dying in this way or that way or that way, you get twice the amount." All right. But he'll cite things and he'll make them seem plausible, but in the insurance world, it very rarely happens. And if you die in this double indemnity way, it's very suspicious because nobody dies that way, or very few people ever die that way, right? So, but these two plot the killing of the girl's husband in a way that it'll be able to claim double indemnity. And it's basically somebody dying on a train or like falling from a train, right? So yeah, it's a great film. It's got all the tropes of a great film noir, and the suspense on it. Will they get caught? Will they not get caught? What will happen to them is really good. It's almost like Alfred Hitchcock, and it's a great film if you haven't seen it. And it's called Double Indemnity from 1944, directed by Billy Wilder. Billy Wilder is another great of World War II era films, and after, and other films that could have been on this list instead of this one. And some people would even take this one off the list and put some of his other ones, like The Lost Weekend is another great film. Sunset Boulevard, another one. Ace in the Hole. So The Lost Weekend's from 1945. Sunset Boulevard from 1950. Ace in the Hole from 1951, Stalag 17 from 1953, Witness for the Prosecution from 1957, Some Like It Hot from 1959, The Apartment from 1960, and 1, 2, 3 from 1961. Basically, they're The Lost Weekend, Sunset Boulevard, Witness for the Prosecution, The Apartment. Any of those you could put at as high as number one on this list, and it wouldn't even look at a place. Imagine he. That's why Wilder is thought of similarly, like Kubrick or Scorsese or like Alfred Hitchcock, one of the greats, right? So investigate him if you have not watched any of his films. All right, so that's number 16 on the list. Number 15 is Spike Lee from 1989, Do the Right Thing. And this is Spike Lee's greatest film. It's basically about uh, an Italian man and his two sons who have a pizza place in Harlem where most of their customers are African American men, right? And one African American man who goes into the pizza joint sees all these Italian guys, pictures of them up on the wall, famous Italian men up on the wall, and he doesn't see any African American men up there. So he complains to the owner saying, "Hey, you're in a black neighborhood. Why don't you put up some like Malcolm X or Martin Luther King Jr. up there?" And he goes, I'm not African American. I'm Italian, and these are Italian guys, and this is an Italian place. And, you get that race relation thing going on, and so the black guy decides he wants to try to have everybody in the neighborhood boycott the restaurant, and it gets pretty nasty by the end of it, right? So uh, it's quite a powerful film, and it's Spike Lee's greatest film. So, but he has a few films that could make a top 100 list if you don't think Do the Right Thing is his best. Malcolm X from 1992 is another one. Four Little Girls from 1997, and my choice as well would be Inside Man, although other people didn't like that film for some reason. I thought it was quite fun to watch, and the way they robbed the bank was quite unique. Anyways, but Do the Right Thing is his best film from 1989. It's number 15 on this list, and it's directed by Spike Lee. All right, so next up at number 14 is the Fernando Morales film, City of God from 2002. This basically takes place in Brazil, so it's a Portuguese film, Portuguese language film. It's basically City of God is like a suburb or a section of Rio de Janeiro, and there's a big drug war going on it, and it's basically that's what the film is about. Is about these warring factions in this suburb of Rio de Janeiro, and the film is quite intense. Let's put it that way. And you're going to be reading subtitles, but some of the greatest films are not English language films, and you're missing out if you don't watch films that have subtitles. All right, and this one, very powerful film. I keep saying powerful because so many of these films are so powerful, or they're and Morales does a great job directing this film, and I would highly suggest you watch it if you haven't seen it. But it's the only film that I would put on the list from him. All right, so that's number 14, City of God, directed by Fernando Morales. All right, so next up on the list at number 13 is a film by Richard J. Lewis from 1994, and it's called Whale Music. And this film stars, I wrote his name down because I keep forgetting how, Maury Chaykin. Now, Maury Chaykin is an American actor, and he's been in a lot of American films, but he's also in a lot of Canadian films because he lived in Toronto before his death, right? So, and he starred in a bunch of Canadian films, and two of my favorite Canadian films both star him. Whale Music. This one is one, and the other one is Cold Comfort, which was a pretty creepy thriller. Let's put it that way. But Whale Music is probably his best film, and this is basically a film about a recluse rock star who is making music for whales to communicate with whales. He's listening to whales and he wants to communicate with them because they have a certain, uh, music to their calls, and he's creating a soundtrack to play to whales, right? So it's an interesting concept, and basically a girl comes into his life and breaks up you know, what the isolation that he's like the intentional isolation he has for himself, and she kind of just destroys his world or breaks up his world, right? And basically, you'll think of the Chalkin character as Brian Wilson. Remember when Brian Wilson kind of went into recluse uh, because of mental illness, and then he uh, kind of stayed in bed for the longest time or whatever. Well, this is kind of like that with him, but it's based on a Peter Quarrington Canadian novel, pretty much similar. And the soundtrack to this is one of the greatest Canadian albums of all times. Whale Music is. If you haven't found the soundtrack to it either, it's a really good soundtrack. So overall, everything about this film is really good, and it uh, quite impressed me. And Chalkin, it's hard to pronounce his last name for me. Did a very, very good job in this film. But I've been looking for this film for years even on DVD, and I'm having difficulty finding it. I watched it like I got it from the library, and I watched it like I kept it for like a week, and I must have watched it like three times in that week. And now I'm looking for it to get it on DVD or however else, used or whatever, and I haven't been able to find it yet. So you may not be able to find this film. All right. So it's called Whale Music from 1994, directed by Richard J. Lewis. This is the only Lewis film that I'd put in a top 100 list, and it's number 13 on my list. All right. So next up, number 12 is One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest from 1975, directed by Milos Forman. And this film stars Jack Nicholson as a mental patient. Basically, he has a choice of going to jail because of he plays that boyish, charmish criminal. You know what I mean? Like the rules don't apply to him. He has a good heart, but is a bit deviant. Let's put it that way. But he's charming as well. He's got that boyish charm, right? So, well, he gets himself into trouble, and then he has a choice of either going to jail. What he does is he ends up manipulating the court in order to have him be put in a mental institution instead, because he's thinking the mental institution is a lot easier than jail, right? And then he goes about with his antics that he did on the outside that got him into trouble. He's doing it on the inside, bringing hookers into the mental institution and all this other kind of stuff that he's doing. And he comes up against Nurse Cratchit. I can't remember her name. And they bonk heads, and who's going to win? And she wins, let's put it that way. And it goes from there. It's basically one of Jack Nicholson's best roles, and it's a really good film. Where what I took away from the film was the reason why they have mental institutions in the first place is to make people with mental issues better or better able to be in society, right? So the whole point of it is the mental health of the patient. That's the whole point of the institution, right? That's the reason why it exists. The problem is that whenever you make any type of institution, in order for there to be order in that institution, you have to set rules and you have to do things that maybe not in the best interest of the patient, but for efficiency's sake, right? So a lot of times the the reason for the existence of the institution just to run that institution takes away from its reason for existing because the efficiency and the discipline, everything needed to run an institution well, does not exactly correlate to the improvement of somebody's mental health. So the institution actually gets in the way of the improvement of the mental health of the patient, but that's the reason why it exists. Do you understand? So it's like the institutionalization pulls away from the effectiveness of the treatment because a lot of the treatments that patients get are to control them rather than to help them, right? So that's what I got from this film. And Ken Casey wrote the book that this film is based on, and Ken Casey's book is also extremely good. All right. And but that's what I saw in it. It's like the reason why these people are in there is to get help to become better. And there is programs and techniques and everything that you can use to help people with mental problems get better, to become more productive or improved. Uh, but in order for you to implement those things, it's got to be a bit chaotic to do it, right? So if you have a mental patient that may need help at 6 in the morning, but also may need help because of a problem at 4 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the best way for him to get healthy is the trust of one doctor. But of course, the doctor is not going to be available 24 hours, right? He will have a strict time, let's say from 9 to 5 or something, that you can that, and then he'll put up appointments, right, for you to come see him once a week or whatever. But that isn't the best way to help somebody mentally with certain issues, where you need to be available to them when the crisis happens, right? And then you lower the stress level of these crises, and that's how they improve. But these crises, if that's the word you say, don't happen at strict intervals, right? Okay, I'm going to have a mental problem at 10:30 because that's when my appointment with the doctor is. Do you understand what I'm saying? So a lot of the institutionalization of mental health goes against what is actually needed to help the patient the most uh, effectively, right? So it's the discipline and the procedure and the monotony of an institution in order for it to run efficiently on the work side, because these people are working, right? So, ones that are helping the patients, they're working, right? So they look at this as a job where the patient looks at this as they need help, right? And the structures of the institution, the jobs and everything else aren't set up to best attune to the health improvement of the patient. It's efficiency, structure, and discipline, and so on and so forth. And you see that because in this film, the Jack Nicholson character is basically chaos. All right, and how would you help the Jack Nicholson character? Well, the way you help him is not conducive to a mental institution way of doing it. So they do something to him that basically doesn't fix him, but makes life inside that institution a lot more efficient. Let's put it that way. So efficiency over help, right? Anyways, I'm blabbering on, but that's what I took from this movie, and that's the greatness of this film. All right, so that's um, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest from 1975, directed by Milos Forman, and it's number 12 on my list. And he has three other Foreman has three other films that could make a list like this. And that's Loves of a Blonde from 1965, Amadeus from 1984, and Man on the Moon from 1999. All right. Next up is number 11. It's Sergio Leone's greatest film, and that's Once Upon a Time in the West from 1968. A lot of people may think The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is his best film, but I kind of like Once Upon a Time in the West a little bit better. Now, it's a toss up between this one and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly as Leone's greatest film, but I decided to choose Once Upon a Time in the West because I like Clint Eastwood as an actor, but I see so many of his films. He's in so many westerns. But I also like Charles Bronson as an actor, and I thought he did a really good uh, job as harmonica in this film. So I decided this film over The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. But either one, you can't go wrong. In fact, most of Sergio Leone's films are worth watching, especially his spaghetti westerns. Even Once Upon a Time in America, which is basically similar to a western, but it's in New York and takes place about Jewish gangsters rather than like Wild West criminals or whatever, right? So, but any of his films are really good. Sergio Leone has that magic. The shots where you get the close up of the face and you get the long pauses and everything moves slowly and you get that strong music with it as well. It all builds. You know what I mean? It's a really good technique, and he perfected it. But he has had more than just those two films that could make this list. A Fistful of Dollars from 1964, For a Few Dollars More from 1965, Duck You Sucker from 1971, and the aforementioned Once Upon a Time in America from 1984. So that's Once Upon a Time in the West, directed by Sergio Leone from 1968, and it's number 11 on the list. All right, we're in the top 10. We're in the top 10. All right, so next up, number 10 is A Clockwork Orange from 1971, directed by Stanley Kubrick, one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. And this film is based on the Anthony Burgess novel of the same name, and it tells about, well, Malcolm McDowell plays the main character, and basically this is a film about, can you condition a criminal to stop committing crime? All right. So basically, it shows Malcolm McDowell and two of his buddies. They're a gang. They go out and terrorize people all the time, drive around in a fast car, break into people's houses, rape women that's inside, and and do all this other nefarious crap that they do, destroy stuff, complete chaos and pandemonium and you know criminal behavior. And what happens is he gets caught, and then he gets put in the prison, and they decide they're going to experiment on him to see if they can create a person who is a criminal not be a criminal anymore. So what they do is they expose him to the violence and all the stuff that he likes to do, and basically feed him a drug that makes him feel sick and nauseous and want to puke. And what they do is they condition every time he sees an image of that type of violence, they make him sick, and then they continue doing that until they don't have to give him the medicine anymore. All he has to do is see something like that, and that conditioning will kick in and make him feel sick. So basically, it stops him from becoming a criminal. And so then they release him early because of it, but now he has no defenses, right? He can't harm any other person because once he wants to throw a punch, he feels sick and he wants to puke, right? So basically, he goes out back into the world and now has no way of defending himself. All right, so he ends up becoming victimized, right? So the victimizer becomes the victim, right? And is it right to put a person out? It's like taking, let's say, a cat and declawing them and then putting them outside, right? If you're going to declaw a cat, he's an indoor cat. If you want to put him outside, leave his claws because he'll need to defend himself, right? So it's that kind of, anyways, it's a brilliant way of doing it. And it takes place in a future kind of dystopian society that Burgess created in his book. And the language may set people off a bit. Like they'll watch the movie, and the language will be a barrier to them understanding the movie until they get used to the language. Because the language Burgess created was like English, but you have Russian in it as well, and there's kind of a slang, Russian English slang mix in it that it's almost like he created a new language. And sometimes it's hard to follow what McDowell and the others are saying because you've never heard those words before, right? So it takes a few viewings to really appreciate this film. All right, but well, I always toss up between this film and Full Metal Jacket as his greatest film, but he has so many good films, right? So it's hard to choose one over the other because they're all really good. So, but I decided to choose A Clockwork Orange. But he has The Killing from 1956, Paths of Glory from 1957, Doctor Strangelove, which is one of my all-time favorite films as well, from 1964, 2001, A Space Odyssey. A lot of people picked that film as his greatest film, but I find it kind of slow, uh, and it is a strange experience to watch that film because I don't think there's any soundtrack to that film really. It's a lot of well, you get a lot of it of the breathing where you hear it like in that film, and it's kind of creepy. But that's what Kubrick was going for because how the computer on the ship or whatever, like you know, it's supposed to be that way. Let's put it that way when you watch it. Barry Lyndon from 1975, The Shining from 1980, that famous scene where Jack Nicholson takes an axe to get after his wife who's locked herself in the bathroom, and then he makes a hole in the door and sticks his head through and goes, "Here's Johnny." Is like, ooh, if you ever watch Johnny Carson late at night when Ed McMahon says that, and then he uses it as a way that he's going to kill his wife, is like really creepy. Uh, anyway, so Full Metal Jacket from 1987, which is my vote for the greatest war film of all time, and Eyes Wide Shut from 1999. Any of those films could have made this list as well. All right, so that's number 10. A Clockwork Orange from 1971, directed by Stanley Kubrick. Next up is number 9, and that is The Godfather Part 2 from 1974, directed by Francis Ford Coppola. Now, there's a trilogy, Godfather 1, 2, and 3. Number 3, everybody considers as like a bit of a use, like a that person who thinks they're your friend, but they're not really your friend, but they kind of that's kind of what The Godfather is. It's like a an addition after the fact. It's the first two movies that are great, and it's a toss up between the two of them. But because I like the backstory and I like Robert De Niro in the second film, the backstory of the Corleone uh, father, right? Uh, you get to see his backstory back in Italy, and so I enjoyed that one a little bit more than the first one, so I decided to choose the first one over the second one. But Coppola has a few films: The Godfather, obviously from 1972, The Conversation from 1974, and of course Apocalypse Now. It was a toss-up between part two of The Godfather or Apocalypse Now as the one that I wanted to list. I went back and forth, and I decided The Godfather Part Two, just because The Godfather as a franchise is just a little bit better than Apocalypse Now. So I put The Godfather in instead, but easily you could put Apocalypse Now. If it wasn't for Full Metal Jacket as being my favorite war film of all time, Apocalypse Now would probably be it, right? So, all right, so that's number nine, The Godfather Part Two from 1974, directed by Francis Ford Coppola. And Godfather Part Two is the only sequel of a film to ever win an Oscar. So it's really good. All right. So next up is number nine, and this is a film from 2001 directed by David Lynch, and it's Mulholland Drive. Now, there's a lot of films that you could pick from David Lynch because he's a bit out there as a director, but the one that I enjoyed the most out of all the ones that I've seen for him is the one that's the little bit less out there and more, palatable. Let's put it that way. And that's Mulholland Drive. Um, I'm not going to explain this film. It's too strange to, you'd have to explain the whole film and then ruin it in order to explain it. But if you've never watched David Lynch, or let's say you've picked up, maybe you've watched maybe the Twin Peaks, and then you go, this is really freaking strange. I don't know if I want to watch Mulholland Drive, and that one is a good entry into David Lynch's films. But he has so many other ones. Eraserhead from 1977, The Elephant Man from 1980. I am not an animal. That was really powerful when I watched that. When he said that, it's like, yeah, exactly, you aren't. Why are people treating you that way just because you look different, right? But the way he screamed it out, the anguish, um, John Hurt did an extremely good job in that film, but I'm digressing. Blue Velvet from 1986, The Lost Highway from 1997, The Straight Story from 1999, and Inland Empire from 2006. All great films. Okay, so that's number eight, Mulholland Drive from David Lynch from 2001. Number seven is a Coen Brothers film from 1998, and that's The Big Lebowski. And this is one of the one of the funniest films I've ever seen. That isn't, well, I guess it is kind of intentionally being funny, but it's not that slapstick or in your face kind of humor. It's like people are just acting and they're just being they're funny when they're acting, even though they're not, doing stand up or anything, right? So, and Jeff Bridges does a really good job at this. Basically, it's like there's it's there's two guys with the name Lebowski in this film. One is Jeff Bridges, who's kind of like a guy that likes to go bowling and drink milk and stay uh, in his robe all day long and likes to be called the dude, right? All right. And then you have the other Lebowski, who's like a rich guy or married to a woman who's rich. And he ends up owing money to some nefarious guys, and they mistake the dude, Lebowski, for the guy who's supposed to be rich, Lebowski, and then they go after the dude Lebowski, and he's wondering what. Anyways, it goes on from there, and every character in this film is just very memorable. like the John Goodman character and the guy that like. Anyways, it's quite fun to watch, right? So, and I think it's their best film. Although Fargo would come in a really close second. If I wasn't going to put The Big Lebowski, I'd probably put Fargo. Uh, but they have a lot of good films that could make a list like this. Blood Simple from 1984, Miller's Crossing from 1990, Barton Fink from 1991, Fargo from 1996, probably their second best film. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou from 2000 is probably their third best film. The Man Who Wasn't There from 2001, No Country for Old Men. That's up there. Maybe it's even better than Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? A Serious Man from 2009 and Inside Llewyn Davis from 2013. Any of those films could be in instead of The Big Lebowski, but I think The Big Lebowski is their best film. All right, next up after that, number 6 on the list is a Russian film by Andrei Tarkovsky, and it's called Stalker. Now, I didn't know anything about this film when I picked it up, but I decided I was going to watch some films in my Criterion collection, so I picked up this one and I watched it, and that blew me away. I'm not even going to talk about that film because I don't have the words or the mental capabilities of explaining how good this film is. You just know it's good, and it's basically a journey in a future time where three men go into this forbidden area, traveling. Man, it slipped my mind. Who cares? It doesn't matter. This is a great film. I have not watched a lot of Russian film, but if this is an example of what Russian film is like, I'm going to watch more of it, right? And Tarkovsky has a bunch of films that are really good, but Stalker is probably his best film. But I can't really say that because I haven't seen the other ones. Uh, but I know, uh, from word of mouth or from reading that these films would also make this list very easily. And that's Ivan's Childhood from 1962, Andrei Rublev. A lot of people speak about that one uh, as much as Stalker. Solaris from 1972, Mirror from 1975, Nostalgia from 1983, and The Sacrifice from 1986. So if you haven't watched any Tarkovsky, go out and look for it. Stalker is an extremely good film. All right, so number 5 on this list is a Sidney Lumet film, and it's from 1957, and it's 12 Angry Men. This is the greatest courtroom film ever made, even though it doesn't take place in the court. It's about 12 jurors who are deciding the fate over an African American man, and basically you see how juries work and how a lot of the times it might not be the evidence, a lot of times it might be something else from the person's actual personal background on whether they vote to convict somebody or not. Basically, Henry Fonda plays a juror in this film, and at the beginning of the film, everybody is voting guilty, where Henry Fonda says, I'm not voting guilty or not guilty. I just want to talk about this before we sentence this man to death. And so then he talks, and slowly but surely, people start having doubts about the way that they're thinking. And anyways, it goes on from there. It's extremely one of the greatest dramas ever put to film. All right, and it's such a. I've watched it at least 20 times. That's how good this film is. All right, so it's 12 Angry Men from Sidney Lumet. Now, Sidney Lumet, that was his first film, but he's directed a lot of other films that could make this list as well. And that's The Pawnbroker from 1964, Fail Safe from 1964, The Hill from 1965, Serpico from 1973, Dog Day Afternoon from 1975, A Network from 1976, and The Verdict from 1982. But I think 12 Angry Men is easily his greatest film, and it's from 1957, and it's number 5 on my list. Number 4 on my list is the second film by Studio Ghibli, but this one's directed by Isao Takahata. Takahata. All right, and it's from 1988, and it's called Grave of the Fireflies. And this anime film is the best film of the Studio Ghibli films. and it's one of the saddest films I've ever watched. If you can watch this film without crying, I will shake your hand because that's how seriously depressing and sad this film is. And it's basically about two kids in the aftermath of World War II who have lost their parents and everybody else, and that now they're wandering the countryside on their own, these two little children. And it's what uh, goes on with them during this film that's going to bring a tear to your eye. It's one of the greatest anime films, if not the greatest. A lot of people say like Akira that I mentioned earlier, but this one is up there as well. And Takahata has three other films as well that could make this list, but I don't think any of those three films are as good as this one. But a lot of people mention them. That's Only Yesterday from 1991. Uh, two other films, sorry, The Tale of the Princess Kaguya from 2013 and Only Yesterday from 1991. All right. So, Grave of the Fireflies, get ready with some tissues if you watch this film. And it's a cartoon, for God's sakes, an anime film. It's not even real actors, and still you're bawling your eyes out. I would suggest you watch it in the original Japanese with English subtitles. It's more powerful that way. But if you have to, you can watch it dubbed, right? So uh, that's number four, Grave of the Fireflies from 1988, directed by Isao Takahata. All right. So number three on the list is a Martin Scorsese film from 1976, and that's Taxi Driver. And Taxi Driver is an amazing film. It's basically Robert De Niro's tour de force acting uh, film where he shaves his head and he wants to kill a senator and ends up becoming a hero instead. And his commentary throughout the film, because he drives a taxi, sees all the underbelly of New York City, and he's disgusted by it, and he wants it changed. And, he's just not a happy camper, let's put it that way. And he decides he's going to do something about it, which is to kill a senator. But that ends up getting thwarted, so he ends up saving a underage prostitute instead and becomes a hero to that girl's parents and everybody else. So it's interesting how Scorsese shows you how easy it is where you could become like one of the most notorious killers of all time and you end up becoming a hero instead. There's that thin line, right? You know what I mean? So depending on circumstances, could be, your life could be one way or another, right? So, anyways, it's a great film if you haven't seen it. And Robert De Niro and the Deer Hunter in this film, where he's against the mirror when he's looking in the mirror with the friggin' huge gun in his hand, and he looks in the mirror and goes, "You talking to me? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?" Right? It's like spine chilling. You know what I mean? Anyways, it's such a good film. All right, so that's Taxi Driver from Scorsese. Obviously, Scorsese has a bunch of films that could make this list. Mean Streets from 1973, The Last Waltz from 1978, Raging Bull from 1980, The King of Comedy from 1982, After Hours from 1985, The Last Temptation of Christ from 1988, Goodfellas. If it isn't Taxi Driver, it's probably Goodfellas as his greatest film. Casino from 1995, No Direction Home from 2005, The Departed from 2006, George Harrison Living from 2011, The Wolf of Wall Street from 2013, Rolling Thunder Review from 2019, and The Irishman from 2019. Lots of films by Martin Scorsese to choose, all being great, right? So, we're getting up there. That was number three. Number two is a film from Quentin Tarantino, and it's from 1994, and it's Pulp Fiction, easily his greatest film. And it's a gangster film, and there's a whole bunch of situations that are kind of comic but not comic in it. And Tarantino decides he's going to manipulate time, where some things that you see happen before other things that you see when they should be happening after you've seen them. But yeah, it's all gangster life, and it's quite funny. John Travolta does a really good job in this. Samuel L. Jackson does a really good job in this as well. So yeah, it's a quite enjoyable film. Yeah, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just, I mean, the manipulation of time is quite interesting. As you see the film go along, sometimes you'll be confused, but by the end of the film, you go, everything makes sense or whatever. Like, there's one point where John Travolta is staking out Bruce Willis's apartment because Bruce Willis owes John Travolta's boss, Marcellus Wallace's, uh, owes him money, and he's there to collect that money, right? And so then Bruce Willis shows up, and John Travolta happens to be on the crapper reading, and then Bruce Willis shoots him and kills him. And then the next scene, you see John Travolta alive again, not in a black suit anymore, but in like a t-shirt and shorts, right? So it's like, huh, what's going on here? But anyways, when you watch the whole film, by the end of the film, everything makes sense, right? So, and there's so many iconic scenes in it. The scene where Bruce Willis is going to go save Marcellus Wallace, um, and he's in the pawn shop, and he's trying to choose weapons from a like a hammer to a chainsaw, and then he finally comes across a samurai sword, and then he goes saves Marcellus Wallace, right? So, anyways, there's so many awesome scenes in this film, and it's his best film. But like Tarantino's one of the great directors. He's a film lover, and then he just does odes to other films, but making them his own at the same time, right? So other films that could make this list are Reservoir Dogs from 1992, Jackie Brown from 1997, Kill Bill 1 and 2 from 2003 and 2004, Inglourious Basterds from 2009, Django Unchained from 2012, The Hateful Eight from 2015, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood from 2019. And that is number 2 on the list, Pulp Fiction from 1994, directed by Quentin Tarantino. So, what will be number 1 on this list? Number 1 on this list is a Ridley Scott film from 1982, and it is Blade Runner. Blade Runner is my all time favorite film, and it's a great film. The concept of the film, everything about this film is just amazing, all right? And you have great acting from Harrison Ford. Now, when this film came out originally, it didn't wasn't too successful because everybody was used to Harrison Ford being this swashbuckling, you know, guy from Star Wars or Indiana Jones, right? And then he does this film, which is more cerebral, and it basically tells the story of a Blade Runner who is Harrison Ford. He's a police officer. His job is to hunt down um, androids who have escaped to Earth from the outer colonies, and he's to hunt them down and kill them. Basically, is what he does for a living, right? And there's, I think, 5 of them that come. They kill a bunch of people, take their transport, and come to Earth because Rutger Hauer, who's the main guy, wants to extend his life because when they make this Nexus 6, it's called Android, they give it a lifespan of only 5 years, and Rutger Hauer's on the clock, and he wants to go to Earth because that's where the inventor of the Nexus 6 has his company, right? And he goes about trying to find him to have him extend his life, right? So it is basically kind of like a morality play. Basically, if you can make artificial humans so human that they even think that they're human, but then you enslave them, give them only a 5-year lifespan, and expect them to obey, are you being cruel? Do you understand? Because what they do with these androids is they give them fake memories from other people. Because it makes them more less crazy or whatever, right? Less erratic or whatever, right? If they have backstories, it makes them calmer, right? So they give them fake memories. They make them seem like they're human when they're not, and then treat them like slaves, right? And not like persons because they're not persons in actuality. But they make them look like people, make them act like people, and make them feel like people, yet they're not people. You know what I mean? So there's that. It's a dilemma for the future or whatever. But it's basically a morality movie, right? So, and it's quite a good film. And it's not high paced, fast paced. There are action scenes in it, but it's more an intellectual film. And they got Vangelis, the Greek electronics guy, to do the soundtrack in it. And not only is this my personal greatest film, that soundtrack is the greatest soundtrack ever made. The Vangelis soundtrack for Blade Runner is the best soundtrack ever made. Listen to it. It's great to, you know, calm your day down after a hard day's work. It will also relax you and put you to sleep if you wish it to, right? And yeah, it's just an amazing soundtrack, amazing film overall. And it's my all-time favorite film, and I think it's one of the greatest films of all time. Now, Ridley Scott is a great director as well, so he has other films, obviously, that can make this list, and that is Alien from 1979, Thelma and Louise from 1991, which just got a Criterion release, actually. G.I. Jane, a lot of people wouldn't put that in my list, but I really enjoy that film. G.I. Jane from 1997, Gladiator from 2000, and Black Hawk Down from 2001. All right, so those are the Ridley Scott films, but Blade Runner is his greatest achievement, and it is such a mind-blowing film. It's such a good film. All right, so that's the list. So I will stop here. All right, and after all of this, I hope that you have a list of films that you can watch that you haven't seen, and hopefully it will give you a great movie enjoyment experience. All right, so Blade Runner is number one on my list. Would you have thought that? Did you think that? Probably not. Usually that film doesn't make number one on most people's list. But hopefully you enjoyed all the movies that I've mentioned. All right, and bye for now.